Ladies and gentlemen, Saturday afternoon, it's Kenda 660 time. We ain't qualifying, Mark Allen, we are racing.
We are getting underway here with round one of Outlaw Radial. How about a Paul Mary burnout and taking on Jared Wood in the Camaro, the small block Camaro. Tail of the tape, Chris. Mary went 395 in qualifying. Wood went 396. But what stands out to me from Wood's pass is only 160 mile an hour. Paul Mary went 201 mile an hour, dipping to the 3 second zone, but the potential of Jared Wood, we know the car has got history. It's running to the 360s. They're sneaking up on it, pass by pass.
This is the ex-Reese Brothers Diablo Camaro from the States. David Reese is standing on the line behind the car. Jared Wood driving the car. Jared Wood from Swan Hill, Victoria. WM Titanium Products. Well, it says it's Unit 4.9, but that's not right. This is the small block from the original El Diablo 5-speed Liberty. This car has gone 354 in the States. Beside him, Paul Mary. Now, I do believe from what Joe Gauchi said, this is the ex-Joe Gauchi Proline 481X behind between the frame rails of this beautiful PSD Performance Nova. Turbo versus blower. First pairing down. This is racing. The best over 3 rounds could be in the final. Jared Wood wants some 3, so does Paul Mary. I hope you're ready this afternoon, Radial fans, because the Kenda 660 Riot is going to be off the chain. Oh, he's coming back, Paul. He's coming back. Paul Mary, whole shot to Jared Wood. A 94 beats an 80. A 394 beats an 80. 101 in the 60 foot for Jared. He was late on the line mark. Mary goes 041 off the button for the Nova. 109 in the 60 foot. 101 there for Jared. It came out hard, but the 333 light on the Pro Tree let Jay Wood standing on the start line. Paul Mary wins by a tenth and a half. 394, wow. 380. I told you Outlaw Radial's off the chain. First pass in. These guys are ready. Outlaw 235. 235 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. Have a look at this matchup. All the way from White's out of No Mercy and Sweet 16. It's Matt Trevisa, I call him Matt Dickey. Look at this matchup. You've got Dan Symbolics. Lotus Caravan sponsored Symbolics Construction from Victoria, from Wodonga. Living up in the Sunshine Coast Winterline land now is Matt Trevisa. The ex-Mark Dickey, MM Transmissions, Malibu, Big Block Chevrolet, 555 cubes. They broke an axle, they broke an oil pump, they fixed, they trashed. They reckon they put this thing up on the boost at 1:30 this morning. So that Malibu, if you were here at 1:30 in the morning, they fired that thing up, make sure everything was right. He said, this thing's ready to go. Dan Symbolics, well, what do? 564 cubes of Pro-charged, Pro-line heavy. We know this car, the first car into the 350s in Australia this year, and of course Kenda in Sydney. So here we are, Mark Allen, second pairing today of Outlaw Radial, thanks to Race Park Melbourne and Fuel Tech USA. From Cooroobah in Queensland, from Wodonga in Victoria. Here we are, Willowbank Raceway, Saturday afternoon. Bump City, baby, let's go! Oh, both going good now, 392 to a 398. Grubby into the threes with the Malibu, 392 for Symbolics. All 3 second runs so far, Mark Allen. 104 in the 60 for Symbolics. He was off the button at an 050 light. He left Grubby on the line.
Just having a look at the speed for Symbolics was a bit down. Only 188 mile an hour. Yeah,
an early click maybe for Dan, but Grabiza, 200 mile an hour in the Malibu, 398 with the 2. So, yeah, 108 in the 60 for the Malibu, 275 to 330, 266 for the Pro Charge car, and off the throttle at the end. So, Dan Symbolics, 1 from 1. Grubby, none from 1. Paul Mary, 1 from 1. Look at the points so far.
Well, number 2 and number 3 in the points for the Kenda 660 series have got wins here in round 1. Wade Wagstaff is our number 1 qualifier. He is the points leader in the Outlaw Radial class as well. We will crown the champions today, Chris.
We are going to give out the belts for our categories, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235. Another call, Outlaw 235 to the lane, please. Outlaw 235 to the lane, please. We had a last-minute inclusion. Jim Whitehouse was in Outlaw 275 when the Reese seeded the whole category. The news is from the pits, Lorenzo Galotto won't make round 1. They've got to get the rocker, a new rocker back, it's in transit from Brisbane. So Lorenzo won't have rockers on that car for round 1, so he's going to miss round 1. That's the scoop from the pits on the way back to the tournaments. Wade Wagstaff, Luke Marston. I did not ask Luke this time, what do you say? What have you got? Do you play percentage or do you swing? You can't underestimate the man beside him though. Johnny Ricker, Race Park, Melbourne, from Point Cook, Victoria. Turbo, Hemi, 5-speed, Liberty, brand new Garrett Turbo. Wade Wagstaff from Albany Creek, Brisbane Northside boys. All right, it's all up to Ricker now. Oh, red light to Wade! Red light to Wade Wagstaff, he goes 0. He goes 0 from 1, Johnny Ricker 1 from 1. Johnny Ricker didn't miss, 058 on the lights, but Wade Wagstaff goes red, -345. Won't win a round 1 loss for him is a stunner, but it went 367 at 202. And the 60-foot, folks, 963 to the 60.
Man.
963 to the 60.
Are you serious? 963.
That's like, I'll take that ET slip over a win any day. But yeah, how good's Wade? He wants to cut the tree. It doesn't see, mate, the guy doesn't relax. He is competitive. So he was going to cut a light on Ricker because he knows Ricker cuts good lights. Johnny goes 109 in the 60. You saw the Camaro start to get that power in. He said the car's a different beast. The turbos on it now makes the power delivery so wicky, if you can call it that. In other words, that power delivery, when it comes on hard. He said, we've got to completely tune this car again to the new power characteristics of these bigger turbos. So once he gets that thing is going to go. Even on troubled runs to play percentage, he's 1 from 1, Johnny Ricker. That's all that matters here, Mark.
I can tell you the round 2 matchups. Wade Wagstaff will take on Jared Wood.
Right.
Symbolics will take on Ricker.
Yes.
Paul Merry and Grubby.
Oh,
the other
great
pairing.
run. Battle of the blocks of flats. A couple of blocks of flats go at each other. Malibu and Nova, the 2 big slabs going down the track. Can't wait for that. Folks, hands up, do you think, was that pretty good first round for Outlaw Radial? Hands up if you think that was more than a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I think it's a 10 out of 10.
5 of our 6 cars into the 3-second zone. The quickest of those cars not getting a win.
We talk about this every year at Riot. What does the end of the year look like? This is a culmination of the cream rising to the top, but then you get that sniff of new blood, and you see the new blood. I mean, we've just rattled off names from everywhere, from Queensland, Victoria, you name it. We've got people from everywhere wanting to compete, and the quality of racing is that good. We are in a good place. Lorenzo in round 1. Yep. Okay. So.
Let's have a look at the pairings for Outlaw 275.
Just finishing off for a second. Yep. It's just that little sample of how the year went. How are we finishing the year? Are we as strong at the end of the year as we were at the first 2 events? The answer is yes. In fact, we have not only seen this for ourselves, we can't explain why it is so good, other than these teams are getting their heads around this stuff. And there's an example right there. You would not predict Wade Wagstaff would do a cherry. He wouldn't be intending to do that. He just wanted to cut a light and not be left behind. It's guys that are now the people everyone's chasing. And remember, we didn't see Andrew Zada come up this weekend, but he wants the title back. He wants to be the king. They all want to beat the quickest. And at the moment, Wade's still fending them all off. And when you can go around 1, you want to back yourself for a round 1 hit. The only thing he let down really was himself. He let the run down, because the 67 at 202 was right on the mark, and the 963. That's almost playing ridiculous percentages with the 66s and the 67s the car's been running. That's straight away. Can he come back from none from 1 and be that dominating? We don't know. We can't write the script. We don't write the script.
When I look at the matchups for round 2, you've got Symbolics and Ricker both with wins in round 1. They've got to race each other. Wood has Wagstaff, the other winner of round 1. So if Wagstaff gets a win there, there'll only be one driver going into round 3 with the potential to get 3 wins from 3 starts. But there's a bit to play out in Outlaw Radial. Let's have a look at Outlaw 275 pairings. They'll be up next here. Of course, Outlaw 275 brought to us by Spot On Performance and TSP Racing this weekend. Big thank you to those guys. Now, you've got some news about Lorenzo.
Yes.
The Lotto.
Yes. Now, after I did the quick little duck off to the bathroom to make sure I'm going to be right for the rest of the day thing, and I ducked down there and I just did a quick lap through the Group 1 pits. Now, I had 10 minutes to get back here before round 1, and I thought if I go down the middle there, I might not be back for 10 minutes, but I thought I'll just go quickly cruise up the staging, up the pits. Just went through, and then stop there and see the Rock. Jeff Johnson, his tuner there, just goes, looks like we'll see you in round 2. And I said, oh, yeah, what are you waiting for? And he goes, we're waiting for rockers from Brisbane. I think Justin from Horsepower Solutions and the Kenda, co-promoter, I think he's helped them out with some rockers. I think they're a shaft mount rocker or something like that. So they must have broken a couple of rockers there. So they're getting the rockers in transit. He's not going to have them on the car by round 1, but he'll be back for round 2. How does that affect points and belts and championships when the 2 hottest guys chasing it were the finalists in Sydney, Lorenzo Galotto and Tony Webby Webb? Now, isn't this funny that we can't write this script? Yesterday, Webby did succumb to a little bit of damage in the big block. Something's gone wrong, put it this way, a little bit of the engine's DNA's let itself down in some way. A sleeve might have moved or something's moved within the engine that's started to put a few clearances in there that aren't explainable. So instead of risking more damage, he decided to park it. Now, where does that leave his stint at trying to win a belt when Lorenzo went 26, 26, 32 yesterday? So Lorenzo hit the track really hard yesterday, but obviously that 32 in the last run has succumbed to some engine issues too. So all of a sudden, Webby just said, all I've got to do is get to round 1, and if he's there at round 1, I've just got to be 1 win away from him. That's what Webby's worked it out as. So guess what? The fact that looks like Lorenzo's got to put the hand up and say, I won't be there for round 1, but I'll be there for round 2, goes to show that you can't predict the way this thing happens. It's ironic that it's like a bit of breakage yesterday stopped Webby's progress short. Lucky enough, he had the street car as the backup. Lorenzo's had that car in Sydney this year. They towed it all the way from Perth to Sydney. They've now got it up here in Brisbane. To then have that little mechanical failure there, just stop you dead too. Just goes to show, I mean, you're still hunting that prize around the country to do it. And it's just that little bit of triumph and tragedy that can all be in one. So I'd love to see how tight it actually ends up here. But here's the man with a different lease on life coming out now, and that's Tony Webby Webb, as we've just been explaining. Him and Lorenzo have been locked in this 275 battle. They single-handedly dropped that 275 number probably 5-6 times over the course of testing and racing. It went to a 13 on Friday, and then all day it was still 13 with Webby, and then Lorenzo went 12 with a 9. And get this, round 1 of eliminations, they both go 408 in their respective pairs. They didn't run 408 together, but they ran identical 408s in round 1 in different races, and then met each other in the final. So that's been a story of the epic lead up to this moment, where he's been stopped short with the big hatchback. I'm calling it the heartbreak hatchback for the moment, not James Brown. But Tony Webby Webb has got his Leroy Brown, bad Leroy Brown, the toughest little plastic engine powered rear mounted turbo Tirana in town. And he's just going to get this thing in and try and race what I call, well, Jamie Jeffries, the guy that you've got to say is the bully in this fight. It's a little bit more engine, a little bit lighter, destined to be a heavy hitter into the low 4-second zone. Webby's got a car that runs mid-550s, 540, so he's coming to the gunfight with a little 38 instead of a 44. So let's just see what happens here at round 1 of Outlaw 275. Round 1 of racing, Spot On Performance and TSP Racing. We're going to Bump City. Oh, Jamie carries the wheel, 119, 60 foot, and it won't be Tony with the win light, but it will be a 463 for Jamie. That's a great one. 157 mile an hour goes 1 from 1. Tony Webb, 139. He did leave on Jamie. That Tirana still went almost, I reckon, a PB. 527
that's
at 138.
I've seen him do this weekend.
So there we go. That's a PB for that car. 527 at 138. Isn't it nice to have your little backup street car, your drag challenge car?
Pretty speed, though. That's a big pickup. 138.
So, bad Leroy Brad. Remember, Holden V8 powered as well. Rear-mounted turbo at the back. The car's been well documented as to its build, and it's good to see he pulls the old brown Tirana out there in times of need. He's still none from one, so technically Lorenzo is none from one as well. So no one's one win ahead yet. So let's just see how it all pans out by the end. I'm sure the guys will crunch the numbers on that.
I think they might get. Do they get lose points for appearing?
No, I don't think we go as far as giving lose points for that. But we'll nut that out how it's going. Again, we won't overthink it. Tony will be more on it than most, and I do think that I think just by virtue of the can't make round one, might just see Lorenzo fall short there. It's too early to call. Hey. First pairing of Outlaw 275, it's a little bit too early to call how it's all going to end up, don't you think? So that's the first match-up for him. Now, scheduled now will be, well, it was supposed to be, hang on, this was supposed to be, here we go. All right, let's look back at what we got in front of us. Jamie Jeffries, Mark Allen, and Webby were not supposed to race each other, but
No, you've got the wrong sheet, mate.
Oh, you got the new sheet,
I got an
sorry.
updated one. Yeah.
Who was he? So that's what we're waiting for here. Blair gets the bye. It is Bazina and Whitehurst. That's right. I think Jimmy Whitehurst came back, said he was out, but then he's back in. I've got the old one, thank goodness. But it was supposed to be Lorenzo and Randall Laurie. So that'll be one from one for Randall Laurie. It's this other matchup that I'm interested in here, Bazina and Whitehurst. Because it's I don't know what Lorenzo can do from here. We know what Webby's capable of. I do think that we're going to see some stepping up there. If Jeffrey's on the right track there, it's really anyone's taking. I could never rule out Terry Androutsos and the RX3. He's due to race Nathan Rose shortly. But
all of our competitors were in the 4-second zone, other than Webby.
It's just interesting that we've had a substitute car come in. We've got a car that's gone missing. We had a guy come in that was out. That last juggle, I mean, that was close. They were in the lanes when that new sheet came out. But just the whole fact that news came back that the Mustang of Lorenzo was not coming up the lanes is then that we had to basically see Randall Laurie get the bye. But I think we'll match him with Blair up. I reckon Laurie and Blair.
Mate, if we keep having stoppages, the Lotto might get to the station lanes.
Oh, well, you never know. It happens at Winter National sometimes, doesn't it?
It has happened.
Those
all right.
big drawn out thrashers and oil downs that hold you. All right, Jimmy Whitehouse. This is Whitehorse Hurst. Start again.
You'll get there, mate. Do it again.
Start again.
Do it
Steve Bazina. Steve Bazina from Narrawarren, Victoria. I call it the XW. Proline 481X. Leaf spring, 4,000 pounds. 6 second, 215 mile an hour. Any questions? Right. Jim Whitehurst from Castle Hill Performance, the VL Calais. I think it's got a nasty turbo LS in this car.
He seems to be backing up a fair way.
Used to be an RB30 in that thing, but
is he going to do another burnout, or is he?
Jimmy's
is he
gone back.
He's
at
gone.
So he'll be none from one. He can come back round two.
Bazina's going to get the win here.
Bazina gets a shot. He gets a 1 from 1. Jimmy Whitehurst, unfortunately, a little issue. He'll go back, fix it up, be back for round 2. Now, who's he due to run in round 2? Jimmy gets a bye. None from 1, but a guaranteed win in round 2. All right, Bazina, let it rip. Oh, does it well. 453, 170. Pull that thing up, please, will you, Steve? I always think about how much work the brakes do when 4,000 pounds of XW goes through the quarter at 215. Let's pull that thing up. 170 in the 8th for a 4,000 pound XW is pretty stout. I honestly think, hands up who reckons they've made a better decision coming to Kenda than going to Bathurst. Who reckons they made a better decision? Yes, these are the real supercars. I don't think you see 4,000 horsepower XWs at Bathurst. Mind you, you could have 100 horsepower XW in the wet down there. It'd be pretty awesome, wouldn't it?
It'd be fun.
Mate, that is one
Anyways,
of my favourite cars, that car. And hats off to Steve as well. I think that's 3 trips to Queensland with that car this year, or 2 trips, Jamboree and this Kenda, and I think he came to Kenda, Sydney. So he's definitely supported the scene with this car. He's got a car that's kind of welcome everywhere. So when you get to see that car, it's an absolute gift. I must say, you know, honestly, that's been a labour of love, that car. It was very stout. I think it ran a 6 with a small block. I mean, it had a pretty highly strung small block, twin turbo small block in that thing before he went pro line. And now it's almost like it's got so much of everything, you can almost go easy on it, and it's going to eventually get to 430. Big shout out to Janie Smith. Janie Smith sends me a picture of a beer, and she's watching the live stream, not watching Bathurst. That's right.
That's what we'd like to hear.
God, mate, honestly, I'm seriously, after watching this stuff for 2 days, I'm going to turn on Bathurst tomorrow, and I'm going to fall asleep immediately, because we don't get this when you turn that on. You know what I mean? We are getting some wild machinery here, bigger horsepower than you can ever imagine. 600, 650. Really? Oh, we got 650 horsepower in a Camaro, mate. We got 4,000 in a Camaro.
And you know what the other difference is? That if you make a mistake at Bathurst, so you've got 100 laps to make up for it. You make a mistake here, that's it, you're done.
Yeah. Mind you, if you do make a big mistake at Bathurst, you can bin the whole thing. But guess what? Oh, that can happen here too. That's right. Don't think just because you guys can bin them big, we can't bin them big. Not that we wish that, but these things are capable of it. When you strap 622 cubes of big block Chev into an RX3 on a 275 ladder bar suspension and 3 inches of rear suspension travel, you're begging for trouble. That's Terry Andrutsos, round 1, the Castle Hill guys. Beside him, Nathan Rose from Mount Louisa in Queensland.
So Terry only got the 1 pass last night, didn't he, with that 452.
OGs to the lanes, please. OGs to the lanes.
Here we go, Nathan Rose went 4.97 yesterday in qualifying. Both cars in the 4-second zone. Round 1, Outlaw 275.
Oh, we're Drutos 122 to a 121. 440 for the RX3, 440. 174, thank you very much. 477 for Nathan Rose. 121 on the 60. 096 to an 089 light. 089 for Drutos, 096 on the button. These guys are cutting by. Look at that. 122, 121.
That was just a good race.
And the left-hand wheel for the RX3 lost on the ground. Here we go.
So this is a paired pass solo run.
This is 2 paired solos. So Blair had the bye, and Lorenzo is missing. So that's one for Renegade. Renegade, let's go. Renegade to the lanes. Up, Renegades. Renegade to the lanes, please. Let's go, go, go. Renegade 550 to the lanes, please. Get cracking. Renegade. We're racing tonight, Mark. We're not hanging around.
Well, Randall Laurie won the outstanding Outlaw 275 award that we had here this morning.
I don't blame them. The judges, they were never spot on. That thing deserves, well, when you're blowing, you're knowing anyway. But here's the Super. Check this out. What a matchup. Oh. Nice and easy. 500. Supra not at the right time for Jared Blair to be cutting any sort of light on the Pro Tree. A 195 reaction time. 073 off the button for Randall Laurie. 500, 139 mile an hour. The car yesterday went 499 with a 9 and a 497. So that thing has been on point every consistent. Single run.
I'll give you a quick recap of the drives that picked up W's in that round 1 of racing. Laurie, Nathan, Terry Androtsu, Zena,
yep.
Jeffries and Blair pick up W's in round 1 of Outlaw 275, brought to us by the guys over at Spot On Performance at TSP Racing.
All right, so a blown LC Tirana, a Turbo RX3 big block, a Proline XW, a Turbo LS Mustang, and a Supra all with a win. I love this cultural diversity. You don't get any more diversity than this. This is a crack at first round Altec Outlaw 235 matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, where does your sentiment lie? Put your hands up if you're going for the big blow and Holden. Anyone for the Holden? The Gazzard boys? Who's going for the little Corolla, the KE10? Who's just up for the Hoff? Anyone? Hands up for the Hoff. Hands up for the Hoff. There we go, 2 and 3. This is a ding-dong battle.
Number 1 qualifier, Scotty Cortina. Scott Hoffman ran a 5:24. He was the 5th quickest vehicle here in Outlaw 235.
Oh, Hoff, give it to him. Give it to him when he gets off the throttle. Let's Cortina, 476. Hoff, 108 on the tree, 077 for Scotty. Identical 60s. Identical 60 foot.
Hoff was
127,
beside him,
127. Both cars, 127. Hoff had to get off at 330 foot. But folks, that's the round. That's the price of admission to run that position.
Having a look at the Outlaw 235 Haltech Collision Management Systems Championship ladder, Scotty Cortina is leading the championship.
Can I take a quick photo of the seating for Outlaw 275 for Lorenzo? Is it just there? Is that okay? So there we go. There you go.
Next pairing out here in Outlaw 235, we have got Simon O'Carroll in the Tirana to take on Rohan Brown in the LJ Tirana.
Oh, well, look, he's from up in North Queensland. I'm sure we can call him Rowan, but if you want to dress him up a bit, let's call him Rohan.
Rohan.
Simon O'Carroll. There's no other way to say it. Simon O'Carroll. Simon O'Carroll swimming pools. 648 cubes, 3 kits, but he's on a 235. He was voted as the most outstanding 235 effort here this weekend. I know we can't keep giving to the Gazzard brothers just yet. Rohan Brown going to light the wick here on the Turbo 2JZ. It's a 2JLJ. O'Carroll just goes straight in. Clean green. Walks it off the line. O'Carroll just uses all of that nitrous grunt to go 479 on a 235 to a 500. Rohan not too far behind. Nearly into the fours. 500 at 148 mile an hour. Both a little bit tardy on the tree for my liking. 290 for Rohan. But win is a win. Alex Bamford and Shannon Reeves. So another guy on the nitrous. Shannon, 588 cubes on Big Block Shed. Gazzard Brothers, KPM. It's got all of that same brains trust. And Shannon Reeves is from Lara in Victoria, another in the stater, helping us make the Kenda 660 family all that more special when we have the Kenda family gatherings, the brotherhoods and the sisterhoods. Alex Bamford, 400 cubes of twin turbo small block, very much the underdog in these matchups, but still good to see him on a 235. It's a car that he can drive here and drive home and still let go of the button on a pro tree. That's the Kenda difference. And I don't know where to put it up. Don't know where to put it up just yet, because I know the 588 cubes of some nitrous here. It can go wrong on a small tyre, but the boys seem to be on a bit of a tear at the moment, Mark.
Well, Bamford was close to getting my Announcer's Choice Award yesterday.
Oh, just like this, just like this, just like this, just like this. There we go. 599 and the win for Alex Bamford, and just like this, Shannon Reeves just zings the tyres as he drives that car off the line, and the Mustang could not recover, and Bamford got that HQ to the 660 as quick as he could, and he did it. 122 mile an hour to 141 on the charge.
He was coming back at him. Reeves was closing in.
He was a half a second too late. So hats off to the guys for their efforts in Haltech Outlaw 235. We're still not done yet. We've got some other combinations here. I just love the variety that comes out of this category. It's the ultimate combination of everything we can get out of the garages of Brisbane, Queensland, Victoria, WA, whatever. And here he is, Mr. Juan Kudnik and Matt Dack. This will be a great little race here. It's 4,000 pounds, another 4,000 pound street car, by the way. 4,000 pounds, leaf sprung, pump gas. I think he's back to a turbo for one, and that's all, no blower. Matt Dack, the RB30, I believe, on board the Dado 1200. Juan's got to get in here.
It's all right, the timer doesn't start until he's in pre-save now, so he's got 7 seconds to get in now. He's in.
Oh, he's done a little job on that. He's done a job on him, and that is one tough street car on the 235, 538 to a 613. So Matty Dack, yeah, one off the button, 077. 077 off the tree, 131 in the 60. What do we see? 125, 126 in the 60 for like Gazzard's in there. So there's 131. So and O'Carroll, I think, a 125, 126.
Yes, I think Gazzard's a bit to the 1
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this man, he's made, now I do believe he swapped tyres. Mick Arnold yesterday, never used to be able to pick what size tyre he was on. Yesterday he said, look, he's on a 235 Nankang because he spun the beadlocks off at his original set of Mickey 235s. Now, word is, and I can see the MT from here, that MT doesn't spell Nankang last time I looked. He's got the Mickeys back on it. Well, he's got to start from scratch now, Mick. Yeah, that's what scratch looks like. Right? So, back to the drawing board. But remember, just this year in Sydney on the Friday, Mick Arnold, even though he was on and off the throttle about twice in that car, ran the first 460 and 235 history on the test day in Sydney. And before the end of the weekend, saw the 235 mark not only get into the 60s, but then into the 50s from more than, I think the Gazzards with one, and then Simon O'Carroll decides to put the 315 on there, and it's amazing how the marks move, and Mick Arnold continues to just do with the old faithful HT on leaf springs. It's actually essentially a race between a couple of the quickest leaf spring cars in the country.
A big thank you to Haltech there. That's the closing of round 1 for Outlaw 235. We are now moving into OG 315, brought to us by the guys over at Lotus Caravans. The market for a caravan, check them out, Lotus Caravans. Round 1 matchup here. Kyle Hop in the Camaro for 6 boost to take on Michael Nichols in the Calais. Beside him, having a look at what they ran in qualifying. Hop went a 4:58. He was our number 5 qualifier. Nichols went a 4:98, so not too much between these two cars. Hop with lane choice has gone over there in the Rocket Industries lane.
It's a great little equaliser class because, again, they're all still finding their feet. It's not like we're all seasoned OG 315 racers. We've essentially only had the category less than 12 months. And we're seeing a great mix of cars coming in there. And let's have a look what happens here. Kyle Hobbs with Turbo Big One. Adam Nichols on the Turbo LS.
Nichols deep stage.
Bump City.
Nichols has got a big hole shot. He's got 2/10 on the tree.
Kyle, 470 to a 496. What a great runner. Come from behind victory. Can we have another call now? Ruckus. Ruckus to the lanes, please. So Renegade to the lanes. Ruckus to the lanes, please. So Renegade should be there. Ruckus should be there. Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. We're not done yet, Mark. We ain't done yet. Have a look at this matchup. God, the quality car is fantastic. And we've got 1,080 cubes out there, Mark. We've got Clint Hepburn in the Gemini known as Casper, that white Gemini. In other parts of the world, I think it's called an Opal, not an Opal record. I think it's a little, I had it. I think Opal Cadet. Damien Boyce, the Nova beside him, both sporting twin turbo, big block Chevs, Mark, both 4-second OG 315 cars. We've got to thank Lotus Caravans. George, big shout out if you're catching up with the stream. Down back at the Caravan and Boating Expo. Could we do Lotus Watercraft next? Maybe George gets into the boat industry as well. God, you imagine that. Billet RBs everywhere. All of a sudden we've got pleasure craft with billet RBs in them. Oh, that might be a great idea actually. I'd buy a Barra 24-footer. I'd never thought about buying a boat, but if I could get one with a billet Barra in it, I'd have it. All right, time to go to Bup City, folks. They ain't going nowhere right now. Come on, boys.
This is a bit of a staging, Jill.
Don't be shy. All right,
here we go.
They're engaged. Here comes the bulbs. We're in Bup City.
Oh, 030 like a voice. But the win light will go to Clint Hepburn, 446, 171 miles an hour. Boyce goes 492, 144 mile an hour. Killer reaction time from Boyce, 030 to an 090. And gets the win, and it's already disappeared off our screen. That was quick. Hepburn gets a win here in round 1 of Lotus Caravans OG 315. We've got a solo pass here. Aaron Gregory, he was our slowest car in qualifying yesterday, ran a best of a 5.15, but the speed was all right, 145 mile an hour. For ASG Motorsports, this HR.
Here's a quick question, just
mate.
while we digress.
What have you got for us?
Simon Graham to the lanes. If you are out, send us a quick message because your matchup, Manny, is waiting for Simon Graham in Lane 1. Harry's gone, Harry Hayes in the lanes going, where's our matchup? So Simon Graham, if you are on your way, get to the lanes. They're waiting for you. All right, he's got the pop solo here, Aaron Ricky. Oh, I can't take my eye off the left-hand front wheel. 5.10 at 149, folks. How good did that look?
She had the dangle.
How does the dangle look? I love that dangle. If you see that left-hand wheel not move, and we're lucky, we've got this angle here, Mark, where we see the daylight under it. You guys where you're sitting may not see as much daylight as we see, but that thing was in the air for 300 foot again. They look so fantastic in flight, don't they? To see classic shapes hauling ass, barely staying on the ground. I mean, it's real supercars.
What I'm getting from Aaron Gregory's pass there, 149 mile an hour. And I look at the 60 foot, only 1.40 to the 60 foot. So he really is taking it soft off the start line to get this thing down because that speed should be into the 4 second zone. Moving on to our next pairing here in OG 315 Baddest Caravans. We've got Stephen Carkeet in the EH Holder to take on Marcus Page in the T-Bucket.
Oh, look, I can't pick this one either. These guys are almost identical in the ET. Steve Carkeet, beautiful EH Holden from Jim Boomba. Turbo LS on board. And you know, if you weren't impressed by the immaculate HR panel van the previous run, you've got to go. If you're a Holden lover, and remember with all this crying and madness this week when the poor old Commodore retires, you know, that last Commodore, the least cool Commodore they ever made, Commodore. I rate that less than the Starfire VC. That's what I rate that less than. I rate that less than the 2850 V8. Marcus Page, though, 572 cubes on the spray. Hold shot. Watch out, Carkeet. You're not going to catch that hot rod snoozing on the line. So Marcus Page goes 1 from 1 in OG 315. And remember, this is registered in New Zealand, this car. So Marcus, 1 for the Kiwis, 1 for the hot rods, 1 for the Mopar fans, 1 for the nitrous lovers. There's a win for a lot of people. A lot of minority groups all in one run. Carkeet, the Holden lovers, you'll come back and fight in next round. He's got to race in the next round. Or Steve Carkeet's going to buy the next round. Marcus Page has to race Danny Lansdowne, whom we haven't seen yet.
Okay, next up we've got our points leader in Lotus Caravans OG 315, James Horan and Brad Cullen.
And I thought
Battle of the Utes.
And I thought that we'd put a couple of things on. Because we planned this thing for the MP3, not where we just get so lucky. These guys just find these classes with their combos and we stand there and go, look at that blown and injected big block Chev powered Valiant Ute. And then I go, who's he racing? Oh, it's the twin turbo 511 Hemi powered Hilux.
Well, I can tell you that Aaron Gregory is number 2 in the championship. He got a win here in round 1.
Yes.
It's less than a round of racing separating
James
Horan.
Needs to win.
He needs to win to keep that slim points lead that he has in the championship. James Horan needs to get a win here in round 1 against Brad Cullen. Horan only got down the track 1 time yesterday.
He left it to the last minute last night. He won the $500 for the home run, for the home run derby. He's got to hit another home run right now. He's got to hit a home run against Fox Cullen, or else Fox will have him. Oh, whole shot to the Ute, the Valiant, but here comes the Hilux goes 441 for the win, 441, 039. Fox got him on the tree, 039 for the Valiant, low 71 for James Horan. Hey, 116 for Brad Cullen.
That is stout.
116 probably on the back tyres. 116 probably on the back tyres. James Horan did what he needed to do. The Black Utes found its way to the stripe in front, and he's well and truly in the fight for an OG 315 championship. But he's going to be fought all the way to the end by everyone in the category. And look at this. Glenn Finnegan, Nitrous, 598 cube, Nova. He's got Danny Lansdowne. I shouldn't say the new kid on the block. It's just the new evolution. The ultimate VL long roof. This is the latest evolution of Danny Lansdowne's famous spot-on performance station wagon. 2JZ. He's actually on a 275, I believe. But due obviously because the car literally inside is almost like a pro mod. It's got too much for Outlaw, too much for OG 275. Oh, just spun him this time. Spun him this time. He'll be back in the next round. Finnegan's going to go 1 from 1 with a pretty decent 530 at 136 mile an hour. 530. So another call for Ruckus, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Ruckus to the lanes, please. Renegade and Ruckus, you should be in the lanes. Rumble and Rebels, I'd start rolling out soon. We've got. You just don't want to run up the back of the Renegade, so just hold off for a sec.
It doesn't look like Graham has got around to the lanes here in round 1.
I sent a message. I sent a message to Simon Graham. I said, "Are you guys missing round 1?" And I've got no answer. And that might describe him as saying no. So guess what, Manny? You can either have a crack here or just save the bits. No. They're saying do it again. Manny came out of the water and didn't get a good skid in. So they're just coming back to make sure he gets another crack at it. So Manny Debencrap was supposed to meet Simon Graham. So that the Doubleman family's twin turbo small block Tirana. I sent a message to Simon. Harry had sent me a message in the lanes to say, where's our opponent? And we've called for Simon Graham and he's not there. So Manny is on a solo. He's going to go 1 from 1. He's another car. It's a little bit like Danny Lansdowne. It's a 275 tyre, but the car itself, 3/4 chassis style car, is too radical a modification to be called an OG 275 car. So they are effectively outlaw 275 sort of stuff in the future. But can go into OG because they're steel roof and quarters and they fit in our requirements, very loose requirements.
I think you've only got to meet
the only time
of
you
the
need to
4
bring a rule book out is if you want to achieve parity and fairness in racing. And when you already get parity and fairness, there's no need for a rule book, is there?
No, the Radial Tire does that for us.
So he's not getting this thing lit up.
He's having issues, yeah.
I think they had transmission or converter problems with this car, so that thing does not want to do any stalling. I think you boys have either can't persevere other than just get your bulb in and go back and bump it in and practice for the next round because you've got to race Kyle Hoff. No mean feat.
Yeah, well, Hoff went a 470 here in round 1, so...
No mean feat to take on Kyle Hoff in the second round. So right now, I think Manny's just got to get that thing into stage and that's it.
See what happens here for Manny.
The Kings of Bling. The Kings of Bling. Yep, just got to do that, mate. Off you go. Now, of course, this car was the ex-Mullins Jared Wood car, the first 3-second car in Australia when Jared did it at Riot a few years ago. Johnny Ricker has fought in that car from Race Parts Melbourne, of course. He's got in that. Since then's gone to the Camaro, so this was, I shouldn't say laying around, but a good thing to put together, and Manny in there driving it. All right, and a call now for Renegades. Final call. Renegades to the lanes. Round 1, please. Come on, guys. Chop, chop. Just keep your ears peeled. Renegades to the lanes, please. Ruckus to the lanes, please. So Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please. We're into OG 275, I think, now, Mark.
Yep, big thank you to Lotus Caravans there for OG 315. We now move into round 1 of OG 275, brought to us by the guys over at Outlaw Performance Exhaust. First pairing out here in OG 275, it will be Tanya Thompson to take on Michael Bazile.
Now, I dig these Commodores. These are the Commodores I dig. We don't have to mourn the final viewing of the Commodore like everyone else thinks is happening. We know the Commodore will live on forever in this motorsport, and we will see beautiful examples of every single one. It will be a rolling museum of Commodore horsepower forever. Tanya Thompson, Turbo LS VH Commodore. Check out Michael Bazile's very swift HSV Grange with that late model Holden look. Tough as. Bump City, ladies first. Oh, hold shot for the lady. Oh, little pedal. On and off the throttle. On and off the throttle. She's going to take the win. It wasn't pretty. And, yeah, Michael Bazile.
There is a bit of smoke out of the back of Tanya's car as well.
He either didn't light it up. He either didn't get the wick lit ready, but moved it in there at the last moment. So the win there for Tanya, 5.53 at 1:16. It was carrying on all over the place, cutting in and out. A little bit of smoke on the overrun down the end. So we are just having a quick look down the back to make sure there's nothing askew or amiss with either of those cars. It was, I think, more the VH Commodore in front. Here we go. Well, quick little walk to make sure we're okay down the deep end. Just bear with us. We are going for a wander now, just to check that far lane, Mark. Just from what we were seeing over the hill. A little bit of smoke on the way down the braking area.
Yeah, there was. Just had Tanya's car out. I wasn't sure if she was spinning or not. It definitely looked like it was spinning. And then after she went through the finish line there, it started to... a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car there.
We've just
having a look.
we're just sending for a more wide-scaled investigation. So I think we're coming down on a buggy to investigate. So just hold on just for a sec there, folks. If we're finding something, we've just got to identify what it is and for how far it goes, if it is anything at all. So yeah, you're going to crunch some numbers on some points here, Mark.
I'm not going to crunch any numbers, but I was just having a look at the championship points.
I mean, it's the
In
first
OG.
time I've seen it this year, just to be honest.
Yeah, Outlaw Performance Exhaust OG 275. Having a look at the championship ladder, John Elfs is currently number 1 in the points. Trent Brimble, number 2. Brett Benz rounding out the top 3. So those are probably the 3 drivers that are going to be fighting out for the belt at the end of the night. Elfs, obviously, he was our number 2 qualifier as well, so he started off the weekend pretty well. He's got a slight lead in the championship.
So that's it's only 10 points, and you can see that in our round 2 race, which was here at Willowbank, it was actually the win there to Brett Benz. So it was the win there to Brett Benz.
And Elf's got runner-up.
And Brimble obviously got a win or two. And then in round 3 in Sydney, Brimble won, Elf's runner-up. So that's how they've arrived at that point spread. Benzie didn't get to Sydney. So whatever he does today might have to be a really big move, and everyone else to stumble at the last barrier. But I do think that will be a great mix-up, because there's a few other names just down there a little bit lower that can really get in the way of someone's quest just for that last 10 points that they need to win a championship. So it's exciting, though, isn't it? I mean, we don't make a hell of a lot of fuss about people winning championships. It's just like, right, we're going to turn up a few times a year. If you do turn up, there's a chance we'll have a nice reward for you, not only on the day, i.e. over 100 plus grand in prize money just this year. Secondly, pretty well killer track prep. And what we saw in Sydney this year was the best day in Australian radial history. So that's not a bad achievement to have as part of your championship. And then have guys, know that they're in with a little bit of a chance. And when you do the big final kahuna at the end of the year, the Radial Riot, here we are, the traditional end of our Kenda radial season, the Battle of the Belts. Someone wants that belt. They're a hell of a trophy. It's not often that you can have a trophy cabinet, but there's nothing like having a real sort of, wrestling belt as a championship. So those guys are all not bad. It's a hell of a trophy to have. And when you consider that the radial community is as not only rich and diverse, I'd say on average our little racer base is probably 300, 400 cars. But they're a hell of a suite, 300 to 400 cars. To know that you can cut it amongst this group goes to show just how deep this racing has touched. The investment's been mind-blowing. The cars that continue to turn up just stun me. It's like, how many more garages are out there or something? And every year at Riot, we see the new ones start to be debuted. And I know there's a whole bunch that didn't quite make it here this weekend that will be part of either having a go before the end of the year, either coming to the track and testing or whatever, or a couple of other events they might be able to get into. But I can tell you, Kenda 2023 is going to, we just continue to just chip off this solid piece of brilliant granite that we've got and find another shiny edge of either a new name or a combo. And we know there's more coming. We just know. I was talking to the boys from Carl Cox Racing down there before, and Carl's pretty keen to come back in and not only have a bit of a go in Pro Mod, but he's got that Capri there, that proven 6-second quarter mile. I'd say a great OG car. I'd love to see the OG of electronic dance music in OG 275 next year. And can Carl's people put that somewhere in the diary next year? Carl, can we clear some schedule there? We need you at a Kenda and OG 275 with that Capri. Thank you. We want to, as the Mayor of Bump City, I'm offering you a personal invitation to bump in next year. I know he wants to. He's been working very hard over in Europe. But that's great when we get to see guys like him turn up at some of our events. So keep your ears peeled for what 2023's calendar looks like. We normally at least try and do 3 or 4 of them. The Sydney round is we already know. I'm excited about the next Sydney round anyway, after what we saw at the last Sydney round. I'm excited about what we're going to see not only at the end of this day, but in 2023 as well, because some of these guys aren't going to stop until they're at the top of their game. And if you are choosing to go racing in a certain style, a lot of these people have made it pretty clear to us that they've made a decision, a pretty big commitment to be a part of something like this. Now, look, folks, let's lay it out for you. Can you see what these people are doing down there with tractors and stuff? We've got I don't know how many minutes wait. But I'm just, this was an interesting note that we'd like to try and tell racers. If we do have downtime on the track, racers would like to know if they can probably get out of the cars because it's hot. I don't know how many minutes we've got here. How long do they say? Okay, 5. All right, folks, it's only 5 apparently. Sometimes we think the worst. Oh, dude, that's 30 minutes. Let's go somewhere for 30 minutes. No, we've got 5 minutes. Can you wait 5 minutes, Stu? Can you wait 5 minutes? Yeah, okay. So, whatever that was, it was only very slight, thank goodness, and we are not shelling out lots of that rice hull ash, that nasty powder stuff that we have to clean up. It's just a little rub from there. But that did sort of happen from the 660 onwards, so it's almost still doing the white test a bit further. So the assessment is 5 minutes from race control. Big shout out to everyone watching the stream. A big shout out to Michael Hamandos in New South Wales, watching from Sydney. Sends me a little message there to say, is there any live stream on today? I said, Mick, you've been living under a rock. Get onto YouTube, get onto Overtaking Lane, and you'll see the Kenda 660 live stream there. Actually, we'll have to ask the guys. I did have the stream up there before. I don't know how many people. Oh, there we go. We've got 6, thanks to Overtaking Lane, we've got this beautiful radial live stream going right across the world onto, right now, 648 other people across the world watching. So we've got nearly 650 on here right now from all over the world watching our radial right pan out. So that's good to see. A big shout out to everyone watching on that Overtaking Lane live stream. Like and share. I do believe we were topping nearly 800 last night. So at one stage we had nearly 1,000 on there watching from across the world. So you know what? If this is our way of getting it on tape, so to speak, or getting these events recorded, this is what we've got to do. We've got these streams on YouTube. And a lot of racers actually love this because they'll participate in the event. They can go back to YouTube and watch the stream, actually watch their own performance. It's actually really quite a cool thing to be able to have if you're an entrant in an event, to have someone like Overtaking Lane, and the guys do a great job, cover it with a stream here to provide this racing, get it recorded, get it able to be rewatched forever. All of this, I've always said to the boys, this stuff deserves 100,000 people watching because it's simply the best Australian sedan racing you can get down a drag strip. I think there's other ways to do it, of course. We've got everything from Pro Mod, Pro Slammer, our factory Extreme cars. We've got some of the quickest door cars in the world with every power adder, just about. We've got what have we got? We've got one of the top 10 quickest 4 cylinders. I know in the quickest 6 cylinders we're not as fast anymore as we used to be. We count Rod Harvey, the Kiwi, as an Australian. So yes, a top 10 quickest 6-cylinder in the world. LS, I think we had a top as one of the quickest top 10 LSs in the world there for a while. Rotors, we don't even have that anymore. Puerto Rico's got that. But everything else in between, I mean, I think we're purely unique and different to everyone else in the world with what we play with here. And got to be very proud of what we can see. So, Overtaking Lane, live stream, people watching, listening from home, shout out to you.
We're about to get back underway,
part
mate.
of taking in this experience, this event, etched in time and history. It's almost like a portable. It's a personal, interactive time capsule that hopefully you come across in 10 years' time and remember that moment we talked about it. I know what I'll be doing the next 10 years, what these guys are doing. Brett Benz, here we go, OG275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Brett Benz, Old Goldie, Turbo Small Block, VL Commodore. What do you say about Guy Hall's 1969 blown EFI injected deep block? Hold the boat, something's leaking.
Yeah, he's been given the shut-off signal.
He's been given the shut-off. De Benz has got to trouble. Oh, Benz, it's Hall and Benzie. So Guy Hall got an issue, leakage. That's a disappointment. The Merc was ready. Old Goldie's ready here right now. So he's going to get a solo here because the Mercedes has maybe put something down which has got our attention. Or might have been something breathing pretty heavy, I don't know. But he gets a free hit here. Brett Benz, Warwick, Pedal and Paint. Oh. Didn't quite like it. Now it's going to be a gift, but it's not going to be much in the ET department. There it is, 963. It was all loaded up. He bumped that thing in. I think he might have had a little double thumb in it or something. Something just went a little bit fishy there. It could just be these tiny little niggling issues. I think they had a little tiny sensor issue the other day that can just creep up, that little gremlin that creeps in. Normally quickly diagnosed and rectified and then normally ready for another hit. So hopefully he'll be back fighting in the next round. Now he is up against John Elfson the next round. So that's going to be a great matchup of Queensland versus New South Wales OG275 matchup. But here's Johnny Elfs on his own now because he was supposed to run, I believe, says here Guy King.
So, yeah, Johnny Elfs is actually our championship leader. Yep. So it looks like he's going to go to solo pass here, get some valuable win points here in round one, which will put a little bit of pressure back on Trent Brimble, currently second in the championship. All right, we haven't seen Brimble out on track yet here for OG275 round one of racing. Okay, here's another scoop from the pit. So, yes, why did Simon Graham not make round one? Broke rockers on the startup. So they've got a rocker issue. And they're done.
They are done. So that throws a little thing into OG315 with no Simon Graham. There you go, on startup, breaks those damn rockers, Mark. I'm going to start bringing rockers to the track. I think I'm going to just open a little van, have 9,000 push rods, 86,000 rockers, and just be the valve train guy. Mate, you could be a truck on the road at drag week in the States, and you'd be selling lifters like sausage rolls, mate. You would be selling lifters like sausage rolls. What a great business idea. All right, anyone want to do it? Great. There's an idea. The old Diggs has come up with an idea. Just be the valve train guy. Because, geez, it's little things like that that stop you dead on race day. Absolutely stop you dead. Now, this is one of my favourite cars. Yes, it's a New South Wales team, but I do love Con and Vic and John. They are drag racing royalty, performance royalty, drag racing performance royalty. Yeah, baby. 118 for the VT. It goes 470, 155 mile an hour. Yes, that's a fighting first round hit if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that's the quickest pass we've seen in round one of racing so far here in OG 275, brought to us by Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Moving into the next pairing, it is our number 2 in the championship, Trent Brimble, in the Commodore for Swifties Race Engines to take on Jamie Kitching. Brimble ran a 4.73 in qualifying yesterday. Kitching went a 5.13, so 0.4 of a second separating these two cars. LS Turbo Power on board for Jamie Kitching in that TM Performance vehicle over there. OG 275, Brimble moving forward.
LS on board for the villain too, Trent Brimble. Now, I'm just going to take the previous run we just saw by John Elfs.
Yep.
And I'm going to do what we call an overlay. We'll overlay and see what Brimble's performance in the opposing lane would be like. Because I'm watching these two guys like a hawk. Well, I just think they might end up in the final, these two guys. They've been on the game in Sydney. I think this pass might prove it. Time to go to Bump City. OG 275. Whoa, that bowl. Oh, he held his cool. Held his cool. Not the best pair of reaction times I've ever seen, but a 473 with a 7. He ran a 473 with a 9 in qualifying. 511 from Jamie Kitchen is better than his 513 in qualifying. So 119 in the 60. I think Johnny Elf's went like 116 or something, or 118. But yeah, instead of a 470 from Elf, there's Brimble's 473. So yeah, that's a good line away from a dead heat.
Yeah, that's the thing that stands out for me for Brimble is that 392 reaction time. Definitely need to sharpen that up. Do they race each other, actually?
Yeah.
No, they don't. So Brimble has King next round, then he has Hall.
Oh, that's almost going to be the marquee matchup again.
That would have been, yeah.
Yep. Okay, a little bit more Turbo LS action. I love it because Paulie Fuller's got, I think, one in this little Gemini. You've heard of Casper? The exact opposite of that. There it is. You could put the two cars. Actually, we should get a photo of the Ghetto mod. I think that's what they call this thing. Paulie Fuller. The Ghetto mod. It's a real garage build, this thing. This doesn't probably been in too many workshops. It's been in Paulie Fuller's garage. I know that. Luke Knight, the Force Performance VL Calais ready to come in. Of course, Luke Knight's workshop's got plenty of horsepower going through it. Have a look at the flagship. How good does the VL look? The Commodore ain't dead. It never will be when it looks like that. One more time in OG 275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust. We're in Bump City, baby. Oh, Jamie gets the wheel up. What a launch. 127, but guess what? That little Gemini's got some on board. 544 the win for Paulie. A 333 light to a 440 light for Luke. The VL looked great, hoiking the wheel up, but just come up short. 2.5 tenths in the stripe. The Ghetto mod gets one. Garage 1, Workshop 0. Sorry, Shed. Let's just say Shed.
And we're going into Renegade. Big thank you to the guys over at Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pool supporting the Renegade bracket this weekend.
Thank you, Simon O'Carroll. Great match up here between Lynchy and Shane Bowden. So Bowser back. I think that is. I'll have to tell my uncle Jeff Watson, Watto, Bowser's here with some Turbo LS Commodore in Renegade. 550 index thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Bradley Lynch at Turbo Small Block HQ. Got to light these things up on a Pro Tree. Round 1 of our 550 Renegade class. Can't go under 550. Lynchy, very, very stout. Sorry, Aspo. I thought he might have been boosted. It sounds so angry. 572 or 122. 890 the loss there for Bowser, but he's getting the hang of it. I think it'll sink in what we're doing here, and that we've got some pretty quick cars in drag racing these days. And this guy, love this guy. I almost going to call him Mr. Renegade. Aris Cantolian. Obsessed with the 550 mark. Lachlan Miller, the Skyline, the R31 beside him. Coppo Camaro against R31. That's an Aussie radial matchup if I ever saw one. Got to light the wick here. Lachlan Miller. He smashes that off the line. All the R31's got some issues. 562 for Aris at only 113. Hello, hello.
Yeah, he got off of it early. Obviously, didn't want to go quicker than that 550. Miller, with issues, has done the right thing. Just gone off the racing surface towards the wall there just to... Hopefully he's not dropping anything.
Well, we did ask everyone in the driver's briefing, just after practice, if you feel you've broken something, pull over to the side and stop. That way, if there is something leaking, you can quickly stop and see that it's leaking and stop. If it might have just spun the tyres or something and he felt it spin the tyres but still got drive and everything kind of feels normal, he's still rolling very gently down there, which is normally you kind of just want to just disappear off quickly if you've zinged it and you've lost the race. But I hope he's okay down there, Lachlan.
Well, I'm just going to have a look at the championship ladder for Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pool's Radial Renegade. Racing Jason Chisotti is in the box seat. He's currently our championship leader on 60 points. You get 10 points for a round win, 5 points for a loss. Dale Huddle Law's currently second, and Disco Dean, he's here this weekend. He's currently third.
Isn't that funny? Because in Sydney, Dale Hartle Law with the Mustang, again, it's like a top sportsman car, put the radial on, it's nearly unstoppable.
Yep.
Didn't tow. Obviously, the belt doesn't mean anything to him, or the championship doesn't mean anything. I don't think they get belts in the Renegade classes, but in the Outlaw classes, I think we do.
Speaking of the championship here, we've got the guy that's in third place, Disco Dean.
All right, Disco Dean. He could be the one that. I mean, remember, it's a come from behind victory because Racing Jason, he's hurt the thing, and he's not going to probably put any more points on because I don't think he's in our. Or is he?
Yeah,
he's seated.
Yep, he's up against Predel.
Is he in? What's he got? I think he's got another car. I think he put another car in. He's entered, which means what's the vehicle? Well, it's that one.
Well, he does have a little buffer in the championship. He does have 20 points in the championship.
Disco Dean's going to take on Trappy here. Now, this is Renegade, 550 index, thanks to Simon O'Carroll swimming pools. We've got 581 cubes of injected gassed Impala and a Barra-powered Mark 1 Escort panel van. Australia, folks. Bump City. Bring it in, Disco. Let it go, Disco. Right little wheel stand there, the little Escort. Look at the big bruiser going past. And Trappy goes too quick. Disco Dean gets a win. 5:47 on a 5:52 quick for Trapdoor. That means a win for Disco Dean. A safe 5:64 on a 5:50 index. 1 from 1 for Disco Dean. All right, the next pairing scheduled to come out now. We've got the Supra of William Yarwood. And beside him, Rodney Taylor. This is Carl Cox Racing Capri. Guess what? I did speak to the boys.
What'd you find out?
This is one of the cars in the fleet.
One of the cars.
It's not, I believe it's not Rodney Taylor's, but I do believe it's Carl Cox's other Capri. He's got a couple. So when he said he pulled a big wheel stand and binned the thing at Heathcote, Carl wasn't happy about the bill. But he just went and spent another couple of days probably in a feature of paper. All right, here we go, Bump City. No, where did he go? Did he get the tree? He got the tree, Mark Allen. He got the tree.
I've never seen that
and
before.
And he got the win.
What is going on?
That
Yarwood.
Doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise. I've seen someone bump in one motion, bump and release and get away with it. I've seen it before, but you don't see it often. Yarwood was bumping that auto in on the Supra. He was out.
He was out of the beams.
He rocked the bulbs. Then the lights came down, and by some smidgen of credibility, that tyre did something at the right moment that let the tree grow without a red light. He went 099, rocking in and out. And the whole shot win, a 98 beat a 68.
What? Rocking backwards into the beams at the right time as the tree activated. Incredible.
Since the bump box has been invented, we have seen freakish incidences of staging and getting away with it. Flukes, pure flukes. Pure random flukism.
All right, what about the man that ran a 5.501 last night in Q3? Jason Sang for KPM Performance in the LJ Toronto to take on Russell Eckert in the Kingswood.
These cars don't get any better than that. Look at Seggy in the black paint now.
Eckert was a little bit too quick yesterday. He went at 5.42 and a 5.48.
Well, 598 cubes is a nice to do that. Oh, he's nearly dead level on the tree. 060 to an 057. He's gone too quick, Eckert, and Sengi creeps up with a 560. 057 leaves to an 060 over. 544 for Russell, too quick. He's been too quick, literally, the last 3 runs. And had his slow down 598 cubes with some nitrous by about 600ths. Can someone tell me? I know you can roll off the throttle. That might be an idea. Craig Scotes now and Christopher Shaper. Now, he got most outstanding Renegade car, and we should have put most outstanding new Renegade car because they've literally come in here throwing a radial on it. So he's throwing a radial on Tony, his Michael's, Dad Michael. Tony's the granddad.
Yep.
But Chris is in the seat with a radial to say to the old boy, let's go on this 550 class. It's awesome. Craig Stokes from D-Bay, the LSVC Commodore, bumped it in. Clean green, better hole shot there from the 57. He goes to the 660 and it goes 562. They're getting the hang of it. You know, all the guns went 62, 66, 64, 60. So that seems to be where we're going to come into there, Mark. There's about 4 cars all in that bottom 65.
I'll just have a look at the weather.
Craig Stokes 589 there. Chris goes 140 on the tree to a 210 light, and the 57's getting 123 in the 60 there. It's taken, and it's a little bit, I suppose, like in Dale Duffy's case, even though Dale did debut that hatchback on the radial, but it's a similar deal. They've gone to a radial. They're on it pretty well straight away. This car's a dead set, going to be another heavy hitter in Renegade, that 550 class. Chris Shaper and Dad's 57 Ute. Here we go, more Aussie classics. Oh, Aussie classics. Oh, look at this. This is the dream matchup. Folks, Holden fans, this is for you. What a matchup. We don't write the scripts. Stand back and admire General Motors Holden, 1966 style. I think it's 66.
So
60s, late 60s.
You might be right with Chisotti because there's going to be 2 wins here.
He's going to get the win, John Vesnaver, but...
And Friedel, that's Friedel over that lane. Joseph Friedel.
Oh, nice car. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. I hope that was just a boost cut. 6:33 for Predel, Joseph Predel. So, yeah, 7.4 second reaction time. John Vesnaver.
Our championship leader. No show for round 1.
Who?
Jason Chisotti.
Oh, yes. Well, there was talk that he was going to try and bring a car, but has not fronted. So, Vesnaver was supposed to race Petterwood, and Predel was supposed to race Chisotti. So both those guys get a win, don't they? Because that's two solos together.
Yep,
That's what we saw. That's why it wasn't a race. But hey, I'm glad we put them together. That was a fluke.
That will really make the championship interesting.
How freaky was that? You put a tough-looking HD and a HR together just by random. Oh, let's match you two up. What are you, Turbo? I think you're Turbo LS HD. What are you? I'm very stout small block HR Ute.
So we're moving into Radial Ruckus.
Must be Ruckus. Must be Ruckus time. This is the 580 class thanks to RC Metalcraft. Now out there we've got Nick Baxter. Broke the oil pump on the front of the 3RZ Lexus. Went home, fixed it, drove it back. Here it is. He's trying to prove a point here, Nick, that he is an 8-second 4-cylinder street car. And he's not afraid of thrashing on it if he has to make the race. Paolo Boni finally got this 1,000 horsepower Barra-powered XD working well. Gorgeous. Go the taxi. 5:59 number 1 qualifier. On a 580. So he's gone too quick, Paolo. He's got to go 580 and that's it. Nick Baxter goes to the hold shot. He might have enough because Paolo's running out of room. 598 to 591. 1 win from 1. Nick Baxter. And he was ready. Bumps that thing in ready to go. The little 3RZ back and working well.
Nick Baxter, number 1 in the championship as well for RC Metacraft Radial Ruckus. Got a slender 10-point lead over Race Car Heat.
How crazy is that? That's why you go home and change the oil pump. That's your breakout here in Friday qualifying, because you're leading the championship. If you can get 1 first round win, you just got to stay in front from there. Can he do it? He'll want to drive it home if he wins the whole lot. He'll want to drive it home too. Harry Thwaite and Connor Whitehouse. Great matchup here. 581 Connor ran with this R33. Harry Thwaite, the 454 one-tonner.
Oh, he's gone through the beams, Harry.
Has he?
Yeah, I don't know if he actually went through the beams in the burnout. So you can cross the start line once. So if he didn't go through the beams in the burnout, he should be allowed to back up here in stage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There they are. There they are.
So Harry actually raced Junior Dragster.
There you go. Oh, Harry Thwaite does he? So he's only a young gun. Hang on, hold the phone. Now the mop's out. Mop and bucket, aisle 1, please. Mop and bucket, aisle 1. Ooh, that came out quick and gone. I tell you what, Connor Whitehouse is getting a hang of it. a little bit of import victory. That's 2 import victories in a row. 5.98 for Connor Whitehouse. Harry Thwaite spins the bags off the back of the 1-tonner. But that's 2 wins for 2 4-bangers there in Radial Ruckus. Maybe there's a certain power adder that might reign supreme tonight in one of these categories. That fixed index racing allows you to win with anything. If you're good on the tree, if your combination can engage in battle within 7 seconds of your opponent, you're going to have every chance of a good race to the 660. More ruckus to come. Raheem Tar and Derek Logan. It's another all-ute matchup. I think we had an early 14 utes. 14 utes here this weekend. Derek Logan, the 509 cube, big block WB with a bit of spray. Beside him, Raheem Tar. Very stout, I think, heavy-breathing Clevo-powered XD. I think I'd love to say it's still got a C4 in it because it's got a 3-speed in it and it's got a very low first gear because this thing loves low gear. Let's just keep an eye out on this race. Cranky Ford versus Holden ute battle.
So Logan was dead on the 580, so he went a 582, but he only got down the track once out of his 3 qualifiers. The other 2 he had issues spinning the tyres. Raheem, he got down the track 3 times.
All right. Sorry, Pez, I don't know whether I can talk louder. Apparently my mic's not up high enough, apparently, according to me. Whoa, love that first gear. Raheem Tar, 609. That's like 4 6.0s in a row for Raheem. Derek spins him off the line, 774. He'll be none from 1. And the matchups continue. Beautiful cars. Beautiful cars. Pass after pass. Brett Wills, the HG Premier, 420 cubes. Beside him, the HKU to Colin Beavis. Yes. May these cars live forever. Such is their beauty. And Brett Wills and Colin Beavis engaging these vehicles in battle right now. Oh, it spins the tyre a little bit, Beavis on the hit, and it might be all Brett Wills here. He goes a safe 598. That's a sweet spot to be on this class, 590
I think so
something.
as well, yeah.
So this 580 class, thanks to RC Metalcraft, Radial Ruckus is a real winner. Can we have another call now? Well, first call, Rumble. Are we going to say Rumble? No, he's holding on to a couple of different ones here. We're in Ruckus now. I know we've got Rumble and Rebels left. I don't think we've called them yet, but I think I might call them now. Yeah. Rumbles to the lanes, please. Rumbles to the lanes, please. Rumble to the lanes, please. Round 1. Rumble to the lanes, round 1. Rebels, get ready, don't roll, because Renegade's here right now. So, you know what? By the time these guys finish, yeah, get going. Okay, Rebels. Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, please. Rumble and Rebels. I'm taking the initiative here. I'm going to roll these guys.
Just get done, mate.
I want them through faster. I did ask everyone to be a bit slower so we can take everything in, and it's working, is it not, Mark?
Yep. Lee Allison in the far lane. Currently number 3 in the championship on the start line against Bruce Henderson in the HK Premier.
Oh, Mark
so
on
there's
the
ramifications here on this run.
Mark on the digits here. Mark on the digits. These guys will be racing. They've got our attention. 616 beats a 621. 616 beats a 621. This 580 class has come alive, has it not? The cars just keep on coming in any combination you want. Reese Carkeet, 434 cube small block.
Number 2 in the
championship. Number 2 in the championship. Ismet Vodchik, out of nowhere with the UC Tirana, getting a hang of the Kenda. First ever Kenda for Ismet. And both in the 570s, they've both been too quick for the 580 index. So this will be interesting. And remember, we can declare a winner out of this, but you've got to be the closest to 580. If you're over or under, when there's 2 of you, both running under 580, it's the one that does it the least. Like a super gas race or something like that.
Exactly, mate. So
plenty of nitrous out there, by the way. Nitrous small blocks everywhere. Okay, who flinches first? Who flinches first? Oh, 89 beats a 76. You can't keep. 589. 589 at 105 mile an hour.
So 1, 2, and 3 in the championship, all getting wins here in round 1 of racing and Ruckus. Next up, Sean Helson in the big Ford to take on Matty Loy. Loy he's back. He's back, Chris. Broke the wheel off in the third qualifier last night. They've got it fixed. He's on the start line in the same lane that he had the issues last night. He's here for round 1 of Radial Ruckus, brought to us by the guys over at RC Metalcraft. Having a look at the tail of tape, Matty Loy ran a best of a 6.14. Sean Helson, he went too quick. He had a 5.78 quick. His quickest pass yesterday. He also ran into the 5.80s. His other 2 passes, Helson, wheel standing his way to those 5.80s yesterday. Picked up one of our minor awards as well as the most outstanding Radial Ruckus car yesterday.
Let's see how they go this time. Keep your eyes on the start line, folks. Ruckus, pretty exciting. Some lighters on that thing. Watch out for the 580 something. Oh yeah, 586 for Sean Helson. He ran a 78 before, so an 86, but Junger's got an issue. It sounds like it's still running, so something might have happened there. I don't see any leakage on the ground. Big shout out to everyone watching over the stream. Big shout out to you, Hot Joe. But that's Sean Helson with the win. Now, I'm pretty sure we still need Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, but I did see Race Control hold up Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. So I'm going to say it, because he held it up once. Because if we are summoning Rumble and Rebels, they're going to give some notice to start towing up. So let's just call it what it is and say, I saw it once. We need Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, please. Here he is, the guy that took home $500 for the nominated ET shootout last night. He went 0-1-2 over his 5-8-0 nomination. And Mick Adams, here he is, solo in round 1. Was he supposed to race
Yeah,
someone?
he was meant to race against Jeff Rice.
Oh, racing in the Ute.
Yeah, automatic win here for Michael Adams, gets the freebie.
That's a genuine US Loco Mustang.
000. I think that could be the first one I've ever seen at the Radio Ride.
Are you serious?
Trip, zip, Michael Adams goes 5.90 across the finish line.
Well, have we got a reaction?
Zip.
Have we got a light of the night? Because that's...
Let's have a look. We don't. We don't have a reaction time of the night. We don't.
No. But anyway. Anyway.
Trip, zip, Michael Adams.
I don't know what we do. He might clean them all up tonight yet. Oh, God almighty. Michael Adams is back. You loving the Pro Tree or what? That's almost a trophy in itself, Mark. You know, any reaction time that's Triple O's a trophy in its own right.
Yeah.
That's like a hole-in-one in golf. So Andy Fensom and Shane Locke, we are in 640 Rumble, thanks to All Over Group. And it doesn't get any pointier than this ended. Shane Locke can go right down on the 640. Andy Fensom went 656 and 657. So both guys in the 650s in qualifying. So here we go. First pairing of round 1 for the 640 index class. The Rumble just about to start. Clean green, 101 for the Tirana, 175 for the Love Truck. They hit the 660 now, and it goes the win. 643 beats a 54. Andy Fensom points a very competitive 643 in there against Shane Locke's, a little bit off in his own words, 654. So it's going to be tight all the way through this class again. Luke Hauser, Chris Sword. Chris Sword went 641 in qualifying. Luke Hauser went 656. So he's a little bit behind in qualifying. Luke Hauser, that Turbo V6. Reaction time a little bit better to Sword in the BA Falcon. In fact, he's in front as the V6 falls off, 652. So Chris Sword, 652. Luke Hauser, 668. And the little V6 was just a little bit off down the end.
So Shane Locke losing that first pairing up straight over in All Over Group Radio Rumble. He was our championship leader, having a loss here in round 1. So that was a big pass. Next up, we've got Nathan Peters to take on Gary Green.
Looks like we've got some of our secret squirrels in the grandstand, keeping an eye on the track and down the braking area for us. So if we hear of any info that happens down the end, our squirrels are in place. Our squirrels are in place. Nathan Peters, 645 in qualifying. Gary Green, the wagon, he won, I think, most outstanding rumble. The family wagon. How's the Barra Pound VCW? Oh, reaction when he goes 026. Straps a hold shot on the Valiant as Gary Green. Watch that 40. 661 beats a 650. Yeah, 026 nailed him on the tree. Gary Green, you don't expect the VX Commodore wagon to be such a lethal weapon in the 640 class, but there it is. Jamie Freeman now, Nick Harvey. Now, of course, Krusty's Concrete. Nitro Nick Harvey. He said yesterday being aspirated, he's only Nick Harvey. When he turns the bottle on, he's Nitro Nick Harvey. So I think he's actually now identifying as not. There's the spray. It's Nitro Nick. There you go. Jamie Freeman went 673 twice in qualifying today. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 round 2 to the lanes, please.
Oh, that was great side by side.
Side by side. Oh, Krusty's got issues. There's some Krusty issues there. And Nitro Nick, not so Nitro. 684 for Jamie Freeman. 1 from 1, but Nick will be back hopefully with the wagon in the next round. So another call, Outlaw Radial round 2 to the lanes. Outlaw Radial round 2 to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. And we might as well say 235 as well. OGs, get ready, don't roll. Bill Cumner and Trevor Owen. Yep, there's Bill Cumner, the panel van. Bill's been in our sights previously with this car. He's a pretty good competitor. It's a 454 big block Chev powered. I think it's a HX Sandman. Trevor Owen, it's a very angry triple Weber Trimatic 6-banger 202. And he cuts a good line, and Trevor Owen buzzes the red motor 6 to the line and go, that's a competitive, that's a healthy 6-banger. 678 beats a 679. Beats the big block. The 202 Tirana with a Trimatic. I love that car, Trevor Owen. Angry little 6-banger order. Nick Sartogli was, I think, just under the 640 in qualifying. Damien Morris went 641, 643, 643. This is a heavy run, Mark Allen. A heavy run. Oh, he's whole shot in big time, Damien Morris. He might have a little bit of brake line insurance. Oh, a 43 beats a 46. 12 thousandths at the end, but a 643. Geez, we push that 640, don't we? 646 beside him, Nick Sartogli. And the Holdens, against the Holdens, they're everywhere. Bring out the Holdens. Bill McKee, look for the left-hand front wheel of the station wagon. Adrian Kennedy, 383 cubes. That 640 index dangling up over their heads like this burden. Do not go under. Do not go under. Take the win, but do not go under. Bill McKee goes 657. All right, a shout out, please, with the owner of a grey Ford Ranger 083 ZFM. 083 ZFM. You're blocking a pit entry. 083 ZFM. If you own a grey Ford Ranger dual cab, 083 ZFM. Can you move it, please? It's actually blocking a pit entry. Thank you for the photo, guy. So down where the Benz is, if you were parked down near where the big Mercedes was, you've blocked the area. Please move your Ranger. Craig Williams, Greg Barrett. Oh, Rumble doesn't get any tougher than this. Check out the VC with an LSA. 657 in qualifying. Craig Williams, the Mustang, 692 in qualifying. Oh, who moved first? He spun the tyres. Did Barrett? He's in trouble here. He's not going to catch him. Craig Williams, that slightly slower car in qualifying, is going to go 1 from 1 by just doing what he done. Greg Barrett, 843 with some wheel spin. But every run, pretty much on the chin mark. There were some great tight runs in that one. That is nearly the end of Rumble.
Oh, we've still got a few, mate.
Have we?
We've got a few
that's
to go.
Right. We had 36.
Yeah, we got...
Yeah, sorry. We had 36 in there. We had 34, then 2 more turned up. There were 36 in there. Whoever wins that $1,000 tonight is going to be a worthy winner.
I'm busy on the numbers for us at the moment. But Luke Pomeranki on track in the Commodore to take on Benny Dreyer in the next pairing. Dreyer ran a best of a 637 yesterday, so he's got to watch that he doesn't go too quick. Pomeranki went a best of a 646, so he's right, knocking on the door of those 640s. This will be a stellar matchup here in round 1. Whole shot goes to Pomeranki in the Commodore. Benny Dry was a little bit quicker yesterday, but the win light will go to Pomeranke. Gets the win, goes a 6:49 to a 6:45 whole shot win for Luke Pomeranke.
Yes, love that one. That's a tight one, 45 to a 49. You get that? Sorry, mate.
Yeah, that's right, man. All good.
Danny
Next up.
Mullane. Danny Mullane, straight line performance. The Cortina, 393 cubes. Was looking up the drag strip last night by torchlight, looking for his Gilmer belt that he lost on the run. Couldn't find it, but he found Scott Cortina's door handle. He found some of the Cortina brothers' door when he was out there. Tara Johnston, the Supra, the next level motorsport, 2JZ Supra. Danny Mullane, Mr. Dirt. He's coming in. Okay, there's the pro tree. Where's Tara? There's Danny. All right, so Tara can't do much wrong here except go too quick, and she won't. 7-1-1 for him. Danny, maybe we get a bit of sunlight. I know that sometimes when the sun's right down the middle, it's hard to see, but maybe he got a bit of glare there. He didn't see the tree. Oh, well, another round to hit it. 3-round racing tonight, which means all competitors get 3 hits, 3 opportunities to rack up a win, and we've already got wins in all of our categories up till now, and we've still got the rest of Radial Rebel to come, and then Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. And let's just say Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. All right, Heath Labsamp, that beautiful HQ. Beautiful HQ cube. But what about Michael Patinotis? The Tunner, Trayback. Bit of spray, one more time. Holden lovers, you've got to love this matchup in Rumble. Thanks to all over. Red light. Oh, geez, he had him on a plate too. 6:47. Great run, but wasted with the cherry. And not a bad run at all for Heath Labs. That's for his first run of the day. 6:70. Entered that car here on the day. All right. Well, qualified here. I didn't qualify yesterday, turns up and goes racing. So, yeah, he didn't qualify yesterday. Justin Gall, Barney Lindner. Oh, another point here. Number 1 qualifier, Barney Lindner. Reaction time, a little bit better to the Klimmel Technica from Bridgman Downs. Oh, Barney, you're 36, mate. 6:36, the rush of blood. Going to give you plenty of Needlehausen for that one. 6:52 beside for Justin Gall, safe. Barney had the whole shot. Barney was out in front, and then a 36 with the 2. Maybe we're cooling off out there, and the blower's making 50, 60 more horsepower. Troy Hutton now, Matt Britnell. You're right, there's ton of rumblers. Look at this one, beautiful XY with an LS3 in it. Red light, now the red lights are coming. Troy Hutton's throwing one away. HQU runs a stout 685, but it's wasted. Matt Britnell, a 670. 1 from 1. Couple of cherries creeping in now, Mark.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Well, that means they've got a clue. They know what they're on. They know what they need, especially if they know, oh, in qualifying, I'm a 1/10.5 slower than this guy. I'm going to strap him. Paul Allen and Daryl Beavis again. Quality cars. UC Tirana, 632 cubes in the Camaro, by the way. The UC's 432. Green Green's a little bit better to the Tirana. Tirana's still out in front of the 330, but here it comes at the close. 56, doesn't come around him. 85 thousandths of a second, the spread at the stripe. The winner, Daryl Beavis, a 70 beats a 56. I love a good race like that, where 670 beats a 656. John Nason and Tim Cross. Timmy, got to be on time. He's on time, but Johnny Nason's better. 066 on the tree. Watch out for that 640, Johnny. Oh, 660. Oh, Timmy improves. Well, Timmy gets another 676. All very safe, all in the bank. 1 from 1 for John Nason. Oh, can we take a breath yet, or are we still rumbling?
No, we should still have a few more, mate.
Here we go. Ben McCallum, Michael Harper.
That's interesting. Harper was meant to be taking on our number 2 on the points, Michael Grillis.
Right. Well, I've seen Mick's car down there, but I haven't seen Mick around the car today. I'll have to message him and ask him where he might be. McCallum was meant to be on against Scotney. So going by my sheet, both these drivers will get wins here in round 1. Okay, so a paired solos, is that right?
Yep.
This is paired solo time. All right, so it looks like Mick Grillis, or Marco, has not turned up in the VL. And we had Ben McCullum. Someone was scheduled for a solo, is that right?
No, everyone there was actually paired.
McCallum was supposed to race Scotney, no Scotney, and Harper was supposed to run Grillis. There we go. So these guys are both going to go 1 from 1 anyway. So in a way, they can push it a bit harder here. There's no gravity on their decisions to push that 640. Harper has a crack, 649. Ben McCallum has issues with the Cortina, 893.
All right, that should bring it close to Radial Rumble. Big thank you to All Over Group supporting the Radial Rumble class. And
technically 32 cars, so 16 pairings. All right, the Rebels. So another final call. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes. And why not? Let's call the OG classes to the lanes. First call, OG 315 and OG 275. All right, Murray Flay and Randall DeBock. Pair of Commodores here on the 7 flat index. And again, we've got to thank Joel's Garage Gear because it's still $1,000 the win and 500 runner-up in this class.
You can double up as well to get the championship belt.
All right, 700 is what we're trying to get down to with these guys. They both ran very close to that. Here we go. 717 beats a 716. I'll take it. I'll take that as a tight race. 15,000 at the stripe. Better reaction time to Murray Flay. They're going to come through quickly. Look at them. Ross Costello now. Chris Hankin. The HZ against the HT. Both in the mid below 7s. Reaction time 018 for Costello. The HT straps the whole shot. At the stripe it'll be enough. 743 beats a 728 by 38 thousandths of a second. So that's a tight race. I love how that. You don't even feel like they're the slowest class. They feel like the fastest class sometimes. Ian Clifford and Andy Paul now. The big station wagon, the Turbo 1JZ dual cab Hilux. On paper, the Hilux has got plenty, but he's got to be careful not to sing the little Convo Pros. He's going to play it safe. Andy Paul had a crack at the tree, but didn't come up trumps, and it's Ian Clifford 1 from 1. A very safe 713 to an 863. Lucas Holtz and Lance Taylor now. So Lucas brings out the Monaro, 6-litre Monaro. God, these would be a collector's item now. You wish you almost bought one when you could. Lance Taylor beside him, that immaculate HK 350.
So Lucas didn't do any qualifying yesterday, so this is his first pass of the weekend.
He's given it a crack. He out-reacted Lance Taylor, but has he got enough to stay in front at the stripe and stay above 7 flat? 726. He's got to win. Oh, yes. Thank you. That was a skid with a fair bit of intent. Dangerous John Dangerfield. And Jay Allen, the LC Tirana 350 cubes, went 716, but it was John Dangerfield went 704 with that Camaro. 468 cubes on board, so he can push that thing right down into that 700. He's a tenth and a bit behind Jay Allen on paper. Hold shot will help. Hold shot helps. Hold shot helps big time. He did exactly what he needed to do. Take the big car out on the line, and he's going to do it. 717 beats a 714. And he did it by 36 thousandths, but at the tree, 132 to a 525. He took his chance, staged it shallow and had a crack. And a lot of these guys are on the foot brake too. So I love that even more when you can do it that way. Ben Cox now and Jason Carpenter. Now this has got an LS1 in the 32 Chev pickup. The station wagon, a good old Aussie 308. 760s this thing's run, but 707 for the pickup. So again, he needs a big hole shot here, Ben Cox. We are in Joel's Garage Gear, Radial Rebel 700. No, the utility, the pickup, a little bit better at the tree, but guess what? That 7 flat can sometimes be tripped over. 717 is the win though. Wow. Here's the other one. Here's Dad. Ronnie Holtz. Love this. The tight fit. I think they've got the plate on it. Tight fit. LS 6-litre in the LC. I think it's LC I think. And Todd Armstrong, the Chevy pickup. He went 728. And again, Ronnie has not had a shot at the tree. He's taking a punt like Lucas that he can stay above 700. We need Outlaw Radial, Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, and Outlaw 235 to the lane. So So Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. Final call. I think we've called you a few times. So we're asking, Outlaw Radial, please, round 2 to the lanes. Outlaw 275, round 2 to the lanes. And Outlaw 235 to the lanes, round 2. It's, well, it says Mark Sugar's there. I don't think the number's right. I think that was Carissa Clark.
10148. Yeah.
So I think that's Carissa Clark. And that's up against Beth Mansfield French. That's what that'll be.
Yep,
so this will be
correct.
Carissa Clark and Beth Mansfield French. I worked my way all the way through that without, despite all the information being very unhelpful. It's Beth against Carissa, and Beth will win 724 to a 755. We got that. We're smarter than CompuLink right there. Just because the girls downstairs, when they worked out they were racing each other, I was right there when they worked out they were racing each other. So.
Yeah, so Beth is actually number 2 in the championship as well for Joel's Garage.
All right, Cole Wills, I've got a correction here. I assumed it had a Barra in the XR6. Let's face it, we all assume stuff like that, but it's an Intec. So it's a pretty sturdy little Intec in there. 711 he ran in yesterday. Raymond Godwin. Ray, a 258 to 261, nearly identical at the tree, and a win of 43 beats a 65. But I think Ray Godwin did take home our qualifier, again, just by virtue of reaction time over Randall de Bock in this class, so it was tight. Terry Mansfield French now, and Bluey Arnold. Bluey went 710, Terry went 699 with a 9. He'll be ruined that run, I tell you. How do you replicate the 699 with a 9 and make it a 7 flat? We're on a pro tree. You won't have much time to work it out. Whole shot reaction time to the wagon. Bluey's out in front, though. The Tory's got plenty. Just got to be careful right now. Do you bury it? 04 gets beaten by an 06. What a race. 28 thousandths at the stripe. 706 beats a 704. A 245 light for Mark Bluey, 196 light for Terry Mansfield French. Oh, God, what a great launch that was. Both guys on their money, daring it into the 7-0. And here's the leader, and he's not going to have an easy race here. Michaelia Lynch is beside in the HQ. Gee, she got way out of shape last night. She zinged this 400 cube HQ a fair bit last night. Phil Petrovic, for the Ford fans, gorgeous XB. Gorgeous cars all round. Honestly, you got to say it's a rolling car show and they're all tough. That's literally what Kenda 660 is. Every category. Petrovic left Michaelia on the tree, and he knows how to get close to that 700 and win. He'll take a 15 every day of the week. I reckon he just pulled a bit of throttle back there, rolled that off to a 93 mile an hour terminal when he's nearly 100 mile an hour there. So he's banked a little bit there and didn't see Michaelia coming back. So that's a win for Phil Petrovic. So the fight is well and truly on in this class, Mark.
That it is. Craig Scotney and Craig Della up next in our next pairing. So Scotney going by this indoor pass yesterday in the Mitsubishi. I could have sworn I've seen him out here yesterday.
I remember this car as a Cleveland on board, and I can tell you right now, if my ears are not deceiving me, that is not a Cleveland anymore in that Scorpion. It sounds, and I'm only going to guess, that it's a Barra. Someone's going to go, it's a 2J. Can't you tell the difference by the exhaust noise? Some people can't, okay. Yes, I sometimes can't. Sorry, sometimes I can't identify between an RB30 and a 2JZ. Sometimes I just can't. And it's hard to identify the difference between an Intec and a Barra. All I know is that that's no longer a Clevo in there, but we know there's a Turbo 265 Hemi 6-banger in the Valley View to Craig Della. So I love a Turbo 6-banger bump here. There we go, clean greens, a little bit better there for the Mitzi, just keeping himself in front here, Craig Scott. He's not going to do anything wrong here. He's going to bank one in there for the win. And it looks like we're the hottest ticket in town because Bathurst is an absolute debacle according to Terry Dale. Terry Dale's at home trying to watch Bathurst. It's a debacle. We're here doing Kenda 660 across the world at good old little Willowbank Raceway. And oh, guess what? A couple of utes want to race each other again. Richard Field and Shane Blinko. Ford versus Holden. Reaction time advantage to Richard Field. You've got to butt it up against that 7 flat. Oh, 97. He gives it back. He gives it back. Richard Field has to give that one to Shane Blinko. 697. on a 7 flat index means Richard Field cannot claim that as a win.
And he went.
And he's gone 30s everywhere.
730s all weekend.
And then it went a little bit too quick. So, folks, guess what? That's round number 1. Get your Kenda 660 merchandise. We've obviously got to have a few minutes of track prep. We've called Outlaw Radial to the lanes. We've called Outlaw 275 to the lanes. We've called Outlaw 235 to the lanes. So they are on their way there for the next round. We're also asking our OG 275 and 315 cars. You can probably roll around if you are ready, but that's the next 2 classes. As you know, we would be looking to call around. So start rolling around. Mark and I, we're going to take a quick break, take a breather, a Bex and a lie down, try and summarise just what's happened here in each category, and you guys need to stretch your legs, grab that merchandise, and don't forget, if you are in the market for, well, one of the, I call highest credibility pickup trucks you can be seen driving on the road is your Dodge Ram, right? So Ram Gold Coast have got their Rams on display here. We're offering a special race day offer on that, a Kenda race day offer. If anyone chooses, now through their business or whatever, if you want to take, you want to get a Ram off Ram Gold Coast, go and do the deal with them, and we'll give you free entry to every Kenda next year. What a great deal. Go down and talk to them. And, Ryan's is an LJ Tirana. There we go. So it's Holtz's is an LJ Tirana, I believe. So it's track prep time, a little bit of clean-up. Stretch your legs. We'll run some ads over the Overtaking Lane stream. A big shout-out to everyone watching there. We won't be too long with the prep. We are at 844 eager fans waiting to see what happens next here on the live stream, and thousands of you here in beautiful Willowbank Raceway just on dusk. Let's have a break, a breather, and be back for round 2 here at Radial Riot, thanks to Kenda Tyres.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number 1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Very whole shot to Jared Wood. A 94 beats an 80. A 3
down here with Hot Rod Williams, mate. We hear the call come out. This car always gets everyone excited when you get out there. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Cross flow.
Yeah, old taxi motor, push rod engine.
Fair dinkum, with a hell of a supercharger hanging on it.
Yeah, it's probably only a pup really, a 471. So yeah, but in saying that, it's been pretty good fun.
What sort of weight in the actual rod itself, mate?
Weighs 2150 pound. Yeah. In
Mate,
old school terms.
Old school terms. Yeah, I'm going to have to go put that into Google and have a look and work that out.
I'll give you something to do.
Mate, it's always pretty reliable. We see you out here all the time.
Yeah, thanks. Not too bad today. Track's actually sponges before, but we went 6:45. I think we might even be sitting at top qualifier at the moment. So, but there's still a few hours left in the day. So, yeah, it's going good.
Mate, well, how long have you owned this?
Mate, I built the car in about 95.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So you've been running them for a while then?
Yeah, it's had a couple of combinations. Had turbo crossflow in this before now, and the girls have that in their rear engine dragster, and yeah, built the blown engine for it. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, heaps of fun, lots of memories, that's for sure.
So it's definitely a family affair for you?
It is, mate. Yeah. My two girls both race a rear engine dragster of ours, and we've got recently, sort of over the last couple of years, we've got an Altered that we've been running with a blown Barra in it. So it's got a 671 on it, alcohol injected. Yeah. So no, it's been good fun. Yeah.
Well, we know where they get their passion for cars, obviously. But what about yourself?
Don't really know. My old man was never really into it. Just always loved the street car, street machine theme over the years. So yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah. But don't know where I actually get it from, where it runs from. It's not my old man's anyway.
You starting it in the family now, though. That's
Got
coming
that
from you.
Got that one going well. Yeah.
And one other question we always got to ask, mate. What was your first ever car?
A 65 four-door XP Falcon.
Oh, wow. I bet you wish you had that one too today.
Apparently you can't raise a family in a car, so I had to sell it to buy a house.
But you can, what do they say? You can't race a house, but you can race a car, or something like that. Run the other way.
I know where you come from. Good
stuff.
stuff.
Great stuff, mate. Thanks for having a quick chat with us, and
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers.
G'day, Buff, mate. We're just out here having a look around, and I spotted a Mitsubishi Scorpion, and I was just saying to a few people, I hadn't seen one of these since about 91, 92, when a mate in school had one for his first car. Butch, shout out to him, but it didn't look like this.
Oh, but this is how they all should come off the factory.
Mate, what have we got running in there?
600 cubic inch big block Ford, Glide, 9-inch. It's actually an ex-Victorian car.
Yep.
Black down there, I think was Michael Harper, I think. He used to have blown big block Chev in it.
Yeah,
Years
right.
and years ago, I think that was back in 91. So that's how old it is, or it's probably older than that.
Well, I'm amazed at how much room's in there, but obviously there's a bit of cutting there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Make it fit.
Shoe on him in there, she's all good.
This is especially to a few of those Americans over there in the live stream watching us at the moment. They said, you know, us Aussies, we like to throw big engines into small cars.
And little cars, yeah. So, hey.
Here's one for you guys, mate. What was your passion to get you into cars in the first place?
Mate, I've always been into cars. I've had a crack at everything from motorbikes, go-karts, rock crawlers. I just go from one sport to extreme to the other sport to the extreme, within budget, of course.
Yep.
So,
and was this your first sort of full-on drag car that you've done?
No, I had a Mark 1 Cortina years and years ago with one of my mates, and he put the engine drive line, I done the car, and then we just took turns driving. It was good fun. Had an XY Falcon before that.
Right. And what about your first car, mate? What was your first ever car?
XW Falcon 500, 3-speed column shift.
There you go. That's the second Ford for a first car today on the video, mate. Well done. And we'll watch you out there. But I've got to share it. We've had a few stuff rounds today. It hasn't been the easiest day for you.
No, no. Thank God my wife's there because she's running around getting fuel and all sorts of stuff for me. Keep me going.
Someone stitch you up with swapping a few jerry cans?
Yeah, my young bloke. I reckon it was him.
a bit of diesel in the jerry can.
Bit of rivalry, I think.
Doesn't run too well on diesel?
No, definitely not.
All sorted now, though. And, mate, what was you got a PB out there before? What was it?
We went 570 at 122. Yeah, 122.
Pretty bloody good.
So,
just keep hunting the 50 now, eh?
Yeah, just got to get the 60 feet down. That's its downfall, so.
Yeah. So. Mate, we'll be watching for it. Good to see you. Thanks for having a chat.
Thank you.
You can find yourself in a final.
Oh, we got a ding-dong battle in there. Sending it. The boys are sending it. 15 with a 2. 15 with a 2. But the winner, Wade Wagstaff, 388, 196.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're nearly ready to get back underway, so all drivers back to their cars. We're going to roll here as well. All right, yes, all the merchandise, the Kenda 660 merch is down there, and I know when it gets cold, you get the hoodies go right off the rack. So get down and get yourself some Kenda 660 hoodies. Now remember, Christmas not too far away. Blink and it'll be here, Mark Allen. So get that Kenda merchandise for great stocking fillers and get all your Christmas shopping done by the end of the day. And you know what? I think if you're in the market for a new Dodge Ram, grab one before Christmas now as well. Avoid the queues. Do the deal today. Get that merchandise pumping. So it looks like, for all those people that may or may not know, on the Australian motorsport front, remember the old top 10 shootout at Bathurst? Nah, didn't do it. Canned it. Didn't do it. So I think, when's the last time in Australian motorsport history did a top 10 shootout not happen on a Saturday, Arvo?
Oh, no idea, mate.
Wash out. No one's doing it. So wouldn't it be good if you could...
Isn't it? A bit soft.
Wouldn't it be good if you could jump over the fence in front of the cameras and go, but go to Overtaking Lane for the Kenda 660 because we're doing more than a top 10 shootout here, mate. We're going to fractions of a second here. And I know that's what you do at Mount Panorama, and it's all exciting. One hot lap, one flying lap. Can you put it all together in one lap? Are the tyres too cold? Are the brakes warm enough? Can you guess how many millimetres you got before you run the thing into the block wall? We know what it looks like, and in the rain it ain't happening. So guess what? This is the place to be.
Did you plug the merchandise?
Yes, the merchandise, the Kenda 660 merchandise. I put that on the sign as well in front of the cameras at Bathurst. And for all those people that know they've got friends down there, send them all a text from the campsites and get them to get to Overtaking Lane. So everyone that's got a friend at Bathurst, send them a message. Send them the link to Overtaking Lane Kenda 660 and let's get all of the mountain watching the best drag radial action you'll ever see. You want horsepower? We'll blow you off the mountain with this crap, baby. Here we go.
Round one, Jared Wood ran an Australian small block record, 3.80 seconds. Wade Wagstaff, he lost. Only ran red light.
Yeah,
that's why he lost, 367.
A 67 with a red light. Jared Wood took the win with a 380, so that's our quickest ever Australian small block radial pass. So here we are. I like to say it's a little bit of Australia versus USA. As much as they both come from the US, it's the Aussie-developed radial weapon to the US, the very best of the US radial weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, round two, pass number one. Jared Wood, 1 from 1. Wade Wagstaff, none from 1. What, 982, 60 foot, 370 to a 4 flat, 012 Wade Wagstaff on the tree. 012, he gapped Jared Wood. Out they came, 982 in the 60 for Wade, 248 to the 330 and a 370 going through the 5 speeds, both sides of the racetrack. 370 at 201 beats Woodsy's 400 at 161 mile an hour. Well,
012 on the tree.
982. 60, 012.
He wasn't scared after the red.
No, I'm looking at a little delayed telecast here. Oh, whole shot. Oh, here's a matchup. Here's the two wedged-tailed eagles.
Paul Merry, after round one, would have gone equal in the championship with Wade Wagstaff. So they would have been equal in the championship. Tied first.
So it looks like they're neck and neck now. So they're back on level ground.
So level grounds, but Wade Wagstaff just won his race, so he'll get 10 points. Paul Merry, to keep with Wade Wagstaff, needs to get a win here.
Oh, there we go. The gravity of the situation, very real. Just jumps up in round two and slaps you in the face in the second pairing. Paul Merry in to the threes on the first run.
Yep, 394.
394. Matt Grabisa.
398.
398. Look at the slab design. There's not a lot of aero on these things. I love a good slabby car, and how sexy does that look, folks? Are we talking about some of the best sedan quality race car you've ever seen in the country? Fantastic. All right, so we need OG 315, and I'm going to say OG 275 to the lanes, please. OG immediately to the lanes, please. All right, let's go to Bum City, baby. Oh, 107, 106. Oh, wheels down there for Marianne. Half track, 393. Gets beaten by 387. 209, side by side. 209. Is that the quickest or the fastest? The fastest ever side-by-side outlaw radial pass. Not the quickest, but folks, that's got to be the fastest side-by-side run in Australia. 209 apiece. 209.36 for Mary, 209.85 for Grabiza. It's almost like a couple of lockups just occurred there. 071 on the tree for Mary, 110 for Grubby, 106 for the Nova, 107 for the Malibu. Wow, 209. Where's my phone? Right, fix the screen.
I'm going to tell you something about the third round of racing.
Go on, tell me.
You want to do it? We'll do it now.
All right, quick.
Wagstaff, Mary have each other in round 3.
Gotcha.
Going by my calculations, they are equal on points in championship now.
Wow, we have that. Does that happen again after another
Mary
pass?
has 2 wins from 2 starts. Wagstaff has 1 from 2. I think
we're back.
The championship could come down to that very race.
We're level.
Anyways, Symbolics in front of us. Was meant to be facing up against Johnny Ricker. I don't see Ricker in the lane beside him.
No, Johnny.
So Symbolics had a win in round 1 with a 392. And it looks like he's going to get a win here in round 2, sorry, I should say. Round 1 he had the win. He's going to get a win here in round 2. So he's going to go 2 from 2. Paul Murray will be 2 from 2. Wade Wagestaff, 1 from 2.
That's a cranky sanding thing, isn't it? 564 cubes of Pro Charged, Pro Line Hemi. No Johnny Ricker, unless he had trouble starting it up. Solo, there he is. No, there we go. Back in the lanes.
So Johnny Ricker had a win in round 1 as well.
All right, Symbolics on his lane. It was going to be a battle of the 2 Victorians. Johnny from Point Cook, Victoria. Daniel Symbolics from Wodonga. Motors Caravans to sponsor Symbolics Construction. You know what he'd love to do right now, Dan Symbolics? Take back the Australian outlaw radial record. Has Willowbank Raceway got enough to hold what we saw in Sydney? Can he get a 50 out of this car? We went 50 in Sydney, the first car in Australia to do a 50. Yeah, baby! 383, 198 mile an hour. Now we're cooking. 100 to the 60, 259 to 330, 383 at 198 to the stripe. And that's a one you want to put in the bank there, Mark, because now that we're seeing Mary into the 80s, we know that the rest of the guys can be in there comfortably. Symbolics has found the mojo that they've been looking for. And that's a great run for him. Obviously, issues with Johnny, maybe if it's not starting, they were there ready to go. So it's not like they got caught in the pits with anything. That something just didn't happen when they fired. Hopefully it's a quick fix and they can come back for round 3.
Yeah, having a look at the matchups in round 3. Wagstaff and Mary. That's the race of the event. Symbolics and Wood. Yep. Ricker and Grabiza.
Oh, wow. Great matchups in round 3 coming up, but that's just the way we do business here. Race Parts Melbourne and Fuel Tech USA, Outlaw Radial. So Johnny getting the car back to the pits. Hopefully that can be solved and we can get that amazing Camaro back for E3. But yeah, that would have been a great race if that had all gone right for Johnny, and because I think he's gone a 78 as best as he's gone. So we know if he can get back to the that performance mark, is that he's back there fighting with the best of them. So unfortunately, these things have got so many little bits and pieces that can just catch you out. Something either not plugged in, a line off somewhere. It can be a little trigger fault. It can be a sensor fault. Whatever it was, whatever they found. Hopefully the way that the urgency in which they're kind of pushing it back there might think that they might have a bit of a fix to do. They're not afraid to do the hard work. Let me tell you, the Race Parts Melbourne and Joel's Garage Gear Icon Services Camaro, they're not afraid of hard work. They've had to work their butts off this year. If I had to have a top 5 hardest working teams in show business this year, it's got to be him. And commitment to come up and tow and run everywhere he can. All right. Yep, it's that time of the night. Round 2 of Outlaw 275. Brought to us by Spot On Performance and TSP Racing. Do not underestimate either of these two cars. Randall Laurie, 1 from 1, and Drotsos, 1 from 1.
And Drotsos ran a 440 in round 1 of racing. Randall Laurie with his consistent 500. He's been pretty much around that area all weekend. And Drotsos only done 2 passes so far this weekend. 1 in Q3 last night and round 1 today.
OG 275 to the lanes. Final call, E2. OG 275, final call to the lanes. Mark Drew, big shout out to Mark Drew. Getting the crusty Tirana ready for drag challenge in 2 weeks. Terry Andrutsos, big block turbo, RX3. Randall Laurie, bloated, injected, healthy, 500 cube, small block Chev. If this RX3 goes skywards, Randall Laurie, Mr. Nuts might go 2 from 2. 2 big scalps in the one day. Oh, yeah, Terry! Still does he get the win? 483. I think he stayed off the right-hand lane. I think he stayed off the right-hand wall, but geez, he did power that on. 483 at 122 mile an hour, fighting it. 039 off the button for Andrutsos.
Mate, it was rocking in stage.
118 to the 60 for Terry. 117 for Randall Laurie beside him. 298 to 330 for the RX3, and a 483 with a huge reach for the sky pedal moment. And he takes 2 from 2 for Randall Laurie. Oh, he's back! Lorenzo Golotto is back. No better way to run in a new set of valve trainers to give it some crap in the burnout there, Mark Allen. Here it is, Jamie Jeffries beside him. A battle of the Mustangs, the Queensland Mustang, the WA Mustang. We've got Jeff the Rock Johnson out the front there tuning Lorenzo Golotto's car out there from WA, Wattle Grove. Jamie Jeffries from Brizzy, I think, Brizzy suburbs. The Mustang, Ash Mason helping him tune this machine to a 472, but Lorenzo went 426 in qualifying, and after that 432 home run last night, damaged valve train. And next thing you know, they're thrashing. They might have had a belt jump, or the cam tie might have gone out, or something's another interference issue. Another big block Chev failing in the valve train department. All right, so Lorenzo, where are we? What's the gravity of the situation? Missing out in round 1, not being able to get the car together. Here he is in round 2, trying to get at least 1 win here.
I think they will give Tony Webb the championship.
Yeah, well, I think they might too.
Yeah. But
let's just see how the rest of the night pans out. I know the boys might think they've lost it, but God, anything's possible, mate. We've seen it before. Terry. Buff City, baby! Oh, Lorenzo, Zing goes after it. Jamie Jeffries a little upset. 460 at 158. Good one for him. He's back in the groove. 056 on the leave. Lorenzo, yeah, look, just didn't want to hook up and play the game like it did last night. Yes. Okay, so the person flying the drone, whoever decided that it was a good idea to take the drone out, please can you bring the drone back and put it away? We are in restricted airspace. We cannot have some random drone flying around. So whoever flew that over there, if you see that drone again, everyone give it the finger. I'd love to have an immediate drone recovery drone that just goes out and blows that other drone out of the air. All right, Nathan Rose and Steve Bazzina. Hey, a couple of tough street-based cars here. They started their lives that way. They got a little bit out of control here. Nathan Rose has a very healthy 400 cubic inch, next level, some fruit, beautiful cylinder heads and valve train on this beautiful engine. Makes a lot of power. Went 497 in qualifying. Steve Bazzina, well, what do you say? VXW, 481X, 4,000 pounds, 458 in qualifying. Another call now. Round 2, Renegade. Renegade to the lanes, please. Come on now. Renegade, 550 to the lanes, please. Come on.
Well, Jeffries has got 2 wins from 2 starts, and Drotsos has got 2 wins from 2 starts.
Oh.
Bazzina
Can he do 2 from 2
He's
here?
looking to join them.
We
Rose
go to
looking for
Bump
his
City.
first
I
win.
love it. More Bump City than ever. Oh, red light. Casino 2 from 2. Might have had him too. Might have had him. 76 beats a 55. The whole shot would have helped, but Pazina, no slouch. 076 on the tree for the XW. 123 for the big car to the 60. 309 and then 455 at 170. That's in a sweet spot. He's found the love. Last call. Round 2. OG 275. Where are you? OG 275. Where are you? Where the bloody hell are you? OG 275. Round 2 to the lanes. Final call. Right, here's Webby. He's still in there punching. Jared Blair could be another victim for Webby. This is an interesting matchup. Jared Blair's only gone 785 in this car. If he gets this thing to hook up.
Well, it's going to be close. If Blair can get it to hook up, he'll take it to Webb. But Webb's been pretty consistent in that low 5-second zone. He did run his quickest pass of the weekend in round 1 with a 5:27. Tony Webb.
Let's just all be calm here. There we go. Okay, he's got the whole shot. Webby. Tony Webb, is that 2 from 2? 5:29. Did he got round 1, did he?
No, he lost in round 1.
Oh, he lost in round 1. But here we go in round... I guess right, Jamie Jeffrey. So in round 2, he gets a win. So he's 1 from 2. Lorenzo's now none from 2. So Webby is that 1 from 2 ahead. So he's...
I think, Webby already had a 30-point lead. You can only get a maximum of 40 points today. So
there you go. So he's done it. He just got over the line. He was talking about on socials how, he felt like he never wanted something so bad in his life. He just wanted this. He'd been the guy in the final. The last three big races in Outlaw 275 in this country. It's been him in one lane and either Timmy or Lorenzo in the other lane. So cream of the crop deserves a free cup of coffee. Jim Whitehurst. Here's Jimmy back. Was he supposed to have someone there?
No, he was scheduled for the solo pass. So
That's
all
right.
of our Outlaw 275 guys made it to the lanes in round 2.
All right, last call was for OG 275. We're nearly ready for that, but we want Renegade round 2 to the lanes, please. Renegade round 2 to the lanes, please. Big shout out to everyone watching the stream right around the world. Like and share. If you got any friends that are watching, were at Bathurst and they're sitting in the tent wondering what to do now, get them to get onto the Overtaking Lane stream, and let's see if we can't bump the watches up over 1,000. We're at 816 odd. So let's see if we can't get them out of the tents and watching the live stream here at Willowbank Raceway. Jimmy Whitehurst, free crack at it here. I think he'll go 2 from 2 though. Is that right?
Jimmy will be 1 from 2.
No, that's right. He had issues. Doesn't want to behave. No, doesn't want to behave again there either. Doesn't want to behave there again. A little bit too much. And I remember the early days of this car. It had the RB30 in it, pure VL powered VL, and now it's got the pretty healthy LS in it, and 1 from 2 so far. So that's Outlaw 275 done. Marky, what do you got?
I'll give you a quick recap on Outlaw 275. Jeffries 2 from 2, Androtsos 2 from 2, Pazina 2 from 2. Pazina will have Galotto in round 3.
Yes.
Big race.
Wow.
Jeffries and Drotsos will have each other.
Oh, no.
They're matched up.
Oh, natural selection. Darwin's theory written on paper right there.
So one of those guys will go through to the final. And
Is that
Drotsos
right?
and Jeffries, one of those guys will definitely be in the final. Then it's open season for the remaining.
How do you come up with this, Mark? Tell me how you come up with this again. How do you come up with that?
It's open season for the remaining cars in Outlaw 275 round 3. Let's move on, mate. Outlaw 235 time brought to us by the people over at Altec.
It just happens organically. We put it in a petri dish and it grows in front of us. The storylines grow in front of us. And this won't stop until we get to the end of Rebels. Every time it happens. Shannon Reeves and Rowan Brown. This matters. Shannon Reeves spun the tyres in the first round. He's now back trying to make a bit of a redemption here. He wants to get at least another one win here. Rowan Brown, the 2JLJ. What did he do in round 1, mate?
Rowan in round 1. Both of these drivers lost their respective races in round 1. He won a 500 Brown. And Reeves was a 6.06 spinning off the start line. They a little bit too much power in the Mustang. The Gazard brothers Mustang KPM Performance. Nothing tuned this car, but we know this car's got a bit of pedigree. When Cortina drove this car, and went through and won one of the events.
Yeah, this was a really solid 480 performer on the 235 with Scotty Cortina driving. Now Shannon Reeves gets to steer his own car again. Now gas 588 cubes against a 2JZ, so 3-litre turbo in the Tirana. 526 in qualifying. He's got to bump this thing in. He's got to do all the work to stage the car. Shannon's just got to roll that thing and grab the trans brake. The nitrous cars are easy. Turbo cars are not. Oh, he sat there. Oh, he kicked the tyre. Oh, no, Rowan Brown hooks it back up and Shannon Reeves can't get him. Rowan gets by with that one. A 502 for the Mustang, just not in time. 570 for Rowan Brown, and he did spin the tyres. Shannon just sort of sat there, the lights came down, and it was like deer in the headlights.
I think Shannon might have spooked himself in stages. Yes. The car jumped in stages. Yep. He was getting on the button. I think he spooked himself, regathered everything, regathered his thoughts, took off. Obviously, by that time, the green light had been on for a couple seconds.
Here's an interesting, I'm going to take a guess on what we see on Scott Cortina's car, right? You see the illumination under the car? Why would it be illuminated under the car? Why would you think you'd want to light up the areas under your car? Now, they are the Leaf Spring Kings. They are suspension experts. They're watching all that suspension trouble with a camera. They're logging lots of different interesting information for the front and the rear of the car. Juan Kudnik built this thing at home. This is a shed one. 4,000 pounds. Pump gas. Rear turbo. No one's going anywhere. Scotty doesn't want to play this game. Scotty don't. Juan goes in. Sorry. Scotty goes in against Juan. Oh, Juan gets out of the hole. Cortina 063. What a run. 471. Great run. Does it 124 in the 60. Juan goes 076 off the button. So there was a little bit of a tiny little game there. It wasn't much of a game. They both played it well. They played it well. And then when it was time to go in, Juan had to bring it in after Scott. So Scott did go into both first. Juan does have that sort of semi-ready to stage. You can hear the car. But again, it's like anything. You don't want to load a turboed automatic car on that converter for any more milliseconds than you need to.
I wonder if there's something wrong with Juan's car. It's actually getting slower every pass.
Oh, well.
It started off in the 520s this weekend, but it's dipped in 530s. Now it's back into the 540s.
You know what? He might work it out. He'll work it out. And if he does, Juan, when you do, send us a little message, whether it's today or during the week, if you know, if you watch the stream back and you find it, should be a little message, mate. I'm always so interested, actually, to hear about
the
tribulations
curious. Yeah,
and trials with these cars. I love hearing it in real time, too. Thank you for all the info. Bamford on his own, 3-1.
This was a scheduled buy run for Alex Bamford.
Just does the job. Oh, Alex a little close there to the centre line. 560 though, so there might have been a little bit more in it there. 560. Yeah, he just saved that one. She went for a bit of a wander.
So Bamford's actually gone 2 from 2.
Oh, he could be this 5 second.
So
5 second fly of the ointment.
And, yeah, that's it. So Bamford and Cortina both only 2 drives, 2 from 2.
All right, Mick Arnold back for another crack. He's got to get the old faithful back out there on the porty end. He's about 4 passes behind everyone else right now, but he just takes it in his stride. Matty Dack, RB30, I believe, on board. Cool little Dado 1200. Bump City. Even soft off the line. There's a 91. He's back, baby. He's back, Matty Dack. There's the RB 617. Gorgeous car too. 144 in the 60 for Mick Arnold. Walked it. It had 1 pedal, 2 pedals, 491, 153.
Mickey Arnold 2 from 2.
Mick Arnold 2 from 2. What happened in round 1? Oh, that was a
paired. He had solo pass in round 1.
They were paired solos. That's right. I think he had a paired solo.
No, he was actually
he did have a freebie, didn't he?
Yeah. And he will have Rowan Brown in round 3. So, anyways. Interesting times here in Outlaw 235, brought to us by the guys over at Heltec. So just doing a bit of a quick clean up over there in the Rocket Industries lane. Going by my calculations, we've still got one more pairing to go in Outlaw 235. That'll be
Yep.
Simon O'Carroll and Hoffman.
Oh, is that
Hoff,
right?
yes.
Is that right? 648 cubes with a few kits, 3RZ with a guy called Scott Hoffman driving it, and probably a very, very loaded wastegate, I would say. What can Hoff do against O'Candles? Now, a little quick tractor rub here. Now, I don't know how far this data went down with a leak, but again, might be... We've had the odd little issue with, a leak out of... the auto side of things, I think it is law now that we do want a braided fitting on the auto trans coolers, that we used to have the old hose won't work anymore. I do believe that that's what caused our big one last night, was an auto trans line either splitting or basically spraying trans fluid the whole way down. Let's just hope it's nothing so crafty as that, and whether it's just a little light whisper that we can pick up with the track rub. Now, we've just done the tractor there to half track, so I think what we've spotted, we're under control. A little bit of mop work, a little bit of a spray there with the thinners, and it won't be too long before we're hopefully cracking that last round here, that last pairing of round 2 for Haltech Outlaw 235. So we have had come from behind victories in different categories where you may not have able to score a good qualifying run, but then during racing you got back somewhere by round 3 to be featuring in the final. And maybe Mick can do it. That would be a cracker of a way to finish the season, to have a little bit of a come from behind. I know there's a couple in the way of that, i.e., Leaf Spring Kings, i.e., Mr. O'Candles. There's 2 big 235 brick walls in the way between Mick Arnold getting back. But remember, they're the 3 players that we saw light it all up in Sydney and blow 235 out of the water, like all our categories. So that quick rub, I think, was all we needed. No harm, no foul. We're not straddling the track and doing anything other than just a light little pickup there. It's been good, and we've called Renegade round 2 to the lanes. Let's back him into that 550. That's it. Quick rubber's all we need. And we'll be ready to back the 550 guys in here again shortly, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. One more run. Oh, we've got the OGs yet. We've got Renegade Cool Lanes, but we've still got the OGs there. Sorry. We've got to get the Outlaw Performance Exhaust OG 275s out and the Lotus Caravan OG 315s out before the Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools 550 Renegade goes. Here we go. Oh, great matchup. If it wasn't Hoffman versus wasn't it Hoffman versus Cortina in round 1?
Yeah, you are correct. Hoffman went a 577 in round 1. Simon O'Carroll went a 479. He got a win in round 1.
Right, so that's a big bully here, picking on the little car. Hoff loves, I'm sure I hope, as many runs as he's got so many goals on his mind with this car, always says he's not competitive, always says that he's not a chance. But I just secretly think he says that sometimes. And mate, Scotty, I keep saying it, a bit of a modern day hero for mine to be able to create these things. And again, if he didn't have his great workshop down there at Cleveland, he could have done this in the shed as well. Just that his shed's a bit bigger these days. He's got a lot more implements at his disposal to be able to build such amazing, bespoke little Toyotas especially. Hilux diff. It is a power glide transmission, a 3RZ out the front. Simon O'Carroll had the gearbox fixed last night by Benny from the Lead Automatics. Good back in the car. Oh, red light for Hoff. Oh, Hoff out like a rocket. O'Carroll gets him right at the end. 81 beats a 511. Hoff goes minus 232. That thing went straight that time, though, did it not? 511 for the Hoff. Simon O'Carroll, 481. A run that needed to be made for him. But, yeah, Hoff just went for the tree. That guy was serious. He was serious. All right, that's the end of round 2 of Outlaw 275. Thanks to the great
235,
boys. 235, rather. Haltech.
Yep.
It's now Lotus Caravan's Outlaw OG 315 round 2. Steve Carkeet. A solo, by the looks of it, a seated solo.
Yes, you are correct. He was on the seated solo.
Did he grab one in round 1?
car Keat in round 1. No. He had a loss in round 1. Ran a 5.16.
All right, so 1 from 2 going to be here for Steve Carkeet.
Just all about the ET for car Keat. Now, in round 1, I think he did something like 140 odd mile an hour as well, so had good speed.
It's a gorgeous machine. Like
it is. It really is.
Steve's had some beautiful cars before, but this is the best so far for me. All right, let's have a look where Carkeet goes here. 5.14, Mr. Consistent. OG 315. That could be a good percentage run in case some of these low 4-second guys start to slip up.
And you just mentioned that consistency as well. We do have that consistency award in racing tonight by Performance Wholesale. For the most consistent car in racing, you bring up your 3 time cards at the end of the night if you think you've been the most consistent. And I can tell you, from experience, you probably want your spread to be within about 100th of a second. So your 3 passes within 100th of a second. It usually gets down to the thousands, how close these guys are, especially in those like Rebels and Renegade and Rumble.
Just remember, attention to all competitors. Attention to all competitors. We do have the most consistent award for 3 rounds of racing. So if you think you've got 3 time slips today that are really close to each other, you've got to bring them to the tower after round 3 to see whether you win the $500 store credit. So keep an eye on your time slips and bring them up if you reckon you're close. Ruckus to the lanes, please. Ruckus 580 to the lanes, please. We need Ruckus to the lanes now. We need Renegade there. We need Ruckus. Ruckus to the lanes now. Kyle, Hop, Manny, Deborah Cat.
So Deborah Cat got a win in round 1. Hop also got a win in round 1. Hop was the quicker of the 2. A 470.
Great match up here. Bump City, baby. OG 315. 4 sinks the tyres. Kyle goes 1-2-1 in the 60. Manny goes 0-1-4 on the tree. Kyle goes 4.52 at 168. Gets the win. 0.90 light for Kyle, but Manny goes 0-1-4, but then zings them immediately. And that is 2 from 2 for Mr. Six Boost.
Yeah, Manny struggling on the track today after qualifying so strongly.
Yeah, that was a great run from him yesterday, and then now can't get back near that 439 anymore. Michael Nichols and Damien Boyce, both 490 contenders here. Sometimes that's all it takes. A couple of back-to-back 490s. Remember, for all competitors, check your time slips. We are looking for 3 really, really close time slips.
In racing only.
In racing only. So racing today. Got all the girls standing here at the fence, put their hands up in the air, and are you trying to distract either us or the racers? I don't know what you're doing, but you're having fun by the look of it. Damien Boyce, 540 cubes in that beautiful Nova. Michael Nichols, 427 cubes of Calais. I think it could have an LS in it. It's a great car. Well, it's almost a twin for Jim Whitehurst's car.
It is really
a twin.
Perfect gets the win here. We'll have the first win of the day.
Oh, how's that for the biggest bump today? Bottom bowl. Oh, God, he got out with his feet, Damien Boyce. 120 in the 60 foot, and he's going to make him pay for that, Michael Nichols. 491. Damien Boyce, 491, 145 mile an hour. What do you do when your opponent bumps so big, you got bottom bulb, all you want to do is get that thing in. You almost feel like, right, I've almost got my foot on his throat already. All I got to do is put this thing in light, not deep, and I got half a chance. Because once you do that, you know how easy it is to red light, Mark.
Exactly, because that would have been going through Nichols' head.
Yeah,
once
what do I do?
bumped through, because that was a big
That was
jump
the biggest bump. And again, we know where these lasers trigger the wheel to turn the light on. That it's millimetres between leaving it or not. Oh, here he is, Fox, Garland, and Casper. Oh, let's not underestimate this one either. This is a great matchup. How did we go in round 1 between these ones? Fox, Cullen.
So Cullen had a loss in round 1. Ran a great 477. Hepburn.
Ran a 40. I think he ran
got
a
a win.
40.
Yeah, 440.
Okay, so Hepburn's starting to warm to the occasion. Brad Cullen, all we know is what we get with Fox Cullen is everything. And that's what you've got, a combo that you can just about throw everything at it and it works. I mean, it comes out with some great wheel stands. That blowing 509, it's tough. It just looks the business. And thank you so much for coming Radial Races, Fox Cullen. I think you found a great spot in the sport. And you know what? Any day OG315's on, I'm sure we'll see him in there because he can beat up on a turbo car once in a while. I'm sure he can. Only going to do it one way. Alrighty, here we go. Round 2, OG315, thanks to Lotus Caravans. Casper versus the Fox. Oh, he didn't see him there. It's a pedal first. Clicks trying to get him back. Gets him back on the pedal. Oh, big zingy. Waited for it to settle down, Fox. He went 034 on the hit, did Fox Cullen. He did a nice 034 leave. He then zinged him, had to back off. Didn't hear or see Clint, decided I might have a crack here, I might have a win. Clint was trying to get that horsepower down and he had enough to get to the finish line at 161. There we go. Two very, very different OG315 cars. Virtually on debut here this weekend. Danny Lansdowne, the revolution, the re-evolution.
What's he done with the wagon?
It's had a full 25.3 literal Pro Mod chassis put through it, all built by Danny at Spot On. Still got that 2JZ powertrain in it with the Power Glide. Got a 275 radial on it. Look at the way it's finished, the paint, the engineering. And you know what, it's an absolute tribute to him and the boys at Spot On. Mind you, between when he finished this thing, he built probably about 10 cars in between it, including my new Sierra, he built that as well. And I felt guilty. It's like, dude, when are you going to get that finished? It's 4 years. 4 years it's been. Oh, zing the tire. Did you break something, Marcus? Did you break something? You might have broke something. Danny Lansdowne's going to go the win. And a 492. Lansdowne's back. What happened to the hot rod? It hit the tree. 037 for Marcus. Wasn't mucking around on the tree. And something's unloaded.
Something
maybe in the gearbox.
Yeah.
And Danny, well, he went 354 reaction time. 125 in the 60, and a great run from the wagon, finding his way back, 492 at 133 mile an hour. But Marcus has done exactly what we talked about in the driver's briefing. If you think you've broken something, and I'm sure he can confirm I've broken something, that didn't feel right. He pulls it over to make sure he's not dragging it further than he could. So he's obviously spent a few, because remember, he got up and out there, Marcus, for a little bit. So whether or not he was trying to, while he's moving, diagnose what might have just happened, but he's out. And we'll find out, I think, through Lukey or the crew, what might have happened from the hot rod by the end of the evening. Now, here's a little bit of a word why Johnny Ricker didn't come up in that last round. No fuel pressure. So no fuel pressure. That was, that's what we had the call there from him. So, he said they were ready to go. Obviously, the thing had power. They're kicking it in, but no fuel pressure. It's like a fuel pump's gone, and I don't know whether they do run a cable-operated one or not. I know a lot of these guys have gone to a mechanically driven pump, either, off a cam or driven off even there's worm drive deals that you can cable drive styles. So there are forms of mechanical pump, whether or not that was what he's got on it or whether he's got an electric deal. No fuel pressure. Car wouldn't start. They're back there hunting down the issue to see if they can't fix it before the next round and at least try and snaggle a little bit of something to justify the ongoing onslaught of loving the beast a little bit too much. And, it's a labour of love and we reward them. May you be rewarded with the time slip you're looking for, hopefully next run if you guys can sort it out. So we're off to recover the hot rod. And looks like the drone's gone away, whatever drone that is. Yeah, we can't have that. If someone just decides, oh, yeah, why don't I go to Willowbank? I might bring out a few things. I might bring out my laser pointer. Nah. Might bring out my electric scooter. Nah. Might bring out me drone. Nah. Can't do any of that. No. We are in restricted airspace, of course, being near the RAF base. So drones around here can be perceived as a national security threat. So we can't do it. So I'm glad that Race Control spotted it going around and that we're able to reel it back in. What are you saying? What are you looking on there, Mark?
I'm just having a look at the points for Lotus Caravans OG315. We haven't seen the points leader James Horan yet this round of racing.
Nope.
And he was scheduled against Simon Graham. So
Yeah, well, Simon, from the word on the street here, of course, is Simon said that they went to fire the car up and it's broken a couple of rockers and fire up. So whether or not they're a thrash, he did say we are out.
Yep.
So if that's the case, the Simon Graham matchup against James Horan means Horan would get a solo this round.
And Aaron Gregory, less than a round of racing between Aaron Gregory and Horan.
Is that where we're at still? So Aaron Gregory, who's up next against Finnegan.
So
It's going to be a tough one for Aaron Gregory. 5-1s in the panel van. Finnegan's been down into 503. Ruckus final call to the lanes. Ruckus round 2 to the lanes, please. Ruckus round 2 to the lanes, please.
Yeah, Gregory went 5-1-0 in round 1. Finnegan went a 5-30
in round 1.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So Glenn needs to come back to that number 10 qualifier that he did yesterday, 503. It's 598 cubes of Nova with some spray on it. Aaron, of course, got that beautiful ASG Motorsport HR panel van turbo LS steel wheelie machine if he goes after it.
Gregory went 149 miles an hour in round 1 as well.
Nearly 150 in the old
almost
Pano
150
at 660.
Only a 5-1.
Yeah,
so they really got it's baby stepping off the line. I think it was like a 140 60 foot.
I've been around the sport long enough to know that we've had plenty of beautiful panel van drag cars, and that you get panel vans to a certain stage, and Tomo can vouch for this, right? For Tomo's old panel van. Craig Brewer's panel van, another one, I think the Frog Stomp, and Aaron now with that. There is something about that, whether it's a wheelbase or weight distribution thing, I don't know. But you can get to a certain amount of power in those things before they become wheelie machines. And Aaron's had some fair share of wheelies. I'm sure if the guy would like to put up a few big posters of the old rig around the workshop, there's plenty of photos of the thing doing that, exactly that. And that's all you want. You want just a bit of an excitement machine, wouldn't you? Something that you can get up to a bit of mischief in, i.e. if I put more power in it, watch this. So now I don't know exactly what we're recovering there from Marcus. Obviously, we're not too alarmed as to whether it dropped anything from the breakage. But we are just in that process of slowly getting that hot rod around now. There we go. So maybe no more playing for the hot rod. There is a little bit of spot.
Yeah, just having a look at our Diamond T Custom Toolbox's big screen here at Willowbank Raceway. You can see the track walker there, just having a quick clean up. It's nothing though. It's just obviously it's just a few spots where it's pulled up.
Might have broken the drive shaft then. It's hard to diagnose from here.
It could be anything, mate. It could be
hard to diagnose from here.
Absolutely anything. There was definitely a free rev though.
There was
whether it was spin or something letting go in the gearbox.
Yeah, right.
Who knows? Anyways, we are in the middle of round 2 of racing for OG 315 class, brought to us by Lotus Caravans. Once we get Marcus off the racing surface, we're back underway with some racing here that will have ramifications when we're talking about that Kenda 660 belt for the championship in the OG 315 class.
Yes, we've got to give away the fruit. Now, just another announcement while we've got this little gap. All competitors that may want to have a crack at the Performance Wholesale $500 store credit for most consistent, better get your time slips together and come and see us after round 3 here in the tower, because we'll take the closest spread over the 3 time slips from today.
Yep.
That's Performance Wholesale, most consistent 500 credit. I don't think we tried to give that to someone this morning, but it's like, whoa. We can't give out all the awards at lunchtime today. We've still got a couple of awards that we might have to carry over from this morning that we couldn't give out. So I've got one here that I've got to give to a guy that didn't come and pick it up. I think most of the other people got theirs, but I've got one here to go. We've done announcer's choice thanks to Mood Motorsport. We've done Gold Coast Ram for best appearing. We've done the 6 Boost Hard Luck Award. The Advanced Drive Group Outstanding Rebel Car. The Race Bolts Outstanding Rumble. We've done that one. Trim Southeast Queensland Outstanding Ruckus. Suspension Dynamics Outstanding Renegade. We've done that. The 60-foot Inc. 275 and Impact Ground Services Outstanding OG 315. So all of those have already given out. as is the Enemies Everywhere outstanding Outlaw 235, and Finance Nexus outstanding Outlaw 275 car, and Bolt King Palabar's outstanding Outlaw Radial car. They're all $500 wins. So that's another couple of grand we just rattled off that we did at lunchtime today. However, we cannot determine who's our winner and runner-up in any of our categories as yet. We do have to wait for the Performance Wholesale most consistent time slips to creep in. And as I said, we've got champions to award in the Outlaw Radial 275, 235 and OG 315 and 275s to award that for champions. So not only to win tonight, there's the extra 1,000 for the champions as well. So it's not just about winning. I mean, I think it's 1,000 and a belt for some of those. So we've still got to find, and I wish we had one for best reaction time, because Light of the Night, Michael Adams, hasn't raced in ages, brings the Coppo Mustang over.
Approach free.
Last night goes closest in qualifying to win $500 in the Kenda qualifying shootout, and then goes triple O on the first hit today. And it's like, I wish I could give you more, Michael, but we can't. We don't have a Light of the Night. But if we did, that's why we're mentioning it now. That was a great. And we've seen that many O lights on the Pro Tree today.
Tell you what, I've been really impressed with the reaction times today. Like this, just from a purely reaction time perspective, easily the best event I've seen so far in the Radial series.
Well, that's
as the drivers seem to get a little bit more clued onto that side of things. That's definitely one side that's improving with the races. And you start looking at the races that you lose. If I'd only just gone a little bit better on the reaction time, and you see the racing is just getting a little bit better. It's getting closer.
If you've had a Kenda or two under your belt before, you've probably lost a few races on the tree. All you can do is come back and try again. And yeah, you're right, Mark. For a guy that you are all about reaction times, that's literally how you've won as many Christmas trees as you have. Is you haven't done it from cutting bad lights. You've done it from cutting better lights than your opponent. It's the last thing you can really do as a driver to give you any advantage, and that's down as a pure driving skill, which is so underestimated in every other motorsport, that someone's reacted quicker than their opponent. And to lose by thousandths of a second, like you can, every thousandths that you can be at an advantage against your opponent. And I love it that we do it over 660 because you've got less distance to do it in.
Exactly.
A gap, a whole shot is so much more deadly over this 660 distance. All right, back of the transmission's gone completely AWOL for Marcus Page. I've got the photos fresh coming in from Pete Farnell, and it's got the back of the extension housing's kind of not there anymore. So there's a big shatter and a smash out the back. So the Glide, looks like the Glide has had a fair old bit of smash. So yes, there is a little bit of fluid, but it looks like it's been in the back tray area of the ute. So that's why the deck. So that's why that's just had a little bit hit the track, but not much. And we are just about all hunky-dory, tickety-boo, ready to go again. But how hot's the shots there? All you're going to do is just message the right person there and you might get the magic shot. Yeah, she's definitely shattered that. Ask Marcus Page about the traction here tonight. There's the weak spot. The back of the extension housing is just not really there anymore. It's had a nice little. It looks like it's had because it's still engaged on the output shaft. But if it snapped all that as it's moved, and it's gone blah, 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 it made probably a horrible noise in the back there too.
Anyways,
yes,
we're back underway with OG 315, round 2 of racing. Championship ramifications here with Aaron Gregory, number 2 in the championship for Lotus Caravans. OG 315 ran a great 5-1-0 in round 1 of racing. He was a couple tenths quicker than Glenn Finnegan in the lane beside him, so Gregory has taken the same lane that he ran the 5-1-0 in round 1. Finnegan in the Nova over in the Rocket Industries lane here at Willowbank Raceway. He actually did go quicker than Gregory in qualifying, went a 5:03. So he'll need to get back to that sort of form here in this race against Gregory.
Absolutely.
Both cars moving forward.
They're both taking it pretty seriously, these guys. Aaron's a very, very tough competitor. Finnegan, though, 038 hole shot. The pedal van's back at him. Oh, 506 beats a 505.
And it's the reaction time thing that we were talking about.
038 light for Finnegan left Gregory on the 109 tree. And a 506 at 135 beats a 505 at 148. He's trying to make that thing go 150 in the 660. That's what he's trying to do. Aaron Gregory's pulling some power down the other end. 505 at 148 mile an hour, but a loss. All right, here's the other ute. We've had Fox Cullen in here. Now we've got the ute. We need Rumble, round 2. Rumble to the lanes, please. Rumble, round 2 to the lanes, please. Rumble. Chop, chop. Come on now. Rumble to the lanes, please. Rumble, 640 to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. James Horan from Alimba. Full race converters. He's now a torque converter. He's in the torque converter business. He can build you a bolt-together torque converter. He's learnt a lot with this car. This has been a test bed for everything James Horan's pretty much ever learnt. And look how tough the Hilux looks now. 511 cubes, twin-turbo Hemi. 453 he ran to clinch the home run hit last night to win $500 last night. Whoa, out a bit further. 111 in the 60. Wow, near the centre line too. 116 in the 60. 111 in the 60. 079 tree. 306 to 330. And he had to get off it. It zinged it about 330 foot down. It zinged it. 466 at 157. I was impressed with that on the leave. That was doing all the right things on the leave.
And he was pretty much planted too. You'd think you wouldn't think he'd get spin that far out.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't either.
No.
No, you're absolutely right, Mark. You would not think that you could spin that far out, but we don't have a lot of weight to transfer behind the driver in that car. So there's not a lot of sheet metal that you can use as mass in that car. I'm sure if you were to weigh that car, it's probably a 60-40 weight distribution split. There's a lot of Hemi in the front of that thing and not a lot behind the driver as far as sheet metal. Let me just get that straight. So, yeah, that thing physics-wise is quite a challenging car. So, yes, I believe it can spin them at 330 foot. All right, what about the big Merc? Tanya Thompson beside. Outlaw 275, round 2. Tanya, she's already, I think, got one.
Tell you what, she's got a bit of fluid under
What have we
car.
got? A leakage. Got to shut her down. A leakage. Something's come out of the V8 and we've got to shut her down. It's going to be DeBenz. DeBenz on a solo. Nice run from him. It's good to see Guy Hall back out getting some good ETs. 497 at 150. But how's that for high drama? Oh, yeah. What do we got there? A bit of fuel, a bit of oil. And I wonder whether something on the previous run. Remember on the previous run?
Yep.
Previous run had a little bit of something go astray down the end. And we did a little tiny clean-up for Tanya. There's a slightly larger one. And again, look at it. It's just a mop. No thinners.
So it must be just fuel.
Might be a fuel leak. And again, you've got that many little fittings on these things, you know, for the fuel rail, fuel system, fuel lines to and from the tank. That leak, they shut down at the right time because two things can happen there. Yes, it's more an oil or coolant that'll probably send a car into a spin than fuel. Fuel, there's a fair amount. There's not a lot of mass that gets under anything. It's evaporating as it comes out of its area. So it's kind of hitting it with not a lot of liquid. I'm not saying fuel can't make the car spin around, but it's more about if it's high pressure fuel, gets on an exhaust, you can have a huge fire. So it's not only about getting fluid on the track and not getting Tanya not stopping Tanya in time, is that thing can also light up pretty swiftly if it is a fuel leak. So you absolutely got to stop that thing. You're not send it in any way possible. All right, this is interesting. This has got ramifications, this one.
Yeah, Brimble was meant to be taking on King And Fuller was meant to be on Trellau. So this
So
is
no King. I reckon we got no Corolla coming back. I'd say Guy King's not coming back. Paulie Fuller and Trent Brimble will get a win here. Is that right?
Yep, you
so
are
2 from
correct.
2 for Paulie, 2 from 2 for Trent. OG 275. Thanks to the great people at Outlaw Performance Exhaust. So this doesn't matter. 2 pan solos there. Oh, timed him out, boy. Geez, the smallest of margin. They're both going to get a win, except Trent Brimble doesn't have an ET to go by. Paulie went 31 with an O on the previous run. There's 31 with a 2 for that little shed-built ghetto mod.
Yeah, that's for his qualifying time, the 5:31.
Yeah. Trent Brimble, yeah, that must have just been a fraction of 7 seconds.
The good thing for Brimble is that it happened in round 2, because that was round 3.
Yep.
That ET.
Absolutely. That would be devastating to have that happen to Brimble in round 3. Let me emphasise, and we said that at the driver's briefing, when we are locked up going into the 3rd round, what you do in the 3rd round is the most important run out of the 3 today. We need your best ET. We need you to have as many wins as you can by the end of round 3, and we will judge you on your 3rd round performance. So, no, if you get a timeout, if that was Brimble in, as you said, in round 3, you can't consider him for the final because he didn't get an ET. You know what I mean? You still have to stage the car to consider that you completed a run. Hey, what a great run here. Queensland versus New South Wales. Small block against LS. What a great matchup. Johnny Elfs and Brett Benz, old Goldie, bumping it in for round 2, OG 275.
Both these guys had a win in round 1.
It's been a state of origin. Bump City, baby. Oh, clean greens. Oh, beats the 027 off the button, but that VT's very quick. 468. 468. He improves from a 7.0 to a 468. And Benzie improves to a 485 at 158. You can't tell that she's got no steam. Oh, Goldie, she's got plenty of horsepower in the tank. 027. Brett did everything he could on that run. He performed like he should have, the immaculate athlete that he is. And there it is. Oh, Goldie. That's Elf's 2 from 2. Benzie 1 from 2. Now Michael Brazil and Jamie Kitching.
Kitching had a loss in round 1. Brazil had a loss in round 1 as well.
Right,
So
someone's going to get a win here. Someone's going to go 1 from 2 here.
The ETs in round 1. Kitching was a 5.11. Brazil was an 8.61.
All right, well, let's see how they go now, because when they're really, when they're perfectly hooked up, they're a very tight race, these two. So this will be tighter than we think if it all hooks up here. A little bit more bump city, even in OG 275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Oh, Brazil! Oh, you're not going to get away with it this time. You have to bump in and out last run. Someone did. So, God, geez, you wouldn't want that to happen in round 3. Again, same deal. That's the sort of stuff that gets you, makes you ineligible for a final if that happened in round 3. So, Brazil, no win in round 2. Jamie Kitching a win. So that's Brazil, none from 2. Jamie Kitching, 1 from 2. But yeah, not getting into stage, not getting an ET will definitely hurt you in round 3 if we had to decide between citizens that have faced the tree and left and run a legal time to ones that didn't get a time. So it hurts. So another call for Rumbles to the lane. I'm gonna say Rebels too. I'm calling Rebel round 2 to the lanes too.
Yeah, get him there, mate.
Rebel,
get him there.
Come on, y'all. Rebels round 2 to the lanes, please. Get behind. We need the cattle dog down the end there just to muster them all up. Rebels, let's get you into 6 and 7. Rumble, let's get you into I think 4 and 5. All right, Luke Knight. 3 immaculate 2-tone black and silver VLs here this weekend. Luke Knight's the Force Performance VL Calais, 544, 546 in qualifying. Just looks the biz, does it not? This is pretty much the standard of the typical radial Australian street car now. I think Turbo LS for power plant choice. It's a logical choice, and boy, don't we do them well here. Don't we do a great example? Oh, it picked up the tyre, front tyre, and just as it transferred it, the 275 was not happy and wasn't going to deliver him a sticky surface. Yeah, Perry Boulevard on the stream. Bump in, bump out. That's all about how to bump in one in the heat of battle.
Well, that brings it close to Outlaw Performance Exhaust OG 275, and we'll be moving into round 2 now of Radial Renegade, brought to us by
Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools.
You nailed it.
I'm trying to start the new advertising campaign for Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, the best swimming pools. You simply can't have one until 2024. Conditions apply. If you use the code word candles or nitrous or radial, those 3 keywords, you might actually get pushed up the list. But the man is a swimming pool making machine. That he is doing them all over Brisbane, and he's hot to trot. And he loves radial racing. And we thank you for ongoing sponsorship, Simon. All right, a little bit of a mop job in this lane. And that was where the VL had been. So we just don't know how bad it is and what we've got. But that is the end of that round of Outlaw OG 275. And that 550 Renegade class just about ready to go. Bit of a mop job there. All good, Dave? I don't know. We still get our hoodies for sale. We've still got our Kenda 660 merch for sale. I know we're kicking on. Isn't it funny, Mark, since we've gone into night time and we get bombarded pass after pass, round after round, and we get this opportunity to stop and take a breather, it does feel like it's later than 7 o'clock at night on a Saturday night. But that's where we're at. So we're sitting pretty good here, mate. We're nibbling through round 2 of everything at 7 o'clock at night. We're just about to go round 2 of the Renegades, and they're loading themselves up. There on the big screen, there is Jason Seng. We've seen some great feats of brilliance, and his in qualifying yesterday was a great one. But all of our Renegade heavy hitters kind of banked the 60, like a low 66, 64. No one quite wanted to go to the 50, just for the risk. Just for the risk of losing round 1. You want to get one in the bank, and then if you do meet an opponent that does want to test your nerve and push you closer to that 550, that's where we get these knockout pairings. And it doesn't matter whether it's the Renegades, the 580 Ruckuses, the 640 Rumbles, or the 7 flat Rebels. We've found that happens in just about every category, nearly every round. And right now, no big pressures applied. Everyone's had that first round settler. You either won or you lost. You're one up on a hot streak or you're down one and you just want a bit of revenge. So everyone's mindset's a bit different. You get to round 2. Some guys have lost one, so they almost, and they know if you've done a Kenda before, you lose one run, you kind of know, I don't think I can make it to the finals, but let me have one more go at it in round 2 to see if I can't get a win. There's also guys numb for one that just go out there, they don't care, no pressure. I'm going to see if I can mess the guy up in the other lane and strap a whole shot on him and see what happens. So sometimes you get that little bit of that, you know what, I lost at round 1, but I'm going to make it uncomfortable for someone in round 2 and try and strap a whole shot on. Because if I'm going to lose tonight, I'm going to not die wandering. I'm going to go out there and have a crack.
Well, I can
then
tell you.
Then there's a person that puts the one run down and goes, right, I'm on a streak. I better engage full mode and I need to take 3 tonight.
I can tell you that not every event do we have 2 guys with 3 wins because the racing is so tight. You get 10 blokes and 2 wins and one loss. So you definitely don't put the hat away just yet.
Oh, in this, we've learnt you just can't write it all off. You just can't write it off. It's just going to happen. All right.
And I think the biggest variable for these guys in this class is the track between day 1 to day 2 because they haven't done a pass. So I think you're right. I think a few of them would be, you know what? The weather conditions are a bit better than yesterday. The track might be a bit better. Let's go a bit tentative. Let's go a bit soft and see what she does out the back door this pass. You know, we've got some data. Now we can tweak it. Pick up 2 or 300s if we can, here or there. We're seeing what it does. The weather, it's not going to change within the last hour or so. It's going to be very, very similar. and we know what the track is like now.
Well, I was talking to Barney Linden last night, and I said, Barney, you're so close to the pointy edge of Rumble. Do you know what the weather conditions are doing? And he told me the humidity for the last 3 runs of the night. I said, why? He goes, well, he's using his daughter's weather station from the junior dragster. So, yeah, there's a few guys out there getting the weather station out, because it's important when you're making a little bit more horsepower with the humidity drops or increases. You know, you'd like to know that in case you think, well, I now need to maybe compensate. I need another 500. Clean Green absolutely scraps the whole shot on Lachlan Miller and goes 5.53. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's 2 from 2. Is that right, Jason Singh? Did he go round 1 win, Jason Singh?
Hey, he did. Jason Singh goes 2 from 2. Good light again for Singy, 0.86.
Rumble to the lanes, please. Rumble to the lanes. No one's in the lanes. Rumble, please, to the lanes. Rumble. Come on, y'all. Radial Rumble, round 2. Where the bloody hell are you? Get to the lanes, please. Rumble. Harris Gatolian. 102. Careful, Harris. At 550. Whoop, whoop. 68 will do. Joseph Predel. Love that car. Remember, it had a big pop on the last run, so that's time it's nice to see it not having a pop. Yeah, I think, and that's it. Has Harris safely amounted 2 from 2?
Harris has gone 2 from 2.
Seggy's gone 2 from 2. Here's a guy that can do it. Russell Eckert. If Russell Eckert can pull this thing back by literally 200s.
600s. He went 44.
600s.
Yeah.
Christopher Shaper, though, is a guy not to be messed with. They've got a groove on here. The 57 Ute. Gone the radial on it, on Mick's beautiful 57. Mick, I honestly think since it's gone to the red, it's just like a whole new car, mate, to me personally.
Yeah, it suits the red.
Isn't it? Just changed that car from blue to red, just blows it away. That little bit of extra bright work on it really makes it look fantastic. Nice new wheels. Got the radials on the back. You'll never go back. Russell Eckert on the Pro Tree here. Renegade 550 thanks to Simon O'Carroll. Oh, we got whole shot. Chris Shaper. Russell Eckert strap one on the 57. Here's the stripe. Winlight 64.49 with a 5.
5,000.
Wow. Russell Eckert did everything. He whole shot Chris Shaper, but a 49 with a 5. The Winlight goes over to his lane. 5.64. That's 2 from 2 for him.
Brutal.
Is that 2 from 2 for Chris Shaper?
Shaper goes 2 from 2 as well, so we've got 3 drivers, 2 from 2 in the first 3 paired passes.
Russell Eckert's got himself a fair dicky dice problem here. He's got a car that's just too fast by painstaking increments. How'd you go? Crap weekend. Why? I just kept running 600s under, 200s under, 500s under. Bradley Lynch now and Greg Trapnell. Now, I don't know whether these guys are featuring in the pointy end just yet because we're only hitting round 2. They've both done their purges. We've got 415 cubes for Brad with a bit of spray. We've got Greg Trapnell with 581 cubes with a bit of spray. Give us another purge there, Trappy. Where's the purge with the little blue light on? I know he can't hear us, but I thought one more purge before we go here would be nice. We are in Renegade thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. We're getting serious. Oh, clean green. Clean green. Trappy's got plenty. That's the thing. He's got too much. He's got too much. 47. 47 on a 50. Too much. Brad Lynch, 72. You cannot be whole shot like that, Trappy, and be in front. It's just not natural because that race was still 8.8 thousandths at the end, but too fast for Trappy.
Bradley Lynch, 2 from 2.
Bradley Lynch, 2 from 2. Here's a guy that could go 2 from 2, but he's got to get past Craig Stokes. That's Dean Ferris, Disco Dean.
Well, Dean will get a win here because he was scheduled to be against Petterwood.
Oh,
Stokes
right, okay, so no KP.
For Chizotti.
So Craig Stokes was supposed to be up against Racing Jason, so paired. So 2 paired solos here, or
So
a paired solo rather.
Ferris will make 5 guys with 2 wins.
Is that right?
Stokes will get his first win of the day.
All right, Stokes his first win. I'm sure this is another guy over the coast owns this car. I think from memory. Must have been Dean Ferris, Bump City. All right, let's see how close they go to the 550 here. 557 for Disco Dean. Bit of smoke out of Stokes. It has been doing a little bit of that every run. 576 though, at 125 mile an hour. I'm sure it's the car from the sunny coast that I remember. And Stokesy's got it now. Disco Dean looking good. Few little points up. Here's Shane Bowden and William Yarwood. We're just having a bit of a survey there because of that V. I think it was a VC. It might have been a VH, but yeah, the green commie. A lot of smoke backing off down the. Are we off to investigate? We are off down to investigate in case we need to do something.
I think I've seen the shutdown signal for the guys on the start line.
Huh? All right, there we go. So the word on the street is right now we have got ourselves some of that dreaded stuff, and it's an obvious spray that's going to have to be assessed. But we can tell you right now, we need to take a break and a breather, and you guys do too, because we've got oil to pick up. And we are halfway through Renegade. But we need Rumble to the lanes, please, and Rebels to the lanes, please. Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, please. We've got Ruckus all assembled. We've got Renegade in the middle of right now. Thank you, Lukey Page, for the photos. Yeah, Pete got onto the photos for me there too, and they just shattered the back of that Hot Rods gearbox in Marcus Page's. So stand up, have a stretch, have a breather, go for a wander. We've got some oil at least to where the buggy is there, so we've got to pick that up. So the guys at Overtaking Lane, you're doing a great job of the stream. We need you to put up a little bit of our diversion, distraction, a few sponsor adverts as well, and don't forget all of our great sponsors. Make sure you do continue to support them. Our Kenda merchandise, I hope we're still selling that still. Grab yourself a bite, bit of a breather. Have a look at the Dodge Rams from Ram Gold Coast. We'll take a break and a breather. I'm going out for a bit of fresh air. You guys should stretch your legs too. And remember, Saturday night, it's 7:12. We're not doing too bad. So break and back with more here at Kenda Radial Riot.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, you know, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked. And from there, we're going to try and keep cruising on, but we've got flex plate issues at the moment. So we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank
Thanks.
you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what's, I guess, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yeah.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So, to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
it? And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that. Right. And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not under
awesome.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
To build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
and I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country, the world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
yeah,
events,
we do
don't
big
you?
ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And This is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And you know, there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You know, you get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. You know, we had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track, and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's all
going to go fast.
That's excellent. Yeah. And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on, and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason, because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
if
then
not
we're done
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
to
being
Lights
out here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev tow car.
Yeah.
But
it sort of outshines the B a little bit.
It does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
right. Oh, good.
So we're at the top end. So we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this afternoon.
Testing, tuning this afternoon. Read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working,
and then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch you.
No, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. We broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run what we've rung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance for $5 grand,
That's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like radial racing has just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You get a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah,
and,
really
late night, after last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
We've got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see if we can give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7 or 8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this grudge
awesome,
racing?
Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
See, 10 o'clock drivers briefing.
All the eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
And look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, and it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so...
Yeah, right. And that's good. You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there. Just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there. Yeah, hopefully the track comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200's still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here, I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So, you know, we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's like 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's
There's
only
the tip.
5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2.
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look, real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and
Yep.
everyone's calling on the live feed, wondering when you're coming out next. So
No, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans. Enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it so everyone can watch it. And hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, so, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, so, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So
Yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the 4th car. The other 3 are in front of us. But
was there a big
so
tussle?
we'll see what
Who
happens.
could get up there first? Was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. we got held up in the as we were towing around. There was a car loading, and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see. It could still be
Potential's
an
there.
offer.
It's right there now.
Nah,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known.
Yeah.
Out there, so yeah, it's great to see you and great you to come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
Back with him, he's just done it.
You know, I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all, they were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. Sorry guys, I'll get 2 seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. Awesome event, everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
We are back on, guys. We are back on. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. That was a good 24, 25 odd minute interruption there as we picked up the oil, but we saw plenty of stuff from the Overtaking Lane, guys. I was just getting excited about even the old stuff, just watching some old stuff. Matty McCarthy and the Bluebird, and I think Todd Knight with the nitrous Grand Am when he ran it in Outlaw Radial. So I was getting excited for that. Here we are. We're back in. We are in Renegade, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Yarwood and Bowden.
Yarwood had a win in round one. Bowden did not.
Here we go. The 550 class still going for round 2 of eliminations. Well, what I mean eliminations. Should go to a shootout. Oh, where did he go? Bowden, where did he go? That's a gift to William Yarwood, and he gets it done. 587,000. Couldn't get it out.
So Yarwood, I think, makes 6 drivers with 2 wins.
Is that right?
Yep.
6 drivers with 2 from 2 in round number 2. I'm sure glad round number 3 is going to come along, because we're going to sift. That's going to be a pretty big sift in round 3, because a few of them might take each other on in round 3. They all eventually meet each other's destinies. Rodney Taylor, the Carl Cox Capri, 454 cubes. Watch out for him. 573 in qualifying. John Vesnaver, that fantastic HRU, 586. This will be tighter than we think. If there's a whole shot involved, notice parachutes on the back, they need them. Oh, there's the wheelie. Oh, he's going to get back on it to save the win, and he's still going to finish through the 660. He had a nice wild ride there. 575 though for Vesnaver, the win for the HR Ute. And unfortunately, Rodney Taylor took the spectacular route, the scenic route. What a beautiful view it was on the back. Oh, there's the wheelie.
7 drivers with 2 wins.
So far, I don't know whether we've had that much of a streak so far ever. 7 with 2 from 2.
Yep.
It's got to sort itself out eventually. Let's see what happens here. Derek Logan and Colin Beavis. And again, the utilities, 14, 15
Radial Ruckus now, mate.
We are in Ruckus. Wow, Ruckus thanks to RC Metalcraft. And it's Derek Logan and Colin Beavis. Mark Allen pulls the seating sheet out. And Derek Logan, I don't think he's had a really good weekend just yet. Can only be one run away sometimes. Colin Beavis, 658 for him. This is a 580 index class.
Yeah, both these U drivers in round 1 had a loss.
All right, so someone's going to get a win here. Got the spray on board. I think both sides we've got some gas going through them. And just the presentation for these vehicles is amazing. Have a look at Colin Beavis's
Yeah, both these
that
drivers
car.
had some issues in round one. Didn't get clean passes.
Here we go. First couple of pairings. The Radial Ruckus. Oh, metal. Derek Logan's probably going to nail this unless it goes too quick. 581 with a 1.
That's how you do it.
That's how you come back. That's the sort of run that gives you the confidence to go, you know what? I could go 2 from 3 here now that the car is unstoppable to the 660. This is how good he can cut the tree. A little bit of turbo, 6-banger bump in coming here, ladies and gentlemen. Paolo Boni, 580 is what he needs. He's lane quicker. He went 559. He's nearly renegade material. Connor Whitehouse, 581 with a 0. Connor Whitehouse in qualifying.
Yeah, Whitehouse had a win in round one. Ran a great 598 in his win. Boney actually lost in round one, but ran quicker with a 591.
All right, a little bit of practice bumping going in, a few converters getting warmed up. It's important to do that. There's going to be a couple of torque converters warming up right here. 580 index, Radial Ruckus, RC Metalcraft, round 2. Oh, he plants the IRS in the R33, and it's going to work. So don't be too quick, don't be too quick. 75 the loss. Pilo, 584 the win. Yeah, he was out there. Connor Whitehouse, it was moving.
He backed off as well.
He rolled right off and he was cruising, and it still went 75 to that 8. And another thing I love about 660 racing, you get to see your results as you roll through, and he'd be going, damn it! Damn it! Hopefully the anger goes through. Well, later, Craig. We'll have another go. That's what I like to see. 3 hits at it. No one goes home in round 1 unless you do something like break something bad. All right. Ismet Vojic been too quick in that hatchback. He's got to slow it down. Harry Thwaite. Jad's Earth-moving, the 1-tonner, 454 big rock. The Trey back. 611 with a 1 is his best of he winning qualifying. So he has a chance here if Ismet cannot slow the hatchback down. RC Metalcraft, Ruckus, round 2. Lee Green's a little bit better than the Ute, but he gets the hatchback right at the stripe. Too quick, is he? 73, he's too quick. 73 is too quick, and he does get the win. Harry Thwaite, 605. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a blessing and a curse to have your car right on the money, and then to do something to slow it down is very hard when you've got a lot of power to play with. Brett Wills now and Lee Ellison are all Aussie 4-door battle here. 593 Brett Wills went. 612 and 615 did Lee Ellison. So a little hole shot here might help Lee. Keep the Holden at bay. No one moves. Oh, wheels stand both sides, but Brett Wills, you can see an obvious hole shot. Careful for the 580. Oh, 96. 96 to the 616. You know, we're only one good pairing away from a hole shot win here, Mark. I love a good hole shot win. I love a good tight hole shot win.
You calling it? You calling it for Helson?
Helson what? A wheelie?
Wheelie? I think he's going to do
an 80. He went 84, 89, 78. Raheem Tar's gone 604 with a 3, 604 with a 6, 608. There is literally a whole shot worth here if Raheem wants to go. Look for the wheelies, folks. Wheel standard 4 time. Leg, lungs. 83 beats a 606. Sean Helson backs it off early, 108. He normally goes 117. 108. Wheels up action. Great matchup. Oh, here we go. The next pairing to come out, Michael Adams and Nick Baxter. I can remember all that time back in round 1. Nick Adams' solo run, triple O.
Triple zip.
He's 1 from 1. Nick Baxter's 1 from 1, I think. The 3RZ powered Lexus IS200 street car. He is a 10th and a bit underdone here against the Coppo Mustang. The 5.4 lead, I think, was a Cranky Coyote, I think. Is that right? Could even be modular, this one. Oh, 035. He's loving that off the line, Mike Adams. Mick Adams. Oh, on the brakes. 585 to a 587. Oh, what a great run. That whole shot was needed. Nick Baxter goes an 87 and won't get another win, so that's 1 from 2. Mick Adams goes 2 from 2. Hear that hard limiter on that thing. A lot of brake light from the Stang to slow it down. 585 with an 8. It's a quick in the dead, isn't it? It's a quick in the dead. It's exciting stuff. All right, Reese Carkeet and Matty Lloyd. Junga. Boy, Junga's had a battler of a weekend so far.
Well, this actually could tighten the championship up again because Baxter won in round 1 but lost just then. Carkeet actually lost in round 1.
Ooh.
But if he gets a win back here, it'll put it back onto, well, the 10 points that were separating the two drivers at the start of the event.
Oh, Mark, that's a great little twist there. Carkeet could claw him back here if he can get Junga.
Oh, Carkeet actually won round 1, so sorry. So he could actually...
Junga got issues again with the Kiwi. It's not playing the game. Reese Carkeet, 84 with an 8. God, imagine if he broke out then. 84 with an 8.
Oh, both drivers are actually going to get a win here because
Is that, were they paired
Yep.
solos, are they?
Yep.
All right, well, Junga gets a win. Carkeet gets a win. So they were supposed to run other competitors but didn't turn up. Hey, that happens. We call them. Race control tells us when to call them. We call them. If they don't get to the lanes, I don't know where they've gone.
That tells me that Carkeet and Baxter are tied now in the points because they both earned. Carkeet's earned 20 points and Baxter earned 15, I think, so they could be tied.
Oh.
Anyways, it makes it tough.
It's almost too early to call, but it's almost evolving right in.
Just watching it evolve, yeah.
It's evolving you right.
No matter what, it's tightened up between
What about
Carkeet and
Davian
Baxter.
Morris?
Morris is not on my list here, which I thought he went down to Sydney.
So here he is in Sol. On a
Oh, it's
solo.
Rumble. Sorry, Rumble. That's why I'm looking at the ruckus. So
we're in Rumble now.
Yep.
Solo for Rumble, brought us by the All Over Group. That was RC Metalcraft Ruckus. Now we're Rumble. He goes 44. Davian Morris, 44. Round number 2 for Rumble. All Over Group. Thank you, Shorty and the crew from All Over. A great category. Dishing out good, honest prize money too.
Yeah, I can't find Morris in the points. Which
Okay.
I thought he was in the points, but...
He's always in the mix, though. All right,
Yeah.
Andy Fensom and Justin Gall. This will be a barn burner right now. Watch these guys go 640-something. Lee Greaves, a little bit better reaction time to the Tirana. They're right there. They try and hit the stripe. 640, what is it? 42 to a 45. Andy Fensom, 42. Justin Gall, 645. 81 thousandths the spread at the finish line. Yeah, I love a good side-by-side 640 run. Nathan Peters, the Barra-powered VC. Chris Sword, the Barra-powered BA. Both in the 640s. Another tight race coming here. I'm going for the purple car.
It's a big call, Chris. Are you sure you want to stick with that?
I'm feeling pretty confident.
You sure?
I'm going for
I'll
the
give you
I'm
one
going
more
for
chance
the Barra. Go the Barra. Go Barra.
It is Nathan Peters to take on Chris Sword here. Round 2 of Radial Rumble.
Oh, the hole shot. Big hole shot for Nathan. Now, do you play a bit of safety here? Play a bit of safety? Oh, 31. You don't play the safety, Nathan. A 4-0 with an 8 for Chris Sword.
Oh.
6-4-0 with an 8. Nathan didn't look over his shoulder. Nathan didn't adapt. And that thing just picked up a whole gob of horsepower at the wrong time. 4-0 with an 8. Imagine round 3 doing that. Jamie Freeman and Troy Hutton again. This will be tight. There's only a 10th between them as well. Oh, what's happened there? Split the tyre. He had the whole shot too, and I think he's going to give it up. Troy Hutton hits the stripe. Safe as a house, 684. Spinning, zinging, spinning, 760 for Jamie Freeman. Oh, here's this tough little Holden 6-banger. Yes, we've got 2Js. Yes, we've got Barras. Yes, we've got Intex. We've got all sorts of 6-bangers, but there's something like a stove-hot 202 on Webbers with a Trimatic. Trevor Owen going to try and bash a V8 here. Matt Britnell, the LS3 with a bit of spray. Oh, hold shot there for Trevor Owen. legging that little 202. There's the stripe, and 202 can't do it. 46 to a 677. He had a crack at it. The V8 comes around him at the deep end, but I love a good little underdog battle. And that's a stonking little car, 677. Half price Kenda hoodie sale. We've got a couple of Kenda hoodies left. We've got them on a great discount. If you want a Kenda hoodie, half price for only a couple of minutes. We've got to get rid of the last couple. Half price for Kenda hoodies.
How do I get down there to get one myself?
You go there if you want. Yeah, you can't. Craig Williams and Bill Cumner. Bill just a little tighter there. But the whole shot, not much of a whole shot. A couple of hundreds. Here's the stripe, the panel van, 73 to a 98. 673 to a 698. Okay, we've got a couple of various sizes, the Kenda hoodies. So we've got a bit of a half price sale going on just to clear the last few sizes. There's odds and ends down there. So if you want to get down for a half price Kenda hoodie, go down to the Kenda tent now. We do have the odd size down there. If there's a few left, go down there and grab them, folks. The half price Kenda hoodies right now. I wouldn't wait to the end. I'd be going right now if you want a half price Kenda hoodie. There might be a few sizes left to suit you. Greg Barrett and Ben McCallum. It's that VC Commodore with the LSA that's been closer. But Ben McCallum can strap a whole shot in. He's going to need a big one, though, on paper. Oh, he's not going to get it doing that. He's just getting it ready. No, it's fueling up or playing up or doing something, but it's a 654 for Greg Barrett. Nice, tidy run for him. 452 light, not the best, but geez, when your opponent sits there getting ready in 7.8 seconds, good enough time. I know. Let him rip. Danny Malay. Joe Dirt, call him. Benny Dreyer. The 67 Camaro. A lazy 565 cubic inches of big block shed. Got the good 393 Clevo on board for the little Cortina. Takes you back a bit to the old super sedan days, you know. You don't see too many of the two-door Cortinas. They're a great little combo.
They were a popular car back then too.
They were a super popular drag car. Looks at the business on the radials. Now, he might have a chance here, Joe Dirt, because Benny Dreyer has gone under the 640 before. So if you can get a hold shot, keep your nose in front and take it to the stripe with a little bit of courage, you might just force him into another 30 here. Let's see what happens. We are in the second round of Rumble, thanks to All Over Group. It worked. He's out there on a hold shot. Here comes the big Camaro. The big block cue on the brakes. Oh, 42 beats a 60. He tried. It was 42 thousandths at the stripe. 642 with an 8 beats a 660. Awesome stuff. Gary Green and Luke Pomerenke. Pomerenke in the Commodore, 355 cubes. And this guy, Gary Green. The wagon, hang on, we've just coming up to the Commodore for a sec. Is it arm restraints? Roll your sleeves down, window up. I don't know what it was, but he's back in race mode. Oh, red light for the wagon.
Yeah, Pomerenke will get the automatic win here. It goes through 650, 106 miles an hour there for Luke Pomerenke. And Gary Green, 658 to 105. He took a chop at it, Sometimes you risk it for the biscuit, and this time it didn't pay off.
No more biscuits left, I reckon, after round two. There's only crumbs in the bottom of the trough after that. Adrian Kennedy and Heath Lebshamp. Awesome HQ coupe. 427 cubes, 670. Remember, he didn't qualify yesterday. He turned up today. I think he did all right in round one.
He lost in round one.
Yeah, well, that goes to show. Should have come yesterday. Adrian Kennedy, 657 he's run. So, I don't know. Anyone's game here. Reaction time's a little bit better to the Kingswood. 662 is going to just edge him out. A 669 there for Heath Lebshamp. So, very consistent car on both runs for him anyway. And you know what? He might be in for the most consistent after 3 rounds.
Possibly. You always got to remember that. That is their time from yesterday. So,
is it?
Yeah, that's their qualifying time shown on the screen.
All right. I didn't think he ran yesterday, but maybe he did.
Yeah.
Oh, well. that may not even feature yet. All right, Tara Johnston burning out in the Supra. I'm listening to this car, and it is him, Luke Hauser. Luke Hauser, 640. Tara Johnson, 640. We know we can run them close to the pointy end. Tara just a tenth or two off in the performance, but we know that Luke, once he lights the wick up on this V6 Buick. Oh, nice wheelie to Luke. Here we go to the stripe. 52 gets beaten by a 42. Tara Johnson pulls out a 42. Wow. Now we've got to consider her a serious player in Rumble. Sometimes it's just that one run that nearly hits it to say, guess what? Tara Johnson, you've arrived as an official Rumble heavyweight.
She won and run as well.
That's 2 from 2 for her. All right, Nick Sartoglu, the Gas 355 VK up against Mick Harper. They can both go under. Both these guys can go on the hard side of 640. And I'm in a couple of thousands under. Oh, Clint Green, a little bit better to the shoebox Chev. Just a little bit better. They hit the stripe. He might be ahead. Oh, he does. 47 beats at 38. Nick tried hard. 638, just gone under. 47 for Mick Harper. That goes with his 648, his 650, and his 644. Oh, it doesn't get any less exciting, I tell you. Michael Patnotis now, the Mustang 5 litre. And Timmy Cross, the Turbo RB30. This is his daughter's car, Timmy. This is his daughter's car. All right, so to the stripe, Timmy Cross, 636 for the 1. We had him back around the wrong way. Yeah, they've got him on
the wrong, yeah.
So it wasn't Timmy Cross that broke out. It was Michael Patnotis. So that'll be an interesting time slip to explain.
Yeah. I might just go let the race control know that.
All right, we'll just hang on. We got Bill McKee and Paul Allen. All right, Clean Griggs a little bit better to the wagon.
Bill
and
McKee.
yeah, McKee 656 to a 658.
Well, we haven't seen Nason yet in this round.
No, Johnny Nason.
No, John Nason against Beavers. We've got that pairing with Harvey and Scotney as well to come, and Locke and Grillis. So still a few more pairs, and Radial Rumble brought to us by the guys over at All Over Group. So Beavis is on a solo pass by the looks.
I'm just texting Timmy after
No,
that.
you're right, mate. Yeah, Daryl Beavis will get the automatic win here. He was scheduled to be up against Nason, but Nason hasn't shown. So
Right,
Beavis
no
takes it
Johnny
through.
Nason. I'd have had to scoot off.
672 with a 9 for Beavis.
672 with a 9. We've still got a few of them. Oh, here he is, big speed. Nitro Nick. Lets it rip. Nitro Nick. Nick Harvey. Beside him, Shane Locke. Shane can do the same thing here. He buried, don't have it in qualifying there because we can't roll the screen over just yet, but we're getting them ready right now. The Chevy Love pickup against that very stout, small block powered. Timmy gives the message. He probably wouldn't even be down the bottom loop yet in his messaging. Nick Harvey, Shane Locke, 640 this index in Rumble, thanks to All Over Group, has seen many of these competitors get right down there. Nick is about 4/10 off on what the pointy end is, but Shane Locke has been 653, 654 and 656. I don't know what he did in
Both
round
these
one.
guys will get a win. Both will have a win.
Ah, so paired solos?
Yep.
All right, so a win both for Shane Locke and Locke 606 for Nick on a 640. A 606. 652 for Shane Locke is safer. We've got to give Nick the win, I guess, but it's too quick. If he had to do that next round, he's going to be lost as well. But even though he's got a solo, he still can run that. All right. Rumble, belting it out. Now we're into Rebels. Ian Clifford and Carissa Clark. Now, isn't that a mouthful? Carissa Clark and Ian Clifford.
I know Clifford got a win in round 1.
The nitrous spray on the golf buggy, you lovely people down there, you nitrous junkies. Oh, Clarissa, red light. That's all right. Let's see what Ian Clifford can do here. This is the 7 flat class. Do we need any more race control to call us out? Do we need to call Outlaw Radial for round 3? I don't know. We haven't been... Race control's been sort of down one just for the short term at the moment, but I would imagine if we are getting into Rebels round 2,
Yeah, that's it.
We've got to be ready for Outlaw Radial round 3, but we're going to probably do the prep in between that. So there'll be a little break coming up shortly once we get to the end of the Rebels. That's just our little heads up. That's kind of the habit we've been in.
It was only about 12 10 passes, so probably about
Okay.
11, 12 minutes.
All right, so we know we've got a little bit of... We're probably going to have to get prep done after this session because I know we'll be ready for that next round of our Outlaw and OG classes, which I know they should be buttoning them up for the round. Phil Petrovic now and Andy Paul on the 7 flat. Joel's Garage Gear. Radial Rebels. Thank you, Joel's Garage Gear. Check them out. Google them and check out what Joel's Garage Gear is all about. You've got a garage, Joel's will be there to help you with everything you need. 7.23 for Petrovic. That's 2 from 2, I think. Andy Paul, the big wagon, he just gets out and has a crack. Just wants to take a scalp or 2 on the way. But Petrovic, that's through with 2 from 2. This next matchup, again, a good one. Lance Taylor and Beth Mansfield-French. Beth Mansfield-French has been going into the 7.0s. Lance Taylor has been going into the high 7s. So the Mansfield-Frenches are fairly well addicted to the Kenda 660. They love it, both Mansfield-Frenches, as they go looking for the top bowl. Here it comes for Beth. Set, ready to engage. A great 7 flat Rebels battle thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. Round 2. Who they go first? Oh, Beth's done a little bit of a whole shot on Lance. 239 to a 263. They hit the stripe. Oh, 98. 698 for Beth. All that hard work. Throws the win back over to Lance Taylor. Oh, that's the name of the game. Be quick, but not too quick. Lucas Holton's Jay Allen. All right, Lucas. Geez, he's proven already straight away that he can make this Monaro work. We know Jay Allen can make it work too. He'll have a little bit to chew on here, Lucas Holtz, but he's good on the tree.
Allen went 7.17 in round 1.
Oh, red light for Lucas. Oh.
I didn't see that happening.
No, neither did I. 15 gets beaten by 21 by virtue of the cherry. So, oh no, Lucas, I know he's a very fastidious racer. That's going to hurt. It'll hurt a bit. Every red light hurts.
That they do.
How long does it hurt for you, Mark? A couple of minutes?
When I was younger, I
used to burn you up? Used to tear you up a bit?
Yeah, racing juniors there would burn
Did you
me
ever
up
get
for
any
a couple of
counselling
weeks.
for that? What's happened there? Did we throw the tree? No one threw the tree. Ronnie just had to. Ronnie's got to hold his nerve here. I don't know how we can do a rerun there. Well,
I'm not too sure.
Maybe we.
I think you should just do a rerun on that one.
I think we can because Ronnie didn't do the stage either. So I think we've got to kind of. You would think, and you know what's so hard when we're in lock and load CompuLink mode now to just say right, we'll run you when we're in a session. We're officially locked into a session where we are obviously logging each run. And we need to normally keep these pairs in session and in order. So it'd be very hard. In an ideal world, you'd send Jason Carpenter straight back to the start line to try again. Logistically, that's going to take several minutes to happen. Can we ask Roddy to sit there and do that?
Put him to the back of the field.
Put him to the back of the field if we can. All right, no, well, they're just going to say...
Well, that tells me if they're going to put Ronnie through,
they're
going to give him the win.
Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, well, look, let's see if something happens
if
after
Carpenter
that.
Carpenter took off, there was no green line, so he shouldn't have done that at the end of the day.
Ronnie's going to get a gift here. So let's see his first 7.12. What's it now? A 7.11. All right, there we go. Hey, most consistent might just pop up there too. Remember, all competitors, keep an eye on your ET slips because you could get $500 credit thanks to Performance Wholesale by being the most consistent. Big dry hop there from Shane Blinko. Craig Scottney beside us in the repowered Mitsubishi Scorpion. Oh, no. No, gentlemen, no.
You've got to wait for the green light.
When you put the bins out, when bin night's Wednesday and someone puts the bin out on Monday, do you put your bin out on Monday? I don't know what analogy I'm working with there, but monkey see, monkey do.
Honestly,
I don't know what to do, Mark. I just go kerfuffle. It's K-A-F-F-U-F-F-E-L-L, kerfuffle. That's what that is.
Yeah. Anyway,
concentrate, gentlemen. Just keep your eyes, keep the focus up. We knew we were going to see a few brain farts. I knew we were going to see some brain farts, Mark, but not a couple in a row.
It's not even that late. It's only 8 o'clock.
I know, mate.
They both had a win in round 1 too, those drivers.
Brain farts.
Anyway.
John Dangerfield and Michaelia Lynch. Johnny's gone 7:04 in the Camaro.
All right, guys, just wait for the green light before you go anywhere.
Okay, here we go. Just like we did in practice. There we go. Go!
Go!
Oh. I don't think we should be holding all their hands by now, Mark. There we go, 763 and 784.
I feel like an NRL ref trying to tell the players how to do a scrum.
Yes, that's
professional
right.
football
That's
players.
right. Terry Dale gets the midnight thing. That's right. If midnight's Thursday and someone puts his bin, next door neighbour puts his bin out Monday, you don't put your bin out Monday, do you? So if you see a guy go down the track without staging and tromping and you go, well, I guess I better go, and I'm off. Oh, my goodness. Hopefully you guys get back on the stream later and just hopefully take our observations lightly, please, because, yes, it's just, I'm sure hopefully they're having a laugh at themselves about what the hell happened there? Just like in rehearsal. All right, Terry Mansfield French and Murray Flay. Terry's been on the wrong side of 7 flat. He's been close though. Murray 708 in the VP. Lee Green has been outreacted this time, Terry. Terry and Murray. Murray to the stripe with a 14 beats an 18. Midnight like that. That's good. All right. Murray Flay, 7:14.
You're happy with that one, aren't you?
Well, I've done that before. That's an old comedy thing I did years before. If you want to see what your neighbour's up to, put your bin out on Monday and see how many other people in the street put their bins out Monday, and you'll realise there's quite a few gullible people in your street. That's the neighbours that are living next door. Kyle Wills, 2 utes, 2 boosted 6 bangers. Turbo Hemi in the ute, the Valiant ute, and of course Intech. So there's only 24 valves out there between 743 and an 809. So great runs, gentlemen, but Kyle Wills does get another win. I think another win, is that right?
There's so many of them. I'm going to worry about it in round 3.
Yeah, I would too. We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. All right, Todd Armstrong, Bluey Arnold. Bluey, I think, went pretty well in round 1. Oh, he's big. Oh, no, not another one.
Don't go.
Oh, Bluey. Oh, not again. What are you doing, people? Look for an amber. Normally you need to see a bulb come down on the tree. You normally need to see bulbs come down on a tree. You normally have to put 2 bulbs on first. Your opponent puts 2 bulbs on first. Some ambers happen and then you take off. Not bang, bang. These guys are wired. What have we done?
The next driver's briefing, mate, just give a reminder to these guys.
I wish we should edit up the stream and show all of the brain fart moments. And it's only when we've hit Rebels that this has happened.
And it's not like Mark Arnold's, it's not his first event. It's not his first rodeo.
Okay, Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. That's for round 3. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, and I'm going to say 235 as well. Outlaw 235 to the lanes. Stay in there. Here we go. Benjamin Cox. Oh, clean green, thank God. Randall the block, a little bit of a hole shot, not by much. 7:05 he ran last night. Randall, here's the stripe. Oh, 15. 15 beats at 29. A clean race with like bulbs staged and lights coming down and everything. Oh my God, I couldn't believe we saw a couple of those. And we're raving on it like you've just missed a goal in a World Cup or something. No! Ray Goodwin.
Just moving.
Ray Godwin, Ross Costello. Just hold your horses, boys. Come on, in we come. Come on, Ray. Come on, Ross. Here we go. Oh, red light. At least we got in.
That was a double red light as well. Godwin, the lesser of the two.
That Terry Dale said, certainly entertaining listening to you guys. What would Ciro say about those starts? And it would be like, oh, he stuffed that up. I remember one night I was strapping hole shots and everyone, and then in the semi-final I did a red light and Ciro goes, well, he stuffed that up. I heard it. Richard Field now on the solo. All right, Richard, put some bulbs on. Some big flashing lights will come down and you can get yourself an ET. I don't know what to do with the rest of them.
I put question marks on
Yep. Or kerfuffle. I think that'll explain it. What happened there? Well, it won't show up on the log. Oh, 697. What a run to do it on, Richard Field. So, folks, take a breath, take a breather. It's track prep time. We've got a call going to the staging lanes for Outlaw Radial Round 3. Outlaw 275 Round 3. Outlaw 235 Round 3. Please roll to the staging lanes. We are doing our obligatory drag, spray, mop, check, fiddle, tweak, twist, turn, spray, glue, fettle, settle, petal. We'll be back soon. Breaking back with more here. Kenda 660 Radial Riot, ready for round 3. Coming up soon.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
All right, just a quick call for Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. Final call for Outlaw 235. You are required in the lanes. Final call for you guys, Outlaw 235.
Well, the devil is in the detail. That was another one. Oh, no, neither did I, mate. I just thought we'd ease that. You like that? You like that? That was Dale Wong. Dale Wong got a kick out of that. There we go. Dale dug it. Dale dug it. No one else in race control's caught on yet. But anyway, so hello. This is my impression of Fletch when Fletch used to fire up. This is what she looked like. See that? She devil. Now she's cool. We're finished with our prep just about, Mark Allen. The pits are buzzing. The food lineup getting a bit smaller. You know, we might have lost the odd person over the last sort of couple of hours, but people have been here normally from the beginning of the day, get a little bit of the action. But why would you be anywhere else other than now? Because round 3 is coming up for all of these categories. So we are one layer away from peeling back the end of the Radial Riot war, the war call, the roll call for the last class of 2022. Who takes it out? Who gets their championship belt? Who gets the extra dollars for being the champion? There is, remember, Outlaw Radial tonight is 5,000 the win thanks to Fuel Tech USA. So we've got one round left of racing before finals. The runner-up, thanks to Race Parts Melbourne, gets $2,000. Shagger, the hills have eyes. People asking what we're wearing on our heads. Halloween's coming up, and I saw these red horns, and I thought that was just so horny. So
maybe you should get
Kenda's making us very, very horny.
Some context for the crowd, because it's just randomly talking about what we're doing in here.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reading a few things out there. So this is the last round for everyone before we determine who's in the final. So Outlaw Radials paying, $7K. Now, the champion, when you become the champion, you also get another 1,000 thanks to Race Parts Melbourne. So to win the gig tonight's 5K. To be runner-up in that is 2K. But if you're the person with the most points at the end of the season, and tonight we can make you the Race Parts Melbourne Outlaw Radial champion, you'll get another $1,000. Now, the Outlaw 275 tonight is TSP Racing, paying $5,000. Thank you, TSP Racing, the Ham family. Spot On Performance pays the Outlaw 275 runner-up $2,000. Champion tonight gets the belt and $1,000 thanks to Spot On Performance. Outlaw 235 is Haltech, $1,000 the win, $500 the runner-up. The champion, $1,000 thanks to Haltech. And the OG 315, thanks to Lotus Caravans, gets $1,500. The 275 is $1,500. We are one round away from seeing who goes into that contender situation. But between now and then, we've got some business to attend to, and I am wishing, hoping, praying that Johnny Ricker gets what he wants, what the whole team gets what they want here. And that's a great run out of this car because it's all there. New curveball with new turbochargers, so the way the power comes up, it's so hard to keep the tyre glued because that power ramp goes like nothing else. Matt Grabiza, how about this? 555 cubic inches of big block Chev, the X-Mark Mickey Malibu. It's got some 3-second Aussie time slips. Part of who ran 209? We had two go 209.
That was Mary and Grabiza.
So Grubby, one of the fastest Outlaw Radial cars in this country on debut with this car. Johnny Ricker, he has been into the 370s at over 200 mile an hour, but right now, round 3, these guys could be their last hit of the night. I think you can almost guarantee it. What do you got for us? We go to Bump City. Oh, Johnny, a lot of converter slip, oh, what's happened? What's happened right near the finish line? He might have torched it a bit. It was really...
Oh, he's on fire.
He's on fire. He's on fire. Johnny Ricker on fire down in the braking area. Johnny Ricker, that car went 114 in the 60. He left the line with an 074 light. It went 297 to 330. That car was spit. You could hear it. It was slipping. If it was a converter thing, I don't know. It was definitely having a lot of slip in the converter. They hadn't locked the converter up, and then either that thing's absolutely erupted, whether it's absolutely erupted in flames, either he could have either torched something in the engine, because remember they didn't have fuel pressure the last run.
There was some serious sparks under the car as he went up.
Well, if that's the case, remember they said the last round they couldn't get fuel pressure when they fired the car up, so they went back to check out what it was. If that's run out of fuel system, that could have torched something. So that spark and flame and stuff could have been that burning itself up at the end. The thing was all RPM the whole way down. It was not locking that converter up. It was getting down, but it was wearing a lot of the converter on the way. When sometimes I don't think load the cars up as much, that fuel system's even worse off if it's not 100%. I'm only guessing. We're only speculating. We are on the wrong end of the track right now to do any more diagnoses other than call what we saw as it went down. I do have that, though, on my... Have we got a replay on the live? Can we get a replay on the live stream from our angles there?
If we look at the big screen here, Diggles, the overtaking guys might be able to get something for us up, and we'll be able to talk through it if the overtaking boys have got a replay ready for us.
So I can pull this stream back, and I can. Okay, so we're going to line that up on the big screen here in a sec, and we might even line it up on the screen.
Tyler from Overtaking Lane is getting the replay ready for us.
All right, so I'm just watching it here quickly, and we'll be able to... I'm having a quick look here. Left the line, and then that thing's out, and that thing's out, and then... Oh, it got loose. It got nearly over the 660, and then down the finish line, up it lit. Like, it lit up a couple of seconds after he rolled through. He was 171 mile an hour, so Johnny's still 171 mile an hour. And we lost track of what Grubby had done there. But I would assume he's hit the tyres on the hit. I
might go and check with race control just to see if he's out of the car.
We are checking with...
And get an update, and then I'll come back to you in a second.
Yeah, so look, we'll have that replay up here. We're looking at live shots right now on the big screen. I've had a little flick back and had a look twice at the stream, just the run again. So Grubby's left the line and then zings the tyres like probably 20, 30 feet out and aborts the run. Johnny drives that thing. All right, here you go. Replaying the screen right now. Now Grubby goes a little bumper as he bumps it in. There's the double flicker. Here's the light now. Johnny's out like a rocket. And then right near 660, goes towards the centre line and then right off there, nothing until now. Watch the glow over the horizon here. Watch the glow. Yep, bang. There she goes. So something's lit up down there. He was at 171. I think we did have shoots out. I think he got close to the centre line, got the shoots out. But that was a hell of a mission from Johnny Rickard. Boy, he got the shoots out right at the 660. So here's the replay again. Off we go. And he drives it towards the centre line there, Johnny Rickard. Gets it out. Whether something just hurt itself then. I do think with the flames it might have torched something up there. Bit of oil out and that's lit up. Exactly from where that lit up, we do not know. But we have got all the crew and all the crew as far as medical, safety, recovery down there, fire.
He's okay. He's out of the car.
He's okay. He's out of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Rickard out of the car. He's A-okay, but... These machines, these things bite harder than most things. These outlaw radial cars, any of these cars can bite you, but when you're dealing with thousands of horsepower, so many systems within the car have to be perfect. And just to go back to the data we got, when Johnny ran in Sydney, locked the converter up at 2 seconds into the run and absolutely obliterated a drive shaft in Sydney. That drive shaft rotated around and tore up all the double frame rail in the middle of the car. Tore it up, tore the chrome molly up, tore the tin work up, tore Johnny up a little bit. That was in Sydney this year with that car. Craig Burns, they got there, they changed the bar work. Apparently there was a bit of a joke because they put titanium in. They made it a titanium frame rail. They go, there you go, mate, a bit of flash titanium. So they did all the new titanium double frame rail in that car, and then it was a matter of trying to find the right output extension housing for the Liberty, and of course there's a little Liberty and a big Liberty, and these are big Liberties. So the output shaft and extension housing is different to say what you'd find in 32 other rotaries in Sydney that weekend that we could have looked for. But when you go to these big pro mod Liberties, they are a bigger back, and finding that was hard, and they almost gave it up. And then he said one of our boys volunteered to drive the automatic setup that they used to have in it from Melbourne And he said if we couldn't find the yoke and get the Liberty back in it, we were going to go for round 1 with the auto system that came up from Melbourne, only to arrive that they were ready to do it and then realise the drive shaft for that was left in Melbourne. So they didn't have a drive shaft for the auto setup. It was left in Melbourne. So mate, I cannot sell enough the sheer effort that these guys, this team especially, the Race Parts Melbourne team and Johnny Ricker's crew, have fought this year with that car, all in the quest to be at the forefront of Australian radial racing. And you know, to have this happen to him, you know, as I said, I was doing the exact opposite. I'm wishing him everything. I want everything to go perfect, everything to go well. And this thing is just throwing them curveballs, you know, bigger turbos this time.
Yep.
And it was starting to work, but then something on the wrong side of something happened, and then that thing lights up like a tinderbox. It's been on fire before. I'm not going to joke about it, but yes, that big he had a final against Perry Bullivant, I think, in Sydney many years ago, and that thing lit up with, I think, a leak in the auto inside the old red Mustang. I think he won the race on fire that one in that particular night. So we knew the man had arrived by then, and then the passion to go fast and get on with the quick boys has seen him get into this Camaro, and I mean it has got all the fruit to do it. It's just got to do it all at once, and then when things go wrong, man, it is spectacularly not pleasant. So this replay up again that I can see, we're going through the replay a few times here, and yeah, we'll probably get all the rundown from the boys anyway once they take it all back. I'd say that's the end of the night for Grubby and Johnny Ricker. But look, just recapping, hats off for, I suppose, the Australian debut of that Malibu. For him to have had it landed, to go through, get to know the car. You can't just probably buy one and go, right, well, I'll just take it out. No, let me look at everything. You can take stuff apart and, you know, those sorts of things. You might jack it up, take the wheels off, look at everything and go, well, you know, it's a proven car. We know it's an absolute proven car from one of the more respected names that's proven themselves in the world radial game. And to be able to land that car, such an iconic, special car that's taken part in many big radial events, the biggest radial events in the world that car's been at, great heritage. And now Grubby to have that cool car in your garage makes you want to get up every morning and work your backside off to the next time that you can go out there and feel the adrenaline of having something that cool, you know, under your right foot if you want. And to get threes at 209 mile an hour.
I think that's the big thing there, 209 mile an hour.
We did not expect coming into this that we may have seen side-by-side 350s again. We may not have come in here expecting to be as good as Sydney because the air is simply not as good in Sydney. We did not come into this event expecting anything other than what was the next chapter. And tonight, we weren't expecting two guys go 209 beside each other. I'm pretty damn sure that if we're keeping tabs on the Australian radio record, I don't think 209's been done anywhere.
No, I don't think it
I
has.
know we've had 205, maybe 207. We'll have to check what Hammy ran, though. I know when Steve Ham came in and ran, we'll just have to check what Hammy's speed there. I'm not going to ask Scotty
guys
right
don't
now.
usually do too big a speed, though.
No, they don't, but I have a funny feeling. I know when Benny Bray came and had a play, I don't know it was just on 200, but to go from that 202, 203, 205 or whatever to go 209 and Paul Merry to do that beside Grubby, the two slabbiest cars out there, the two block of flats going 209 beside each other. That was crazy. So that's a big highlight. We've ticked another box this year. Yes, the first in the 350s. Yes, the quickest side-by-side radial pass in Australia. Now, the fastest side-by-side radial pass in Australia, but it's nothing to do with the two quickest. It's actually two completely new guys in there to be part of another record, and that's, well, hang on a sec. Paul Merry's never been close to the quickest outlaw radial car in the country, and Grubby with that car, in theory, could go, you know, what it's done in the States, 460s, but then to be considered in a benchmark such as side-by-side 209s. This is the night we saw side-by-side 209s. When will we see that again? I doubt we'll see that anywhere in the first half of 2023. Unless, again, a little bit of what happens here goes to Sydney. If we get to Sydney, I know we normally have our first one here, but just that night, that air, that track, that was a magic time to see that stuff happen. And now to see these other guys come in and do something very spectacular, you think, well, okay, let's get you down there and see what your next move is as well. It's an exciting time for the game every time they come out now, because no one's absolutely dominated anywhere yet. You know what I mean? Except, mate, we don't know yet, but I do kind of lean towards that green 57 at the moment, showing a little bit of dominance. Showing a little bit without trying to G it up, because, you know, sometimes we can G up too much stuff and then other stuff happens and they all blame us for it just because we talked about it. But the scene is healthy. There's a lot of unfinished business in a lot of teams there, and they will not stop until they get what they want. And I hope you're like that, folks, and including the odd size, half-price Kenda hoodie. Mark, if we're nearly ready, or how long we're going to be, you can go down and get that half-price Kenda hoodie for yourself if you want. You can do that. However, we
might have a little bit of a bit of downtime here as we get it
well,
cleaned up.
we will. Well, look, we've just got to do a little bit of a check on what the nuts and bolts are of what we've seen down there and what's left. And look, we're definitely not either. We're not at that stage yet where we're addressing from 660 to the bottom loop. Whether or not something did come out from there liquid-wise, we're certainly not. Our priorities are normally not jumping on cleaning stuff up until we've addressed the stricken vehicle, the driver, making sure they're okay. The tractor is doing laps, so that's not bad if it's just doing laps and doing a bit of rubbing there. So let's just keep an eye out, because that's, again, the ramifications of what we've seen. What? Yeah, righto. So we're doing some recovery and some cleaning up down there. So great opportunity. Go down and get those half-price Kenda hoodies in the different sizes we've got left. And we've got the oil to pick up down there. We've got debris to pick up there, folks. So, yeah, we've got that spare bit of chat amongst yourself, downtime, to take in this beautiful Saturday night here out at Willowbank. We've got to clean that stuff up, and we might go down and do a little bit of checking on how Johnny and the crew are there too. So stick with us, stick around, chill. No stress, no deadlines. We're still doing pretty well for ourselves. We are 8:45, just about to start round 3 of everything. So, yeah, we're not too bad. If we can kick along after we clean this up and no one else has any major incidences, that we're still looking pretty well time-wise, because we've got this money to give away in all of these categories. That could be true, Jamie. It could be. We just need to get into the third round of everything, which we're into now. We've awarded a lot of these awards out, but we've still got to get those champions crowned and our winners of the categories crowned after we see how they go in this third round. But that is still a fair while away, because what we've happened there, we're glad Johnny's okay, but the repercussions of that is we've got stuff to clean up. So just chill, relax, and we'll be back with more updates soon with what's going on. Kenda 660, Radial Riot. We ain't done yet, and we know you're not too.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
All right, a little bit of an update there, and I think Tyler will kick in here shortly. Watching some great footage on the big screen now. We've got a bit of an update. And we'll just wait to see if we can't get out of this. All right, Tyler. Yeah, thank you, Tyler. Now, just quickly coming back to live shots here. We're in the process of doing our recovery and pick up there. We've got some oil. We're on top of that. It's where it is, of course, is a fair way away from where, where our finish line is. And, we're taking all precautions to make sure we pick all that up. We're doing a little bit more of a spray, getting the track ready. Now, we're getting a little bit of behind-the-scenes radio chatter for our category. So another call, please. For Outlaw 275, you should be in the lanes. Outlaw 235, you should be in the lanes. And another call, we're missing just a couple of OG 315 cars for round 3. I know we haven't really got the chance to call them yet. OG 315 and OG 275. It'll be good if you can get to the lanes. So we're ready to hit round 3. So those OG classes, we do have the odd competitor. We're listening through race control chatter here of the bracket marshals just saying who's there and who they're looking for. So for any competitors still in for the round number 3, for OG 275, OG 315, Outlaw 235, Outlaw 275, and our Outlaw Radial guys, which we know we're ready. Get to the lanes, please, for round 3. The other guys get ready, don't roll. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels. Just keep your ears peeled. I know we're getting at this time of the night. It's very important that we get you all back, hooker by crook, when you're called. And right now, we do need OG 315 and OG 275. We've got a few stragglers that need to be in the staging lanes. So do we have any word from down at the bottom yet as far as ETA? Nice, Mark Allen. I like. Is that the half price hoodie? Mate, you walked in with a whole new attitude. I said, "Who's this tough weapon?" And it was you. It was you. It looks good, mate. I'm not quite at hoodie level just yet, but yes, I like the colour too. The light grey colour. It's got some nice little sort of artwork there on it. It works a treat. I got one of the new Kenda caps. I like that. I've got one of those there as well. A lot of people wearing that merch. If you notice, if you walk around, you see quite a little bit on people's backs. We've got the a little bit of the racing stripe, the GT racing stripe style designs, which are always popular, and we're celebrating just about 10 years of doing this series. It's been a blur, to be honest. I know that we normally try and get 3, maybe 4 a year out of the way, and when you add that over nearly 10 years, we've got to be. Have we added it up, boys? Are we 30 plus events? Have we got 30 plus Kendas, you think, over that time? I know COVID kind of slowed us down, but I think we snuck one in. I think we snuck one in Sydney during COVID. I can't remember, to be honest. Life's a blur at the moment, but it just goes to prove that things catch on, word of mouth happens. And all you got to do is sometimes go on a referral by someone. Oh, you should try one. It's really fun. And just the sheer amount of new names and entrants that are coming through, it's exciting to know that the way that we finished 2022 makes 2023 just, again, another reason to just keep kicking on in life, kicking your own goals, waiting for the next Kenda. If that means either to set yourself a target to be here with a car, or, as I already know, a few that didn't quite make it here, that will be either trying to get those things out before the end of the year, and definitely not going to miss the next Kenda. And I know all of these guys feel the same way. So the spray's getting on, a little bit more oil down the bottom that we're just getting solved. We'll see if we can get an ETA for you shortly, but just getting back on the PA before we go back to a little bit more of our amazing archival footage from Overtaking Lane here of our Kenda 660s is another call for OG 275 and OG 315. Don't want to see that. OG 275 and OG 315 to the lanes immediately, please. And yes, drag videos, of course, as well. Our archival footage that's getting played up on the big screens too. not only Overtaking Lane, but drag videos. Yeah, thank you, Brooke Shaw, for the information. So we're keeping an eye on all sorts of scenarios and things, but this was a big one. This was an epic ride, and we are just picking up the remnants of that. So stay tuned, stick by us. But OG 275, OG 315 to the lanes for round 3. We've still got a few stragglers there.
Start right numbers. Back into rep 710. Welcome to you guys. Coming on in. Racing was already tied. These numbers are good numbers, and those points are right. That first run down, and we're going to cut the light next. And 52.
Broadcast box, are we coming through loud and clear? Broadcast box, are we coming through loud and clear? Broadcast box, are we coming through loud and clear? Guess what? It's round number 3, die-hard Radial fans. And we are going back to round number 3 right now. Jared Wood and Dan Sabolics. If you're a Supercharger fan, you're in heaven. I can't believe the covers only came off these things yesterday. Joke, it's a joke.
So Sabolics has got 2 wins. Jared Wood has 0.
Well, Woodsy just wants one good run here.
But Woodsy's been all right. He went 3.80 round 1, 4.00 round 2. He was just unfortunate that he came up against some guys running some quick numbers in the lanes beside him.
All right, all we wish is the best for both guys. May your dreams come true. May you send these cars in for either the last or second last time tonight. Who makes the final? Sabolics has got a half a chance here if he can take out Jared. But if that magic comes in at the right time, El Diablo might just stick the horns in to the Sabolics Pro Charge. Here we go. Outlaw Radial, round 3. Oh, that's quick for Jared Wood again. Oh, Woodsy, hold on to it, son. Oh, 378 for Sabolics. Oh, epic moments. Epic moments as he held on to it. As he held on to that one, he went 002 on the tree. Jared Wood, 996 for Sabolics. Woodsy, 101. Hold 5 while we send down looking. I think we're down there looking for Jared. All right, I think Sabolics, mind you, Sabolics goes through at 200. Woodsy was out there. I'm looking at the run quickly on the street. He gets loose. He tries to... What? All right, so we're going down to check. We're going down to check what might have happened down the end. We had Sabolics go through at 200 mile an hour. We had Woodsy trying to pull the car up, trying to get it straight again. So he was loose at 660. Sabolics out there in front of him. And I can't help but think, judging by we don't have every angle, that Dan's gone past Jared at 200. Woodsy's trying to just get it straight, right? Anyway, by the time Woodsy gets it straight, Dan's got the shoots out slowing down. I don't think Woodsy had shoots out or he'd locked it up trying to jump on the brakes. He locked it up. He got off the brakes just to hopefully stop the car from settling down, to settle the car down. And I can't help but think that they might have come together. Oh, they didn't? Are you serious? Did he get the wall behind Sabolics, did he?
Yeah, I just spoke to race control. He's out of the car. Everything's okay. They somehow have not touched.
Are you serious?
We've got a little camera up here in the race control where we can see the cars going through the braking area, and it looks like they, not confirmed because we are just watching from a little screen up here. That's not a part of the Overtaking Lane footage that everyone else is watching. But it looks like they have missed each other there in the braking area.
Oh, wow. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Out of the car, A-OK. No one ran into anyone.
We've got a replay from Overtaking Lane, though. If you look at the big screen.
Okay, are we ready for Overtaking Lane's replay? Let's go to the tape. Here we go. Woodsy ready to come in. Sabolics ready to come in. They hit it. They come out like a rocket. Now, Woodsy was rocketing away. It just gets loose. He tries to stop, and then this is the bit where I thought they ran into each other because you see that big burst of dust come up there. I know that we did a clean-up in that lane, which kind of might have exaggerated what we saw. Exactly. Because we had a little bit of dust around from the clean-up. Whoa! We knew these things were wild. We knew it. This is probably why, for years, we've tapped into YouTube and watched the evolution of radial racing across the world. There would be plenty of footage of cars taking flight, flipping. Stevie Fast has had a couple of whoppers there. Dwayne Mills in the early days. Like these cars, if they don't zing the tyres, sometimes they go into wheelies and flip and fly. But even here, when they're trying to win a race, drive that car to the last inch, that the things are just like modern day tin top fuel altereds, really. They are a version of a modern day fuel altered. These things are wild, unpredictable. overpowered. It's clearly we're all got so much power. It's not funny.
Well, there's no downforce in them either.
And it nearly came awful, Woodsy. He just needed to get through a few gears and that thing stay straight. But he was on a ride. Nails 002. You couldn't criticise Woodsy for being late on the tree that round. He got left on twice in the 2 rounds before, but a 002, he nailed Symbolics to the line, a 111 for Dan. But then 996 for Symbolics, 101 for Jared. They are often starting to motor. Even at 330 mark, 255 for Dan, 256 for Jared.
So Wood was still a 10th ahead at half track with the whole shot advantage that he had.
Yeah, no, that thing was nearly
it was
taken
on a low 380.
Wow, that's some spectacular stuff. And I can't believe they did not touch. The post-mortem is just obviously examining whether any other things came out, which would be, we don't need that kick in the balls right now. Just pardon the term. Thanks very much. But we got to take it. We got to take it as we take it. And thank God those guys are all right down there. That no one's hurt. The car's a little frazzled. I'm sure the old pulse is up on Woodsy. It's all seat time. It's not pretty seat time. It hasn't been ideal pretty seat time for Woodsy on this trip to Willowbank. But boy, it's. Do you want to get the old pulse down? Okay, the Rock 996. So 996 was the 60 for Symbolics, 996 and 101 for Jared. So they both. So it was 255 at 330 for Dan, and 256 at 330 there for Jared. So they were locked on. They were. That's why it was. It looked worse than it was down the end. Woodsy's in full on try not to bin the car mode. Get it straight, drive it as far as you can before right. I've got to get this thing safe and stopped. And Dan goes past 200 past him, just inches away from each other. We definitely dance with the devil. Pardon the pun. Absolutely dance with the devil with these things. When they're loose, they're spectacular.
Jared was actually quicker between 60 to 330. If you look at the split, the time that it takes Jared to go from 60 to 330, he was actually quicker. So he was closing up the gap that Symbolics had on him at the 60 foot, because Symbolics was 19th out quicker at 60 foot, and there was only 10th out at 330.
No, that's some good observations there, Mark. That
something
that thing,
else there, a little.
Well, that thing was getting close to the old El Diablo that we've seen.
So I think Wood, if he continued on that trajectory.
And I can't help
Symbolics, he could have been on a 370 pass.
And now that we're a little bit darker here and we can't quite see down the lanes as well, I can't help but think that thing's a bit hard to steer if it's got the wheels just in the air. You know what I mean? Like, Woodsy may not have had the wheels on the ground up further there. You'd have to look at probably wheel speed sensors to see whether or not that thing continued to accelerate in line with the back tyres, or whether or not that had the wheels in the air. And he's trying to drive that thing with no wheels on the ground. Because we know, if you've seen them in daylight, some of these cars defy what you're seeing. They've got the rear end perfectly aligned to apply the power, and then you see these wheels in the air for sometimes a little nanosecond. The wheels are bobbing, then you'll see it like, hang on, both those wheels aren't on the ground. And if you're trying to shift 5 speeds in 660 foot, he's may have wheels in the air, shift. Next thing you know, Woodsy's out here. That little correction kind of indicates to me maybe they were in the air. Like it was carrying them. It was out. It was stuck. Yeah. And as you said, it was faster between 60 to 330. So, Brett, can we get you off the button? Thanks, Bretto. Thank you, Bretto. Off the button. There's walking back. So maybe those wheels were a little bit in the air for Woodsy, and then by the time they came down a bit further out.
We'll just say, Brett Farnell, your fingers on your button for the walkie-talkie, mate. Can you take it off? No, still didn't hear us.
Hey, Brett Farnell, can you get your finger off the button? Apparently your finger is on a button. I don't know where the button might be, where it's concealed. Please gently take your button off. Okay, so look, a photo from Steve Kelly from across the track. Thank you, Steve Kelly. So Bollocks was in the air. So Bollocks has gone past. So that car's that car's wheels are off the ground, right? So when it's on a mission, and this is a beautiful photo to show it too. Thank you, Steve. Full extension of the rear suspension, right? So that is all out of the wheel arch. Dan Symbolics, that car is planted. It's 996 in the 60. Daylight under the wheels, right? So you can only imagine what Woodsy's up to. I mean, you're ramping power in there and you're going second, third, fourth, fifth, and that thing's barely got the wheels on the ground. You don't have enough steering input. It's not working. That then when the first steering input hits, you're actually doing probably 50, 60 mile an hour more than you thought you were doing. But then the car to do that kind of tells me that, like, because he's a good steerer, Woodsy, like he'll drive it as far as he can, but I can't help but think that you can only be so good with wheels on the ground, that wheels in the air a little bit towards the wall, it's come down, and that's done the big buck and weave. Because it came down, and once you're off it, it just kind of tells me that it wasn't fully settled. That was doing everything that we know they do when they're on a mission, and that's cheat physics and like test physics and cheat gravity. That's literally what they do. And to try and make a steering correction when that it's not working on the steering wheel, you naturally probably want to go for more steering input because it's not responding. I want it off the wall. Why isn't it coming off the wall? Then to lift and realise again, if the wheels aren't aligned where the car was going before they came down, that kind of tells me that's what happened, because the thing went for a wild ride after it come down.
And what I'll add to what you've just said, you think about everything he's thinking about inside the car. He's covering probably 60 to 70 metres per second at that speed he is at a half track, maybe even like closer to 80 metres per second. So that's, in 1 second, you think what you're talking about, his reactions in the car, thinking about what's happening with him to the point he is on the track. He's covering a lot of distance as well at that same point. And
he's had some seat time. I mean, he's got, of course, a beautiful Corvette in the States there, which, I think, and works so busy. Like, he's a very, very busy professional bloke. When he does get the time, he commits. But sometimes you kind of wish you could not have to go away and work for long periods of time, that you could maybe hang around your local drag strip and within a 6 to 8 to 12 week or couple of month period, run a few more laps down a track. Are you okay, Frankie? Up to your 960,000th step today.
So
you're walking that after every pass. Are you happy with the 78, Frankie? Is that a good hit? Yep. Good. We're happy with it. We're very happy with it.
At 200 miles per hour, you're covering 89 metres per second.
There we go. At 200, 89 metres a second.
Yep.
And we know that these things can get to 200 at the 660. So just for a moment, if your wheels aren't in the air, that's a long way to go before maybe you're trying to react to the car and the car's done something different.
Especially to the point where you go, I'm in trouble. Your foot off the throttle.
Oh, goodness. I get overwhelmed with this, Mark. I really do. It's like we know they're epic cars. We know they're epic. We can't believe them when they turn up. It's like, wow, these are epic cars. And then when they do epic things, like just the wildest thing around. It's when they're side by side, it's amazing. It's pure poetry. I wish it could be in slow motion more. Just what you have to do with a radial car. It is this whole, how fast can you swing your rear end and plant that radial to the ground? You've got to synchronise when your first power movement is, what that tyre is doing, where that suspension should be. The whole physical balancing act. How do you dead hook something like that and then commence the power delivery? Because that's kind of what they're trying to do. It's not like a slick where you'll just turn over the thing and it can spin a little bit, and that whatever you've got, you convert a slippage or a clutch slippage, and base clutch setting in the good old days is that what will that tyre take? Probably a bit of spin. And of course, it's gripping while it's spinning. These things won't do that. You've got to dead hook that and then almost peel the power onto the tyre. You're peeling the power, and the suspension's an important part of that. And I just think for a car that looks a certain way before it leaves the line, to 100 foot out, it turns into half a transformer. And this thing's arching over itself. Full rear suspension extension and the front wheels half a foot in the air whilst accelerating at that speed. They provide this new element that a big tyre car won't give you. They'll just squat and spin and you'll see them go to the finish line. These things metamorphosize on the run, and then after the run, they just go. You see them just shrink back down on the suspension. It's almost like it's like it is half a transformer. These things.
I wonder how it feels inside one of those cars. Like, do you feel that movement up and down?
It's a different set of physics. Yeah. It is a different set of physics. It's and I wouldn't understand it until you see it happen in front of you. You have to kind of listen to the experts on what they talk about. And to most chassis guys, they talk about you almost got to think in the reverse of what you try and make a four-link do on a big tyre. You almost want to turn the four-link upside down. You want to propel the suspension to the ground but move the car upwards. That's what we see. We see these things do something that a Pro Mod or a door slammer just simply won't do. Gyrate this way. The rear end goes up in the air. It doesn't squat down. And I save, like even the good old days of Lights Out, No Mercy, Sweet 16. Like I've got a photo of a nitrous guy, Marcus Burt, with this Corvette. I think this thing's gone 351 on nitrous. And Stevie Fast was tuning. I think Stevie was helping Marcus to prove that, look, it's not all about screw blowers and that I'll beat you with I'll beat you with a blower. I could beat you with nitrous. I could beat you with anything. And tuning Marcus Burton. I've got a photo of that Corvette in an epic launch where it's just all weird. Like the car's, it's half extended. It kind of looks like it's just about to transform into a robot. And it's a run that's stuck. So it's a run that's stuck. So he's also learned the hard way. A lot of them are gone up and you've got to abort it and repair your front end. But the guys that get game at it, the rewards are there. But, I'm a big fan of all of that, the way they work. And that's a great photo. Thank you, Steve Kelly, for that. He took that from across the track, sitting on the mound. That's another great shot there.
Well, we mustn't be too far from getting back underway, and it's going to be the epic clash that we spoke about briefly in round two, the race between Wade Wagstaff and Paul Merry. And when you're talking the Battle of the Belts in Outlaw Radial, coming into this event, let me just get my point sheet here in front of me. And Wade Wagstaff was on top of the points. He had a slender 5-point lead coming to the event. He lost in round one. Paul Merry won in round one. Paul Merry won in round two. So these guys coming into this round, by my calculations, they would be dead even in the points.
No, stop it, mate. Stop it.
Come on.
You're telling Porky Pies. They're dead even.
Yep.
So the race to the championship in Outlaw Radial is Paul Merry and Wade Wagstaff.
And I think this race here will determine who will be the champion.
All right, I trust you. I trust you with everything you've ever said.
If Merry wins, he goes 3 from 3, and he'll go through to the final.
Right.
If Wade wins, he'll go 2 from 1. Merry will be 2 from 3, then he'll go on the count back, and you probably go, well, Wade won because he's front of the time. That's what he's done all weekend.
Yeah. Well, how about Dan run? 2 from 3 with, or is that 3 from 3 with a 78?
Symbolics has gone 3 from 3, so he's in. He's in the final.
So Symbolics is in the final. So there, Frankie, it looks like Dan will be in the final. If that's 3 from 3 and a 378. Probably got lane choice too. 3 from 3 with a 378.
Yeah, 378 at the moment for Symbolics.
So Wade needs to go 2 from 3 here, which will pull Paul Merry 2 from 3. So we're going to chase an ET here, is that right? ET's going to matter. No matter what, ET matters. We'll take the quickest out of the two. Oh, mouth-watering. Mouth-watering. And championships on the line too. Right now, could be on the line right now, as you said. Let alone who gets to the final. Could be championship on the line right in this pass. Could it be?
Wagstaff, red lit round 1, goes 0-1-2 in round 2. He is,
well, I don't know what to say.
Tight.
Stand back, sit back, and watch this.
Merry needs to get in. He needs to
Oh! Wade Wagstaff, 376, 200 mile an hour. Mark Allen, your little internal clock started ticking then. And then just as Mark Allen goes, Paul Merry needs to get in. By the time he said in, there was the 7 second. Now remember, Wade did nothing wrong. He put 2 bulbs on, let Paul put 1 bulb on. Paul had to get ready from there on. So Paul had to set himself a bit of a target there. So that's Wade Wagstaff, 2 from 3 with a 376. Zabolics went 3 from 3 with a 378. Paul Merry got nothing. So that's 2 from 3 with nothing in round 3. Effectively eliminates him from consideration to the final. With no ET to present.
I think it'll be Symbolics and Wagstaff unofficially in the final here for Outlaw Radial. Moving on to Outlaw 275.
Wow.
Big thank you to the guys at Spot On Performance and TSP Racing.
Oh, Mark, we've been hit with a few delays. It sort of numbs us down a bit. It numbs you down.
Well, Webb was meant to be on a solo pass here, so he's going to get the win. So will Bazina.
So these guys will paired solos.
Yep.
So 3 from 3s. The 2 quickest ETs in here with 3 from 3 will make the final.
Bazina will go 3 from 3.
Bump City. Oh, I'll tell you what, Leroy Brown's given the XW a touch up for a little while there. He outreacted him 044 Tony Webb. 121 to a 131, so the XW got a bit back straight away, and then 452 at 170, 3 from 3, 548, 3 from 3 for Webby. So we're still going to wait to see who gets 3 from 3, if anyone else can.
Yeah, Androtsos.
So Androtsos needs to do something right now.
Yeah, so he's 2 from 2.
Yep.
He's meant to be up against Jeffries, who is...
Well, Jamie will still be around. I can't see Jamie Jeffries disappearing yet.
He's gone 2 from 2 as well.
So don't forget, races were looking for the most consistent, the winner of most consistent. You'll need to show 3 really close time slips from today, from the 3 rounds of racing. Hang on, we're getting a little word here. We've called Renegade. We need Renegade to the lanes, please. I'm going to say Ruckus to the lanes too. I'm going to say Ruckus to the lanes as well. Renegade to the lanes. Ruckus to the lanes. Why not? You'll know when you're in a different class to the guys in front of you if you do turn up and there's a bunch down the end. Renegade. Renegade to the lanes, please. Ruckus to the lanes, please. Yes, sir. Food closing at 10. Food and coffee. So 33 minutes left of pure culinary delight. There we go. Thank you, sir. And again, wouldn't the 2 Dagwood dogs gone down well right now, Mark?
They would go down
2 days in a row now.
Yeah.
All right, Terry Andrutsos, Jamie Jeffries. This is a legit pairing. This could weigh deeply into the balance of who goes to the final. Now, Jamie how did he go in the second round? He did all right in round 1. Yeah, so he's 2 from 2. Yeah, so this matters. All right.
Yep, so no matter what happens here, we're going to have 2 drivers, at least 2 drivers with 3 wins.
Okay, that's the scenario. Is that right? So Bollocks and Wagstaff the final of Outlaw?
Yep.
All right. That's our first final.
So Wade Wagstaff and Daniel Symbolics will be in the final of Outlaw Radial.
Okay, Andrutsos, the Enigma.
Has Jeffrey's been pushed back?
No, here he is. Ash Mason, he's got him under control. All right, what's going to be a great run? What does the Enigma RX3 do here? Does he take Lorenzo Galotto's push rods to the final? Let's see. Bit of Bump City. Outlaw 275. Oh, and Drutsos along the ground. 077. He rolls off the throttle. 463. Bit of smoke. Hang on. Hold the phone. The RX3's in trouble. The RX3's in trouble. He's got the win against Jamie Jeffries, improving 4:57, but the Enigma lit up at the finish line, and now we're checking on Terion Drutsos. My God, we're at the pointy end of everyone's endurance here. This truly is becoming a little bit of a mini marathon, which we didn't think it would be, but boy, oh boy, we're pushing to the edge here.
Yeah, Jeffrey's got quicker every pass tonight as well, so that's a big round of applause for that team as well. They went 460, 460, and 450 there in that third round of racing, but there's some issues, obviously, for Terrio Drutsos. Here we can see our safety team have headed out.
All right, we're checking down again. Geez, having the emergency crew's been down there for, it seems like the last hour and a half they've been down there. So we're going down there to see how Terry goes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can Cheyenne please go back to Mum and Dad's car, please? So can Cheyenne go back to Mum and Dad's car? So can Cheyenne return to the car, please? So Cheyenne's been around, walking around checking things out, but can Cheyenne go back to Mum and Dad's car, please? Thank you for that message. So just waiting with bated breath about the news down the bottom end. So we've got a few guys off down there trying to go back to recover and inspect what's going on. So we are just waiting to... All right, an announcement. You cannot just drive onto the drag strip with your tow vehicle. You cannot do that. I think we've had some crew just head straight down onto the same track there where our ambos and everyone's been. So they've kind of gone flying down to there. That's just not on. We can't do that. You've got to get there probably, if anything. I know your crew. I know that you're probably got to go down to make sure he's A-OK, but you can't just go sending another vehicle down in case we had debris, in case we had oil, in case something happened to you going out there in your own vehicle. So please, the guys, I think we caught them on the camera just going down and jumping on down the lane down there. So please just consider everyone else that might be part of our recovery and cleanup crew that might be around the place.
Yeah, there was no fire, and they're just down there, just making sure everything was okay. But we do have oil on the track.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
So we do have another cleanup again, Chris.
We know what this does to everyone, especially on their Saturday nights. Sometimes there's the time of the night where you, the fans out there, will have had enough and are going to go, that's it, I'm off. And we saw a group of them just do that before.
This has never happened.
Oh, this is what we're seeing down there. This is typical Kenda. We're seeing stuff we've never seen happen before, including what's happening down there. So if it's your turn to head off and you reckon you've had enough, we thank you for coming along. I'm definitely sure you got your money's worth if you got here and saw it all over 3 rounds. If you are heading off, thanks very much for popping in. And hopefully we see it the next Kenda 660. But we've got all of these third rounds still to go, and we ain't going to stop until we're done. Let's just hope that we can keep the rest of this awesomeness inside its respected receptacle. I'm breaking back with more here as we get an update from Race Control.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because
Just
success
quick
in
call
one
for
sport
Renegades to the lanes, please.
is
Renegades, can you guys make your way to the lanes, please? That's Renegades.
every mountain, topping every peak, until you see fuel tech everywhere.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
And to go along with the, whoever I just called, I think it was Renegades I just called, we'll call Ruckus to the lanes, please, Sue. Ruckus to the lanes.
Andy, I grabbed you today, mate. You can't not come out here and see all the spot-on performance shirts and spot-on performance cars. Mate, there's obviously you guys have got a good coverage out here of cars. Mate, give us a bit of a rundown. How many we got out here?
I think today we should have about 6 or 7 cars racing across the fields.
Not a bad effort, mate.
Nah, pretty good, mate. We're very family orientated, so the whole idea here is, you know, the blokes and the girls like to come racing, but bring your family along, mate. You have a look around, there's plenty of kids here, like, with all the spot-on shirts on.
I've been told you cook the best feeds as well.
No, that's Jamie, mate. He's over there now with the barbecue. He takes that. Keep people fed and hydrated and they have a good time, you know.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a good environment, and there's so many spot-on shirts running around. I think that's cool to see as well. So
yeah, again, we've been going 10 years now, and mate, it definitely wasn't like this when we first started. You know, we had a single easy up, and we've built something into this, but we can't. Me and Danny don't do this alone. This is everybody that chucks in and helps and does their part, mate. And it's grown together, you know.
And last night you had the spot-on performance $2,000 small tyre shootout. Now you were up there, but you got knocked out, mate.
Mate, that's racing too. You know, win or lose, it's fun, mate. You know, and especially when it's close, tight racing. Like for the people at home watching on your live feed and here watch, like, mate, you never know who's going to take that win light, you know. And I guess at the end of the day, that's why we keep saying more bums and seats adds to the atmosphere. So people at home that aren't racers, you got to get down, you got to get trackside and witness it, you know. And so many people even last night said, Jesus, some like 470 cars battling it out, you know. And mate, anyone can take the beams. Adrian made it to the final with a 5.0 car, you know.
Yeah, and the pass for yourself, between yourself and Sean,
yeah,
like, get the heart pumping for a spectator.
Mate, tell you, like, being in the car, watching him get out on me on the 60, and then I grabbed that scramble button and pulled him in a bit. But, mate, just, yeah, good racing, man, and good fun, you know. We get down the bottom end and we shake hands and hug each other and say, fuck, that's good racing, you know. So.
But you're pretty happy with how yours is running?
Oh, real happy, mate. I mean, it's one of those things where, like I keep saying all the time, we're never here to swing with the fences. We always just take baby steps and creep up on it. And like I said, at the end of the day, we want to cut laps, mate. That's what we're here for, to do laps and enjoy the race and not swing for the fence and hurt it or anything silly like that, you know.
Well, I reckon at the end of the day, I'll be back past to share another beer with you tonight too.
Oh, mate, don't worry. Tonight we'll have a few, that's for sure.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Keep up the good work with you too, mate.
Thanks. All right, guys, here with Mitchell now. I've been watching you, well, this has been around a while, this car, obviously, but I've been watching you out of Warwick. You're already in a few of our videos. Yep. And now we're watching you here this weekend. This is pretty off its head.
Yeah.
Mate, tell us what's running in the Camaro.
LS 400 Cuba, 80mm turbos, Powerglide, reed case, and a sheet metal 9-inch 35 spline.
Mate, it looks like it's putting down a fair bit of power.
It is. We're just a new combo. We're just going on it slowly. Eventually, you want to run a 7-second pass with a 4,000-pound car.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's up there. We weighed it the other night, and it was 3,800. No fuel, no oil in the auto, no tail shaft, and no water in the tank for the air to water.
It's a big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And what's the best time so far?
We've gone an 840 with it, with this combo. But again, we're running on 17-pounder boost. We can double that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and we just spoke to Andy. He said it's all about stepping it up, not
That's what
pushing
we're
it.
doing. Yeah. And that was the idea when we spoke about building it. He asked me what you want to do. I said, well, to start off with, I'd like top qualify at Kenda with a Class B run, 550, and then step it up slowly. And he goes, yeah, no worries, we can do that. So, yeah.
All right, now, not to jump in too much of the controversy, but we did have transmission issues last night.
Yeah.
Do you think it's all right today?
Look, I've put through 20 litres of oil in 2 passes.
Yeah.
Just kept draining it. Drained it this morning, and it's a red colour, so hopefully it'll get us through today. After the qualifiers, I'll dump it again and put another fuel on it.
And you'll have to pull it apart.
Box will come out, brand new box, it'll have to come out and be rebuilt again.
$9,500 you just put into this?
Yeah. Oh, what, the gearbox?
The gearbox?
Oh, the gearbox, yeah, it was 10.
There was 10 grand in that alone.
Yep.
Wow. So hopefully it's all good, mate. We'll keep fingers crossed for you.
No worries.
It smelt really bad
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah. When I drained it, it was smoking. It wasn't steam, it was smoking, and it was black.
Well,
so
we'll be watching you today, mate, and you have a great day.
Hopefully we go all right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mitchell.
No worries. Thank you.
back out running the Gemini, mate. We haven't seen this one out on track for a little while.
Yeah, no, it's we haven't been out since about February. We did a little bit of damage in February and just taking our time. We haven't been able to get back out for a while and sort of, got it all repaired and a few little updates on the thing, so we'll see if we can go a little bit quicker.
Well, we can see what it was before when we've checked out this car before in one of our videos. We'll put a link up here somewhere on the screen. People can have a look at that, but there's a few changes since then.
Yeah, we've got an intercooler on the car now.
Yep.
So hopefully we can get colder intake charges. Previously the charges were out of control, so
yeah, right.
Colder intake charges should make a little bit more power and see if we can get down the track a bit faster.
And what are we running in today?
Outlaw 235. So it's be interesting. 109 cubic inches up against some of the 570 cubic inches. So, but they were all on the same tyre, so that's the deciding factor there.
And this thing goes hard anyway, so we've seen it go down pretty quick before, so it's certainly going to hold its own. It's lightweight as well, right?
Yeah, it's pretty light, the little Gemini. Quickest half track's 5:33, so but some of the 235 cars are getting in the high fours now, so it'll be a little bit challenging, but it'll be fun.
It's all about the run on the day. We've got the headwind, as you mentioned before.
Test 1, 2. Okay. No, yeah, I know. How about that? Just another call. I think it was Ruckus. Was it Ruckus to the lanes? We should have the Renegades there. We've got. We need Ruckus in the lanes, please. We also may or may not be surprised if we don't get a few showers in some of the other categories. We can only imagine that some guys might have had enough and they're quitting while they're behind, or they might also be pumped and ready to go. We are ready to go. We are back on. Where do we get to? All right, Outlaw 275. That's where we got to. Every pass is an epic event. Look at it. Can you hear me, Clem Fandango?
Are we on?
Are we
going?
on? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. So we've got our first finalist, Dan Symbolics against Wade Wagstaff. That's guaranteed. Okay, what's next? All right, Nathan Rose, Jared Blair. How have they fared up till now, Mark, after 2 rounds of battle?
Let's have a look. Blair has gone win, loss. Rose has gone loss, loss. So none of these drivers will factor into our finals.
So
because we've already got 2 drivers on 3.
Now, isn't it funny that Ian Drutsos would be there at 3 from 3?
Ah, yes, you're right. So we will have to keep
But what happened to the RX3? Can it be fixed? Can it be cleaned? Can it front for the final round? Nathan Rhodes now, this next level twin turbo small block Chev powered Commodore. Jared Blair, 2JZ King Kong Racing, the Supra. Last hit at the tree for these guys tonight. I hope you've had a great Kenda 660 radial ride. This will be your last race, I think, you guys. Not probably going to be in the final. Oh, Rhodes goes home with a tiptoe through the tulips. 494 at 121 mile an hour. That came out like a rocket. 123 in the 60. 316 to 330 and a 494 back and off at 121 as it got a little loosey towards the centre line. Jared Blair, 684, 85 mile an hour. All right, Randall Laurie, I think he's doing good too.
I think he might have lost the second round.
Yeah,
he's going to win one. But he's going to get a win. So he's going to go win loss.
Win loss win. The Randall Laurie will finish 2 3.
We'll have a few drivers on 2 and 3 as well. Depending on what happens with the root sauce. It really does seem like he's doing this really easy. Like they're not really pushing.
Oh, it's an
this car at the
impressive.
moment.
It's an impressive whole combo. There's a fun curve here. There's a gorgeous fun curve. A lot of fun in this car. A lot of love. Tough love. Oh no! I hope that was just wheel spin.
I think so. I reckon they've gone after it a little bit in this session. But he will get his second win of the night, Randall Laurie.
There you go. Randall goes through 12.55. I hope that was just a miss and nothing breaking. They could have got after it. You know what happens sometimes? That car used to be big wheelies as well. So Randall Laurie finishes the night with 2 from 3.
At the close of Outlaw 275, I've got 2 drivers with 3 wins. That's Bazina and Ndrutos. If something with Ndrutos is they can't get that car repaired, then we've got 1, 2, 3 drivers on 2 wins from 3 starts that could potentially step in. So that'll be interesting anyway, Outlaw 275. Now we should be moving into Outlaw 235. Big thank you to our supporters in Heltec supporting the Outlaw 235 bracket. First up, Simon O'Carroll to take on Juan Kudnik. Tail of the tape here, Chris. Kudnik has gone win-loss. Simon O'Carroll has gone win-win.
He's got a great group of guys behind him sharing the 235 dream and hasn't really put a foot wrong. And Juan, he's been so consistent as well. So what a great matchup in round 3 of Heltec. Outlaw 235. We still don't know who's going to be a shoe into the finals. Let's have a look. He is half a second off O'Carroll's pace, but Juan's not afraid to have a go here. Simon won't play games either. Simon's trying to just go straight in, lest the turbo guys sort themselves out. Simon's got a car that is a lot easier to stage than most.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed from Juan Kudnik is that he has slowed down a little bit from what he was running yesterday.
Little final purge, just to remind everyone. Come on, Simon. Round 3, very important.
Carroll's gone 479 and 481 in rounds 1 and 2.
Very careful to stage the car. Here we go. Who's got the first light on? Simon finds it. One goes in, puts one on. All right, Simon straight in. Oh, one straight in. Oh, one. 099 to a 149. Oh, Candle's got the candles out. The Holden's right there of 1. 475. What a great run in round 3 for O'Carroll. 475 at 151 mile an hour. 75 with a 4. 75 with a 4.
And Kudnik is back into that 520 zone. So that's a good way to finish off the weekend for Juan Kudnik. Next up, we got Alex Bamford to take on Scott Hoffman.
All right.
Bamford has gone win-win. Scotty Hoffman has gone loss.
But here he is one more time. Hoff, he just wants to take one more V8 out for tonight. As I call it, and I always call it, world's smallest personal roller coaster. This is what it is. A KE10 Corolla with a 3RZ Hilux engine, or if you're an American, a Tacoma engine. 2.7. All right, Hoffman and Bamford. One more bit of bump city here in Heltec Outlaw 235. Hoffman goes for it. Goes out towards the centre line. Come on, Hoff, hold on to it. Good run, 5.10. 5.10 to a 5.45. 5.10 to a 5.45.
Hoffman gets his first win of the evening.
Oh, here we go. Have we got a finalist for Outlaw 275?
Oh, yeah, so Outlaw 275, the finalists will be in Drop Sauce and Zena. If Drutos can't make it, then it'll be Jeffries. He was the quickest of our competitors with 2 wins and 1 loss.
Okay, so if the guys cannot make it to the start line for the final, they need to probably tell us, boys. So Dale Hellier, Terry, Nathan, if you can tell us whether you're in or out, is it fixable? Do we hand it to Jamie Jeffries to come and go to the final? Will you let us know?
What about a race there? This is a good race.
An all-Gazzard matchup, round 3. Oh, he's gone red. Scotty Cortina, 144 light, 474 with a 3. I'm starting to think it's going to be O'Candles and Cortina. 474 with a 3 to a 698.
Well, at the moment, Scotty Cortina has got 3 wins from 3 starts. Simon O'Carroll's got 3 wins from 3 starts. Cortina went a 474, Carroll 475.
Oh, there we go. Ready for a big final, Nitrous versus Road Charger. And is that Steve Bazzina as the other guy in the final of Outlaw 275?
Yeah, 275,
yes, okay.
yeah, Bazzina.
So Steve Bazzina either against Terry Androutsos or Jamie Jeffries. I will send a little message there to Dale.
So Mick Arnold has gone win-win. And Arnold actually ran a pretty quick pass in that second round, a 491. If he can get another win here and run quicker than that 475 of Simon O'Carroll's, he could potentially get a final spot. So that's the numbers here for Michael Arnold. Get a win and run quicker than 475 with a 4, then Simon O'Carroll, he can get into the final.
All right, Rowan Brown, Mick Arnold. Mick's made a few little inroads in one run. Can he fight his way all the way back to the final? He's going to need a very good ET here to get in there. Rowan Brown, 2JZ. Oh, hold your horses here. Hold your horses here. Oh, 83. Oh, to miss out by, 0.08?
Yeah,
he could have been in the final, Mick Arnold. To come from behind, from nowhere to somewhere, he misses out by about, 800 from getting in front of O'Candles. Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, wow. All right. Next one. Matt Dack, please, Matty. No leak. Come on, no leaky. I think he had a little leak before in this car on the last run. Come on, Matty. Just get it to the other end. No more leaks. All right. Oh, spins the tyres. And off he goes into his last run of the day.
Yeah, 746, 120 mile an hour there for Matt Dack. And he gets his first W of the weekend. So that's a good way to finish off the night here for Matt Dack.
All right. Well, there's word that they might be trying to get the RX3 to the start line, but
there you go.
Just still waiting for the call or not. Still waiting for them to make the call. It's already been made official. It is technically Terry Androutsos and Steve Bazzina. They have the right the front to the line.
And that should bring a close to Outlaw. Oh, wait, there we've got.
So we've still
yet
to determine who's going to be in the final of Haltech Outlaw 235. We've got our suspicions.
Unofficially, I've got a couple of suspicions here, but we'll wait until the race control brings in their paperwork to compare, and then we will make it official. But Scotty Cortina and Simon O'Carroll looking good.
Was Jamie Jeffries on 3 from 3 as well?
Jamie Jeffries, no, he was 2 from 3. He was the quickest of our 2 from 3. Now we're moving into OG 315. Big thank you to the guys over at Lotus Caravan supporting the OG 315 bracket. First up, we have got Stephen Carkeet to take on Glenn Finnegan. Carkeet has gone loss, win. Finnegan has gone win, win. Finnegan has run a best of a 5:06 today. Carkeet has run a best of a 5:14. Nothing in it. It could come down to the reaction time. which is Glenn Finnegan's got the hole shot by nearly a tenth of a second, but Carkeet's coming back at him. It's 5:28, beats a quicker 5:26. Hole shot win for Glenn Finnegan.
Wow.
He goes 3 from 3. Glenn Finnegan, now it gets down to the nitty-gritty of ETs once we find out at the end who may get that final spot. Glenn Finnegan has done the best that he can do. He's got 3 wins from 3 starts, and he's run a 5:28 with a 4.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. The call is, looks like they've already told Jamie Jeffries, you better get to the finals. So, and they're talking about if it rains, they split the pot, we can split with Pazina. So they're talking about some pot splitting later if they have to. So there we go. It's good to see a few. It's obviously. And a gentleman's agreement. Let's just call it that way. A gentleman's agreement.
I like it.
After all, we are that. I know that's a little bit gender specific, saying that we are gentlemen, but that's just what they've been talking about there. So it looks like, realising that looks like the RX3 ain't coming back to the line under its own power. Big shout out to Dean Bellardi, Mr. Buznats. Good to hear from you too, Dino. He's photo of the Super Cheap Auto Race Control from the other side there. Great. Awesome. We're going great, mate. I'm nearly completely out of voice purely because we've been going for, probably nearly 8 hours yesterday. And,
it was 8 hours yesterday.
We sort of started early on the mic near lunchtime today. So we're nearly gone. We've gone 10 odd hours, 10 plus today. We've had our little, breaks and breathers. We've had our track prep, and then a humongous amount of cleanup that we wouldn't expect in round 3. That's just brought us way behind schedule. Is that the call, Mark?
I've got the official call for the finalists in Outlaw 235, brought to us by the guys over at Haltech. Our finalists for Outlaw 235 will be Scotty Cortina and Simon O'Carroll. Scotty Cortina will have lane choice with his 474. That's going to be a good race in the final of Outlaw 235. Scott Cortina, Simon O'Carroll, you want to get ready, and you're in the final. Now, this is a good race here in OG 315. Kyle Hop, James Horan, both these drivers with 2 wins. Hop has run a best of a 4:52 today. Horan has run a best of a 4:41.
I know Casper's around here too, but someone's going to go home here with 3 from 3 and maybe half a leg into the final foot race tonight. So who did you say was the 235 final?
Scotty Cortina and Simon O'Carroll.
Oh, right. Was that, I can't remember whether that was even our, I think that might have been close to being our Sydney, might have been even our Sydney final again down there, I can't remember. All right, here we go. Big block Chev, 604 cubes for Kyle Hop, James Horan, 511 Hemi in the black utes. OG 315, round 3. Bump City, baby. Oh, Kyle put the Hilux to the tree, but it's 420. The Black Ute, a smashing 420 at 184 mile an hour. That was going to be a hard car to catch if it stayed all glued, and he got it down. James Horan, 3 from 3 with a 420. Couldn't even put a qualified down till last night.
Now we've got 2 drivers with 3 wins from 3 starts. Still plenty more to come forward though in OG 315, and there's a bunch of drivers that can go 3 from 3. Damien Boyce. Boyce has gone loss, win, and he's second Denny Lansdowne. So this is actually going to be a win-win for both these guys because they weren't scheduled to race each other. Lansdowne has gone loss, win as well.
All right, here we go.
So no factor on our finalists. So these guys can't change anything in regards to the finals. Lansdowne has run, last round he went a 492. And Boyce ran a 491. So this is just going to be a good race.
All sort of spot on team affair. Bump City. Oh, Boyce.
Oh, Boyce up and down.
Danny just realises, gets a win. And yeah, some big wheelie action there from Damien Boyce. All right, big wheel stand there from the Nova. Lotus Caravans bringing us this exciting OG 315 action. So we're just checking for Boise whether or not something's come out of the car on the launch. But yeah, that went up. It went up. He got off it quite suddenly, and the thing dropped down and sort of smashed the front end down. Bit of sparkage. And we're just checking whether or not that's anything worse than that. You just certainly wouldn't want any bit of sump smashing going on there, because that's to be a horrible thing to have happen. And Danny, I think just on the hit, bit of a zing on the zing on the tyres. I'm just watching again our little stream replay here. Danny goes into trans brake mode. In goes Damien. Yeah, I think he just spun the tyres early in the Commodore. Damien had the exact opposite problem. He had lots of traction, too much traction. And look, hats off. I think he won. He got best appearing thanks to Ram Gold Coast.
Oh, did he?
I wonder if we sold that Dodge Ram or not. We were hoping so. All right, so we're still waiting to finish OG 315 round 3 to see who the Lotus Caravans finalists will be. None other than the Fox Cullen. All right. Fox had a good crack at it last round. Michael Nichols into the fours as well. This is an impressive black belt machine.
Yeah, so both of these drivers have not got a win yet today. Cullen has run a best of 477. Nichols has run a best of a 496 today in the BL Calais. So one driver will pick up a win today, the other driver is going to be, unfortunately, no W's in the win column.
Yes, sir. Fox Cullen finishes his weekend off up here in Queensland with a 476. So a bunch of time slips, 475, 478, 476, and a win to close the account out tonight for OG 315 for him. Yes, we've got people sending us messages through, telling us what radar, what looks like on the radar. If you care to look, I'm sure people have. I've been in similar situations here before, and we've managed to scrape by. Let's just cross all of our fingers and toes and just see whether or not we can get this done. Because we're all so close. We are so close.
Okay.
All
the
right.
next pairing out, we've got Clint Hepburn and Manny Debricat. Now, Hepburn has got 2 wins from 2 starts. If Debricat can't get 3 wins, he's had a win-loss. So when we're talking potential finalists, Clint Hepburn, if he gets a win, he needs to go quicker than Glenn Finnegan's 5:28 to potentially get into the final. So that's what it comes down to. Clint Hepburn in this part. If he wants to get into the final,
yep,
get a win, run quicker than a 5:28.
Oh, quicker than a 5:28, righto.
Manny, he can put a stop to that. He can stop Hepburn from getting in the final, but he can't make the final himself.
Righto. So Manny can be the Victorian fly in the ointment for Queensland's own Clint Hepburn. Going perfect and picking up. And could meet the Black Ute in the final. Could be the White Casper and the Black Ute.
Potentially.
Yes, all right. That's the tail of the tape. Twin turbo heavy powered Mustang. Twin turbo big block Chev powered Holden Gemini. Lotus Caravans, the excitement at OG 315, it's ramping up. And it's time to see whether or not we can get a couple of finalists together. You know what? You know what town we're in? You know what place we're in? We're still here. And that place is... Bump City, baby! Oh, good run side by side. Casper, 32 for Casper, 43 for Manny, 432, an 075 for Manny, a 125 light. A 125 light beside him for Clint Hepburn, 432, 175. The win for Casper. I think on paper, that's the white Casper against the black Ute. Oh, goodness me. We've got some more stuff going on down there. Hold the phone. We've got some action between maybe Casper and Manny yet.
Yeah, we haven't got word yet, but...
Don't know. We're just keeping an eye out. We're just sending down to go and have a look. So we've got headlights we can see down there and all sorts of things. So we're going down to have a look. We've sent our whole crew down again.
I'll find out what's going on for us, mate, and I'll be back in a second.
All right, so just bear with us. So these things have been absolutely on a knife edge. And then, just as it appears, run after run, we've had these spectacular events happen, and here's another one down the end which we're diving off to catch up on. And please, all crew, can you please, if you can, do not enter the racing surface with any vehicle. Please do not take any vehicles onto the racing surface other than our officials, please. So we are into it. We're inspecting what's going on down there. We're assessing it. We're making sure and confirming whether anyone is indeed needing more assistance. And we are waiting with bated breath whether we can give the okay or not. So please, folks, bear with us. Do not go down there, please. Please stay away from the area. We have got our crews down there, our safety crews, our fire crews. And we might have had someone into the fence there yet, into the wall. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what transpired. And again, this bottom end camera, this is a very valuable camera to have for race control because it does show us the braking area. So, standby one as we got live communication with down the bottom. So we've got down the bottom we have got with bated breath information as to whom and whether they're okay or not. So stick with us. Just waiting on word. Incredible, unheralded, unpredictable series of events that we've come across here tonight from round 3 onwards. It basically just seemed from round 3 onwards, we have been down there a lot. And so far, we've all come out of it. Well, the vehicles and the mechanical carnage has been plenty. But we've had everyone come back unscathed in one piece, but obviously not so hot for the experience. It's something that you don't wish on anyone to happen. But as we say, the weapons of choice are indeed that. They're vehicles, they're landlocked missiles, these things. They are rocket ships. And sometimes these rockets, any series of circumstances or variables kicks in. And you've got recipes for disasters of various magnitudes, and this is one that we are just still assessing. It was a fair old ding-dong battle between them. And Clint just getting there at the end, not by much, but those two guys were travelling off into that direction at a fairly decent rate of speed. And, of course, it's all about pulling up over the end there, making sure your chutes come out just on the 660 and that you are slowing the cars down over that area. But then you can be jumping on the brakes. You can be locking things up. We've had issues. We had issues earlier with a couple of other cars in testing, Stu Walsh and Doug Day, and I'm glad those two guys are all A-OK, but the machinery is absolutely toast. A whole pile of stuff after, well, in one case, Doug had that car for 20 years, and in the other case, Stu had basically just started shaking that car down only a day or two earlier. To have those guys have their pride and joys torn up just goes to remind you that just how it's important it is to do these things properly, make sure that you can be protected by all of the strict safety standards that we, of course, implement with these vehicles and, at the track. And the safety gear, of course, your fire suits, your hands devices, your harnesses, arm restraints, window nets, proper roll cage, funny car cage in a lot of cases for these vehicles. Funny car cage offers you a little bit of additional safety and doesn't normally then send you around the inside of a car in the event of rollovers. It's all about keeping the occupants safe and protected. And all these cars have been engineered to the nth degree, but you can still have these things happen because all hell can break loose at any one time. And you have seen more than enough hell from round 3 on tonight. This will go down in Australian radial history here of Riot 2022. The night it just went wild in round 3. I have never seen round 3 hijinks than what we've seen. Literally, we said, right, round 3 of everything, let's go, and then all hell broke loose. And now we've got that in a bit of OG 315 here as well. So no word. So that's interesting. We've still got no word. So, folks, we thank you for your patience. We're still here and persevering. Hoping, praying, wishing that we can get this wrapped up. We're now at 19 past 10 and Nelly over the line, folks. Nelly.
Okay, he's spun around, hit the wall. Mm-hmm. It's the Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
Car caught on fire, but he's out of the car. The fire's been put out. The car's, I don't know, but he's okay. He's just been with the ambulance and they're all happy, so.
They got anything to clean up? Wasn't it? Didn't drop anything. Just might have locked it up, and yeah, righto. Okay, so the word is he's A-OK. He's A-OK. He's gone through a period of observation with our medical professionals. We believe it was Manny, so it was Manny in the Mustang. It wasn't Clint. Again, you always wish that you knew more info, could see more, and that camera down the end. Thank goodness, race control. They're observing that behaviour as they come down through the finish line, and they should be pulling up by then. And you always, sometimes, occasionally just have that shocking thought of cars coming together down there. And again, like Clint was 170 plus mile an hour going down in there, and Manny very similar. But we do believe Manny caught a bit of wall. Now, whether or not that's jumping on the brakes, a bit of bounce, things can happen when you do things and maybe lock the brakes up or do whatever. I don't know what's happened in the car, but all we know is that thing's gone around, hit the wall, pretty decent. Bit of a fire broke out. Fire got under control, and we are just doing the cleanup again there for the nth time. down in the bottom end. It's been that's been Hell Valley down there tonight, I can tell you. That's Hell Valley. We've seen some stuff going on down the end there tonight, which, again, just makes you take these things very, very seriously. So, look, the good news is right now that Manny is A-OK. The bad news is, obviously, we've got some torn-up Mustang there, but let's have a replay. And actually, thank you very much for that idea, Tyler. While we just get back into clean-up, and thank goodness no one's too ruffled up down there, Tyler's got the replay coming up of our fastest side-by-side radial pass in history. So have you got that there, Tyler? So this is the earlier run today. So this is this afternoon. This is Grubby and Paul Merry. So here's that beautiful Malibu, that beautiful Nova. 2 turbo cars bumping in here this afternoon. We would not believe this was going to happen this afternoon. Flicker the bulbs on, Grubby gets them on, and off they went. Side by side, rocket ships to the 660. And look at that, 209, both sides of the racetrack. We've never seen that before. Side by side, 209 mile an hour run. And I still think we can definitely say that's the quickest side by side run.
The fastest side by side.
Sorry,
right?
fastest,
Yeah.
sorry, not the quickest. I think the 59 to the 61 in Sydney, Wade and Dan is still that. But go down in Australian radial history, another little notch. Paul Merry and Matt Grabiza, 209 beside each other. That's one of our milestone marks. And here we are thinking we weren't going to see any shifts in the milestones after the Sydney conditions. And we get a couple of 209s together. So that's a nice highlight for what we've seen throughout today. What we can't believe we're seeing is more recovery and cleanup from an epic hour or so down there that we've seen. So right now, we are just recovering Manny up. I don't know whether any oil came out of that during that. I don't know whether that helped assist in him getting the Mustang into the wall, whether you had to slide around and then hit the wall. We do know that, we have seen a few guys jumping on the brakes. You got really good brakes, you can lock them up and you get that bounce up, and that thing can be hitting the wall a little bit. So we're loading a fair amount of damaged stuff into trailers here tonight. What an epic ride it has been for 2022 Kenda 660. Folks, bear with us. The diehards are here. We thank you for staying. You want to see how it all ends. So do we. We're here until we can do it or until something else stops us. So right now, let's just bide our time. Think good thoughts. Keep the good karma coming, and we'll have a chilling back shortly when we can settle down again and see what else we're going to do towards the final of these categories. We're that close to knowing who's going to be in all the finals. Baby! You just got your price of admission. $5.89, number one.
Performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see fuel tech everywhere.
100 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
got the VK. Now this is Skid Factory famous car these days, mate.
Yep. It's a bit popular.
There's something about cars that go through the Skid Factory. Cool blokes, right? But
Yeah, great. Alan Woody are great. So.
no, I mean the people that take cars there as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially if their name's Dave.
Dave's are great.
But no, all seriousness, mate. Is this his first run out?
First run out in the new setup, yeah, with the twin turbos and the all the new hot side and cold side. So.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I've haven't been down the drag strip many times in my life, so 1,000 at the rear wheels is going to make it interesting.
How long have you had this car?
I've had it about 10 years, so it's kind of gone through change after change, and we've never really had much luck with it.
Yep.
So I just, kind of little fail after little fail, then followed by some big failures, and then...
was it always a drag car, though?
It was originally built as a street car, and it just kind of got out of hand. Ended up with a really, really big turbo, and then I'll throw a cage in it, and then, it's spiraled out of control to what it is today.
Knowing you, I don't know you a lot, but knowing you, that sounds a lot like you, though, right?
Yeah.
You just keep going to take things to the next level.
Yeah. And even like we made 1,000 at the rears recently at down at Cleveland Dyno and Cleveland Tow Bar and Exhaust, and we've a couple more things that we can put some more power in as well. So it'll get the car working at 1,000 and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, and you've done Kenda events before.
Yeah, but Kenda seems to be my curse. So every time that we have a big failure, it seems to be at Kenda. So big rush to get ready for it, and then. One year we had off the trans brake, I had a tail shaft fail.
Yep.
Didn't realise we put a new tail shaft, new reed case glide in it. Came back the next year, came back for the next Kenda. Didn't realise the same accident had actually cracked the pinion. So next time, pinion cracked. Fell out, shot a uni into the car's window next to me, unfortunately. But there was an official very close, but it missed everyone. Thank God no one was hurt. It was quite scary. So there's now $1 million worth of driveline in there because I do not want another one of those failures.
Yeah, that is very scary, mate. Look, we're really keen to see this get out there because we obviously watched the build, as many people did, and it's all about seeing what it actually can do now.
Yeah.
But you've got to get traction, right?
Yeah, hoping so. The tyres are only about 5 or 6 years old, and look, today's more about just prove that it works, getting off the line, get myself. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with the car with the previous times I've been out. But we came out at 600 or 550 rear wheel horsepower. Now we're up to 1,000, so it's going to handle pretty differently. So. And
has it just been sitting since it got tuned?
Yeah, it has. So we've just been kind of finishing off the last couple of little bits and in the shed, and then getting it ready for today, and ignoring it half the time.
So we know you have had this car for 10 years. Yep. Mate, what was your first car?
So first car was a dirty old RA40 Celica, which we repainted and put a new engine in and stuff. And then I got the favourite car, which is a VHSLE. So second car, which is, I think when I bought this, that's what I was kind of in my mind replacing. The car that I've always, if I find it, I'll buy it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But yeah, always
last of the chrome bumpers.
Last of the chrome bumpers, and geez, they've shot up in price. It's, you used to be able to get a silver and blue one for $6,000. Now they're 30 for a rough one.
And what started you off with your passion for cars?
Old man was into speedway, and we'd always around cars. Like I grew up in Canberra. Spent a couple of years in Canberra right at the beginning of Summer Nats. So always heaps of cars down there, and then speedway, and just always been around cars. So.
Brilliant, mate. Good luck today.
Thanks,
we'll
man.
Get up the start line and watch you get down the track.
Yeah. I'm not, if I can get under 550, it'll be great. But I really just want to drive it back on the trailer. That's the real goal for today.
And there's plenty of seat time today too.
Yeah. We should maybe get 5 or 6 runs. We'll see how it's going, and if it's all working. If it's working, we might try and get a few laps in. If there's things to do, we'll come back next time. We're not rushing it with this thing. So.
Brilliant, mate. We'll have fun.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, and cheers for the interview.
G'day, Perry. Good to
Hey,
see
how
you
you
out
doing,
here, mate. There's never a radial event that you're not at, is there?
No, we try and get to as many as we can, and enjoy coming up here to Willowbank, and yeah, it's
Now,
great.
Everyone recognises the truck, the car. You stand out in the crowd. It was the Snickers car, but we've got the Maltesers car
Yeah,
now.
it's new Corvette that we bought in from the US.
Yep.
Yeah, it's same power plant as the Camaro, just a much more developed, newer, lighter, well-refined car.
Now, we started watching yesterday, and you had a couple of small issues in the morning, but then got some good time. So it was only just a couple of little tuning things that you had to play around with, or?
We'd been chasing a gremlin in the car, just a misfire that we probably had 4 passes where the car wasn't happy, but we finally worked the scenario out, and yeah, got it right.
And then started pulling the threes.
Yeah.
Was it 3 of them yesterday?
Three in a row there, yep.
Yep.
Today I don't know, the engine hasn't been real happy the whole weekend, so unfortunately there in the last pass it looks like we've broken a valve, and yeah, ended our weekend. So
Never good to have to pack up early, but that is racing, right?
yeah, look, it's unfortunate to come all this way. We're sort of 1,600 k's away. I don't know, it's not a race meet, so that's probably the way you look at it. We're here to practice and try stuff, so just lucky we're not at a meet. So.
It is a test and tune, yeah, that's right. So you were testing the car out. You've realised it's pretty consistent threes in it.
Yeah. Look, unfortunate it happens, but that's racing. So
yeah,
look, we'll get back, and we've got a couple of fresh engines. We'll get it sorted out and be back to the track as soon as we can.
Doesn't take long to turn them around for you guys.
No, we're a good team, mate, and we're here a skeleton crew this weekend for testing, but great guys at home, mate.
You can get across the border just saying because you're delivering Snickers. Is that?
Yeah, they just waved us through on the way up, so might have to drop my bag out on the way past, mate. So.
Good stuff, mate. Thank you for coming on and putting a show on for us anyway. We enjoy it.
No, it's great up here, Willowbank, and the Kenda guys put on a great event. The volunteers that are here helping out at a sport that we love doing, much appreciated.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Joe, look, up until the last run, mate, you've had a brilliant weekend.
Yeah,
3 second passes now in one of the heaviest cars getting around here, isn't it? What?
Yeah, we're running it at the radial weight rules for IHRA. Yeah, so we're stoked. We've been over the moon with the whole weekend. The progress of the car's been great. We've had some help from Jamie Miller over in the US and Frankie at Andy Engines. It's all together we've sort of come up with a good game plan, and it's all paying off. So.
And this is a car you built about a year ago.
Yeah.
Down in Profab, right?
Yeah, that's right. Me and my son.
Yeah.
Was under the car.
Yeah. And we've come out and we've done, is it 2 or 3 second passes now?
That was our third one. Yeah, that was our third. Yeah, so we went 398 first, and then 395. Sorry, it was 4. Yeah, we did 396 this morning, and then a 393 just then.
Now the 393 just then, a bit of oil down.
Yeah, the converter looks like it's blown the converter seal out.
Yeah, right.
Right at the finish line.
But no major problems.
No, other than that, yeah. Look, I mean, we're happy with what we've achieved over these last couple of days, and got some good data, and we've pretty much had enough for the weekend anyway now. So we'll have a barbecue, have something to eat, and
watch a few others.
Yeah, watch some other races. So
mate,
we're
tell
happy.
us where did drag racing? When did it enter the blood for you, mate?
Oh, at a very young age. I think I was like 18 years old, and started off with a 250 Crossflow turbo. Yeah. Yeah, and I've been turbocharged ever since. So
Ford man. All the way through?
Yeah, Ford man. This is the first Chev, I think.
Oh.
481X, if you can call it a Chev, but yeah.
Yeah. Hiding in a Mustang.
Yeah, hiding in the Mustang. Yeah.
No, well done, mate. And you do all this with your son as well. So.
Yeah, me, my son, my brother, and good friend Enzo. It's like family. We're all big
good
family crew. So
one thing that I've learned, throughout doing this channel and everything as well, is everything to do with the car scene.
Yeah.
It's always very family orientated.
Oh yeah, look, I mean it's important to me that like my family support me, and they do, and and it's great having them here, enjoying the weekend as well with us. So it's not all about me, but like I'd like to make sure that they're having a good time as well. So
and has everyone suffered a little bit by not having any drag racing for a while now?
Oh yeah, it's been hard. Like we've been itching, and even just to get away, like the weekends at the drag strip is always good fun. There's lots of good people around, and and it's
fingers crossed we can get the spectators back again soon, eh?
Fingers crossed, and hopefully all this COVID stuff passes quickly, and we can get on to living our normal lives.
Back into it. That's it, mate. Thank you for having a chat again on the channel for us. We always appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you guys.
Okay, attention. People, can you hear us out there? Can you hear us in the grandstands? All right, okay. Guess what? This ain't good news. We've got the sprinkles up. We know there's some stuff coming. The track's wet. We need 30 minutes to try and dry that. We reckon we've got an hour and a bit to try and finish round 3 of everything. And we've decided, regretfully, that we are done. We are done. The event is we're done. We've canned it. We've had to can it, folks. Unfortunately, we could not get it done. These huge delays over the last 2 hours. We've cut short. We've run out of time. We are working out the points. So just listen to all competitors. You can pack up, do all that. Keep your ears peeled on the PA. We're crunching numbers. We're checking points. We can probably nearly crown the champions. As for the categories that we didn't get to round 3, we can't do anything with that, I'm afraid. We had some potential finalists in nearly 3 categories. Nearly. We couldn't quite finish OG 315 to see how that was going to work. But we kind of had Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235. But folks, hello, goodbye. Sorry about stuffing everyone around, but we run out of time. We ran out of luck. We've run out of everything. We're out of everything, all right? But I hope you had your money's worth. I hope we had a great time this weekend, all of our crews and teams. We are going to do a presentation. Keep your ears out. We are still going to do presentations because we think we can still do championships. I think we can still pay a bit of money out. I think we can still do that. So keep your ears peeled. Try and keep yourself dry. We will have a presentation of sort to see what we can complete. Championship belts. Bracket winners, well, we've got to decide how we're going to do that. We got some guys to round 3, but we don't have everyone.
Round 3 on outlaw classes and OG 315, OG 275 through the 4 Renegade Runners Rebels. We'll do off a round 2 count.
Okay, so we're going off round 2 count for the categories we didn't get to round 3. Is that right? So keep your ears peeled, all competitors in the categories. We're still going to do the barbecue. We're still going to do that. We've got marquees down there. We're going to still try and finish this party off, people. The party was not supposed to end this way, but it's going to be a party anyway, all right? So we're going to go off round 2 count back, I think. That's what we heard then. Did you hear that, Mark? Yeah, so we're going to go off round 2 results to see what we can come up with. Keep your ears peeled. Start packing up. Don't go home. We're still going to give this day away. We're still going to try and see what we can salvage out of some results, some closure. So stick with us. But we cannot do any more on that track. That track has done enough for us. We cannot ask any more of it in the current climate. So thanks very much for the Overtaking Lane stream, all of the Willowbank officials, all of our great crews and teams and people. To finish it this way, it's a bit of a tragedy, but hey, you know what we've seen. We know what it can be like on days like this, and that's what we've got. So, packing up time, but don't go home. Saturday night, we've got to finish this party off the best way we know how. So stay tuned.